here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorites, never late, always on time. Adam Friendly.
What's up? How are you doing?
Good. Hope everyone's doing well on this Sunday before Thanksgiving week.
Yes, yeah.
There's a little fun little show for you tonight. Our good friend Emma Vigeland of the Sam Cedar Majority Report happened to be on Piers Morgan, and it was quite magical. Maybe that's how we'll describe it.
Yeah, this is the first time, right? She hasn't been on before. Piers is going through all the YouTube community, right?
Mm-hmm.
But she's never been on before.
You think it's weird that they had her on before Sam Cedar?
Sam Cedar has not been on, I guess.
That's what I think of.
Or has he? Well, anyway.
Does he want to be on? Maybe he didn't want to be on. He's like, they're like, hey, Sam, you want to come on? He's like, no. I was like, give it to Emma. He just throws it at her. Like, go, Piers Morgan, get yelled at.
I'm always wondering when our friend Anna Kasparian is going to go on because, you know, Jank is on once a week now. He's basically like a mainstay of the show. So I'm sure Jank has been asking Anna, why don't you go on Piers Morgan? Why don't you get a piece of the action, right?
I mean, Jank is just too perfect on it because he just gets so angry and starts charging all over the place and running all over people, dangling keys, interrupting people, yelling.
Yes, yeah, it's a lot of fun. So I want to play the beginning here just because I want to get your feedback. Now, I've talked about this topic a bit on the show, so it's interesting to hear other people saying it. So maybe Adam is prophetic about this.
What is
Are you ready?
I never, ever thought I would say anything like this. He could be so transformative that he could be a Lincoln, a transformational president.
I still believe he's a...
Oh, my God. Stop! No, Adam.
So he's talking about Trump. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, wait.
So
if Glenn Beck says something that you said, that should make you doubt what you said, not make you more confident.
It's not just Glenn Beck, though. I hear all kinds of people saying this. Like, he's going to be the transformational president, the next FDR. Who's your favorite president, Sitch? Who is it?
Obviously, it's FDR.
FDR. Look at that.
Yeah.
Imagine. Did you see that he like his cabinet is filling in with a bunch of basically pro-worker minded people?
I saw that there was one person that Jank was tweeting positively about. It was the labor secretary. So.
Yes, yeah. The guy who spoke at the Republican National Convention, the Teamster guy. Yeah.
Well, that wasn't the guy that it's a woman, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
But I think the Teamster guy was like in favor of it. So
yeah. So look, he could be that kind of transformational candidate. He really could.
Okay, I'll take it. So before, I think it was like a 1% chance. I'm gonna increase it to 2%. Is that better?
2% that he's going to be some sort of transformational.
The next FDR / Lincoln / heroic president,
George Washington,
known for history. Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Not gonna. Anyway, so all right, what you have a time code here? Where do we jump ahead to get? Because the first part of this is just like talking to Glenn Beck.
I got it. Yeah,
going on and on and on.
We'll get into the good part here.
Yeah.
Fascinating time, isn't it, to be alive? Because you've so many people.
Fascinating time, Sitch. Fascinating.
It is. I mean,
yes.
We have our second ever consensual.
Non-consensual? I mean, it was consensual.
We have our second ever non-consensual president,
Donald
Trump. Our second ever non-consecutive president, yeah.
Yes.
And he might either be, according to people, the next Lincoln or the next Hitler. So he hits both ends of the spectrum, right?
Was FDR a populist? Would you call FDR a populist? I know you don't like that term, but
well, it's difficult because he's definitely an anti-elitist. He didn't seem like he was anti-institutional.
Traitor to his own class. That's what they said about FDR.
Right. But he wasn't like he wasn't anti the concept of institutions.
Right. Yeah.
So maybe a little bit.
People like me, I never thought Glenn Beck and I would have a 15-minute chat where basically I nod my way through it, and so does he.
Look at
Amala,
his face.
it feels to me, I mean, just this dancing alone that is going on all over America and the lack of mass protests feels very, very different to when Trump won last time. Are you sensing that?
That's something that's unusual. We thought there would be more protests, that there would be more people losing their minds over Trump getting reelected. So,
Well, don't say we. I was the one.
Mhm.
I kept preaching that there's not going to be a civil war. There's not going to be a lot of unrest, especially if Trump wins. As
Mhm.
long as it's not contested, I said there wasn't going to be a lot of like craziness.
Right. I guess, yeah, there would be far more protests if the election was closer. It wasn't such a decisive victory. So
Yeah.
now they're
or,
more in licking their wounds territory.
Right. Or if Harris or Biden were pulling a Donald Trump and contesting the election and saying it was rigged and stolen and blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm. That's
But they
just a
didn't.
TikTok phenomenon.
Exactly.
Yes, 100%. And I think a lot of it has to do with the rhetoric that's been surrounding Trump. And I think this collective realization that we no longer have to be fearful of supporting this man, and we can actually be excited about his second term. You know, prior to this 2024 election, he's been called a fascist, a dictator on day one, an authoritarian. He's been likened to Hitler. And I think that
The Luke Beasley kid is like nodding. Yes, big fascist, big time fascist. And they both just were glaring the whole time she was talking about being excited about Donald Trump. You can tell they're not excited.
No, obviously, yeah.
Yeah. Emma Vigeland hates Trump.
created an environment where a lot of people felt like they had to sort of speak in hushed tones about their support of Donald Trump. Some of the exit polling on election day found that young men in particular were more likely than any other demographic to sort of hide or lie about who they were supporting for president. And now that we've gone through this election cycle, the veil is lifted a little bit. People are coming out and they're dancing. They're talking about what this future could look like over the next 4 years. And I don't think they feel as afraid to speak up about these things. Even the media is going and speaking to Donald Trump. And these are publications that would have recently referred to him as Hitler or a fascist. So I think the tables are turning a little bit.
Well, they're even heading down there to kiss the ring, which I never thought I'd see from some of the MSNBC anchors. I mean, Luke B.
It is interesting how public perception changes and forgets things, because it's like, okay, when Trump was first running, you know, what she's talking about is like people are very openly supportive of Trump, where when he was first running, like there's still a lot of people that are very openly supportive of Trump, but there was also a lot of people that were Trump supporting, but they didn't want to be open about it because they thought Trump was like a joke or a non-serious candidate or a racist. And then after he won, even when he was running for re-election, it was kind of like the same thing was happening. I'd say to a lesser extent, but it was still happening a little bit. But then after he lost, and you remember like the weeks or months after January 6th, it was like, oh my God, people like did not want to say that they supported Donald Trump.
Of course
like,
not.
Like most people were so embarrassed to be like, have any association whatsoever after the January 6th, riot, Capitol riot. And then I was like, I don't know, like a couple months go by and people were just like, whatever, just forget about it. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. It just all goes away. It just disappears.
We're a very forgiving nation, Sitch. Okay.
Okay.
Time heals all wounds.
I see. It's not forgetfulness. It's forgiveness.
It is forgiving. Okay. It's time to move on. We got a transformational president here, okay?
We're very Christian in this nation. We just forgive people.
He's nominating populists, people like that.
Well, he was nominating Matt Gaetz, who dropped out.
That's why are you bringing up old shit, Sitch? Jeez, old shit. It's so crazy. Did you see Matt Gaetz was doing Cameo? He's basically shouting out birthday parties and shit.
Wait, like recently?
Yes. Yeah, he went. Yes, yeah.
I
he
did
was
see
doing
that, no.
Cameo videos.
Oh my God! Like he's doing like Fiverr.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, no.
He was charging $250 to do one of these Cameo videos, and so many people were asking for him that he upped it to like $500. But can you imagine going from? First of all, he's a congressperson, right? Then he gets nominated for AG. Yeah. He thinks, oh, this is my out of this investigation here. This is perfect. I'll quit. and I can be the attorney general.
Right.
And then he ends up being forced out immediately. And now he's literally doing cameo videos for $500. That's a like epic fall from grace.
Well, he'll go back to office in January, but yes, it is a pretty amazing fall. Okay. Would he say anything that you wrote in the message?
Yeah, you want to do one? You got $500?
I might be like I'm wishing Adam a happy birthday, and unlike that girl I paid for sex and did cocaine off of her ass crack.
You should do him professing that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election and tried to steal the election.
Oh, okay.
That's the one you want to do, right?
Okay, that's a good one. No, you can combine them. There's a way to combine them, right?
Would he do that for $500? Would he come right out and say, "Oh yeah, I told Trump that the fake elector scheme was going to work"?
I know. He'll say, "My name is Matt Gaetz, here to wish you a happy birthday. Unlike Trump losing the 2020 election, I never lose with the 17-year-old women."
Oh my God. He'd probably just turn it down, right? He probably looks at the script before he takes the job.
Come on, don't be. I hope not.
He's out of Congress though, right? He doesn't still have his seat. He's got to run again.
No, but he's good. But he won it, so he's going to be back in Congress next term.
Oh, he is. Okay.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Yeah. See, he was trying to do like the whole I'm gonna dodge temporarily out of Congress to so the ethics report just goes right over my head.
I got you. So he resigned knowing that he was going to come back in.
Yes.
When the new Congress came in because he won his election. Yeah. What a fucking.
I know.
So he's just resigning from the past Congress, not the future one.
I don't remember who it was. There was some. I'm trying to remember. I saw some Republican congressperson that was I think they might have left Congress over the last couple of years, and they were saying oh yeah, none of this stuff is a surprise. He would go to other Congress people and he'd whip out his phone and be showing them pictures of girls he had sex with.
No way. Really? Wow.
Yes, I was what the fuck? This is what you do this in Congress? Jesus Christ.
He just figures they have dirt on all of them. So he's yeah, look, this is the dirt they have on me.
No, but he was doing it to brag, not to incriminate himself.
Yeah, because he doesn't. Yeah. He's everyone knows. What's the point in hiding it if everyone knows the dirt?
If these are people you're paying for, what are you bragging about? Anyone could pay for sex. At least he didn't conquer. He's not conquer them the good old fashioned way with lies and alcohol and dinner, right?
Yeah, I guess it is a weird way to show off, right? Exactly. Look what I paid for. Yeah. Well, what's the difference if you?
I guess you're right.
People show off nice cars, right?
I was gonna say, go, hey, look at my nice car.
Yeah, exactly.
I just look at this nice woman I just bought or rented, I should say.
Look, the left is supposed to be in favor of this, right? This is female empowerment. Here's
the difference, Adam. You go around, you show people your car, you're look at this car I just bought. You don't say, look at this car I'm renting for the weekend.
You're right. You're right. What a fucker.
I know. There's no misogyny here, okay? Unlike Matt Gaetz. Me and Adam are not misogynist.
Yes, of course not. Look,
we never dream of objectifying women in such a fashion.
Beasley, are you joining in the dancing? Are you secretly bopping away there to Young Man by Village People?
Absolutely not. I think
you've got to laugh at it. Before I let you go, before you start, you have to laugh at the irony that the guy that everyone on the left calls the biggest bigot in America chose the #1 gay anthem as the one he would dance to on stage. Yeah. Come on, it's funny,
heartwarming. So,
I told my dad this recently, and he didn't know that song, the YMCA, was a gay anthem.
Oh my God.
I had to explain it to him. I'm yeah, you didn't know? They're meeting at the YMCA. What do you think they're meeting there for, Dad?
To play sports. What do you mean? That's what you do at the Y, right?
What kind of sports are you talking about?
I've been to the JCC, okay? I don't know about this YMCA.
The JCC, what is that?
That's the Jewish version of
is
the
it
YMCA.
really? Oh,
yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Interesting. Yeah. I think they're meeting there for hookups.
Here's what I wish some of you would engage with, which I haven't heard. After Biden won, the MAGA side at large, Trump himself, didn't accept it. I haven't heard you, Piers, say, wow, it's so impressive that whenever our side loses, even though a lot of MAGA folks are saying, if the left loses, they're never going to accept it. They're going to riot this time. It's going to be crazy. We actually accepted it.
Well, not only have I said that. Hang on, Luke. Hang on. Not only have I said that, I also said.
The point. Come on, hang on. Like 2 seconds.
You challenged me. I'm going to respond to that one point, which is actually, I said to Trump's face, I thought it was disgraceful he didn't accept the election result. All right, and I did say that the Democrats deserve credit for the peaceful transfer. So you're completely wrong about that.
No, that during better Piers times you did do that. But I'm talking about just a general understanding.
You mean when you agreed with me?
I wish the MAGA.
Is that you laughing? I can't.
Better.
Tell.
I like better Piers times. That's pretty funny.
This is exactly what you talked about. You said, after January 6th, everyone was like totally down on Trump. Piers was one of them. Piers was wagging the finger too. Everyone was. Mitch McConnell was fucking wagging the finger.
I know. Could you imagine how different it would have been if they actually had impeached him after that? They almost did. They were super close. Well, I mean, successfully. They were super close, supposedly.
Oh, the Senate didn't impeach him. The House impeached him. You're right.
Yeah, because apparently, if I recall the reporting at the time, they were actually very close to successfully impeaching him, but they didn't because they felt like he just wasn't going to run again, and they thought it would be like better.
They
for
should
the
have asked me.
Party.
I would have told him, of course he's going to run again. What the fuck are you thinking?
I know.
Would it have stopped him though if they would have impeached him?
He can't run again, like legally. I think.
Really? Wow.
I thought that was the whole point.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, so that's why they were trying to impeach him.
Right. Yeah, because it's like right at the end of the term, so it didn't matter.
Now this is comedy gold here. I don't know this Luke Beasley. I mean, he looks like he's 15 years old. Okay. now he's gonna start talking to us about who the adult in the room is. It's fucking hilarious.
I mean, listen. Don't listen. Be nice, okay? Don't age shame just because we're old men.
When a 15-year-old starts talking about who the adult is.
Yeah, but doesn't? Well, I mean, if they're right though, doesn't that just mean the other side should be embarrassed?
You can't look at Democrats and think that they're the adults. What the fuck are you talking about? Like
when it came,
the whole the whole argument in this video is about women's sports. Like they're willing to destroy women's sports for trans women. How are they the adults in the room?
Yeah, when it comes to obviously when it comes to the woke stuff, yes, the Democrats,
yes,
and the left are not at all the adults. But when it comes to accepting the election results and not trying to destroy everyone's faith in the elections because you're a sore loser and you have zero evidence of fraud, then obviously the Democrats are the adults in the room.
Okay.
Because they did not do that like Trump did.
Introspection and go, wow, it's not that the left is going, oh, we just love Trump now. It's that we're demonstrating to you what acting like an adult looks like and not lying about the election, not crying for years and years about it, and instead going, even though we still believe Trump has these fascistic tendencies.
It's just wagging his finger at Piers Morgan.
Literally, you're right, yeah.
Optically, it's crazy.
That's true.
I don't think he shaved yet.
Don't be mean.
We are the adults.
I still believe he's a threat to our democracy. I'm going to show you what caring about democracy looks at. That's what Biden has done.
Let me respond.
That's what Kamala Harris has done.
Let me respond.
Go for it.
When you say you're not crying about it, you might not be. But all I've seen in the last 2 weeks are people, women in particular, all over TikTok, screaming, cutting their hair off, saying they're never going to have sex with the Trump voter again. And now there's a mass exodus from X because Elon Musk owns it and he's next to Trump, from people like Bette Midler, Barbara Streisand, Don Lemon, you name it, off go the lefties. So I'm afraid there is a massive amount of toys out of the stroller going on. So, you can say all you like. Say all like what great losers you are. All I've seen is a lot of squealing and resigning from platforms because they lost.
Destroy.
No, that's a terrible argument. That's a terrible argument.
No, what are you talking about? He annihilated him.
No.
Well, first of all, from orbit.
No. First of all, the most important thing is, okay, Luke here is 21 to 22 years old, so.
Okay.
We've confirmed. Yeah.
Okay.
So don't be mean. Don't be mean to this adult man. All right.
All right.
Secondly, no, but it's a terrible point. You can't compare. And I think Luke even says this, and then it's funny because I'm pretty sure Pierce even agrees. It says, "Okay, I guess you're right." Is you can't really compare a bunch of like idiots on Twitter to the president's, coming out and trying to, say that the election was stolen. Like that's ridiculous.
Right. You want to throw it all onto Trump. You want to say but it's different. If it's just.
Well, no, I'm
If it's
saying there's a
just-
difference between the president of the country saying the election was stolen and a bunch of like idiots on Twitter who just
And a bunch of
go,
wokesters on TikTok.
yeah, who just leave Twitter or go to Blue Sky or whatever. It's like, okay, no one cares.
Right, but he did specifically said that we are the adults. I guess he's just talking about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
I guess you're right.
And him
He did
and
say
himself, right?
You're correct. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
correct. He used very broad language.
There are plenty of Democrats that are just not willing to accept the election results. And this is the thing. Both parties have some constituency that is not going to accept the election results.
That is
Obviously, if and this is a problem because Trump basically took advantage of those people by stepping up.
Well, he took advantage and then also increased it dramatically. So,
Right.
and then I think also just because of all the stuff with Trump, it kind of forced a lot of Democrats to accept the results without, raising a fuss because they don't want to be tarred with the same brush.
Right. Yeah. I often wonder if the whole Russiagate stuff never happened, if he wouldn't have done that with the 2020 election.
I mean, he was already saying, like, when he thought he was going to lose in 2016, he was already saying it was rigged. So I'm skeptical that it would have made any difference.
Right. And that's before Russiagate.
Yeah.
But I thought the Russiagate stuff started during the election.
It did, but was it like publicly known? I guess it was a slow
Yeah,
bit. It was like
of course
sort of,
it was.
but it was like not anywhere near as extensive.
They
as
spied on
others.
his campaign. He's still talking about it.
No, but I don't think people, if I'm, I don't know if I'm incorrect, someone in the chat, let me know. I think the whole them wiretapping, what was it, Carter Page wasn't known until after the election, wasn't it?
This is going to be a transformational presidency, though. I think we should stop talking about the 2020 election and January 6th and all that stuff. And we should think ahead. We should look forward. Just like Andrew Yang says. Just like the progressives are always talking about. Forward. Right?
Adam's like, listen, I know Hannibal Lecter may have killed and eaten many people, but we got to look forward.
And some of those people, I assume, were good people.
Exactly.
Come on. We're in transformational town now. We got to stop dwelling on the past.
Yes, like Buffalo Bill with putting the little moths in people's dead bodies. This is a transformational time.
Oh my God.
You're doing a huge disservice to your audience, putting on the same discussion, trying to overthrow an election, putting together fake electors to prevent the peaceful transfer of power.
Look, he didn't get the memo. We're going to stop talking about this stuff. Luke,
we are. Okay.
Trying to get local officials to find fraudulent votes that don't exist. You're putting that in the same category as people just being upset, like has happened every time people lose, always, in a way that's completely peaceful. And I've gone through this before on this show specifically, which is you have to look at people in positions of power to really get a sense of the significant responses we're seeing to certain things. So when you look at powerful Democrats, I told you before, Vice President Harris, Biden with character and integrity respected these results, whereas Trump, him being the person in a position of power, not some random person on TikTok, didn't do that.
I agree. Listen, you know what, Luke? I agree with you. I totally agree with you on that. So, just for what it's worth, I agree with you. Let me bring in...
It's just like, okay, I guess I was wrong. It is kind of funny that, like, you could be in these conversations, people are so resistant to agreement or change their mind. And like, you can just be like, oh, I agree with you. Move on. Completely never comes up again.
It's great. More
That's
people
funny.
should take that into consideration.
They should. You should try that in your own lives. When you're in an argument with someone, just agree at some point in the argument and then try to immediately move on and see what happens.
Well, he's the host. It makes it easier when you're the host. So
I guess that's true.
Emma, because I want to play a clip. This is of this big Nancy Mace row. She's obviously introduced a bill to bar transgender women from facilities on Capitol Hill. This is a week after the Republican-elect Sarah McBride made history by becoming the first openly transgender person elected to Congress. Let's take a look at the Nancy Mace explanation as to why she's doing this.
Now, does Piers know Emma's backstory? This does seem like the matador waving the red cape in front of the bull here. He's like, he immediately turns to trans issues as soon as he gets Emma Vigeland up.
Well, when you say backstory, what do you mean? You mean like our past comments on things like
No.
this?
Does Piers know the backstory on Emma Vigeland? Like, Emma Vigeland famously had that clip go viral where she's like, I don't give a fuck about trans sports. Fuck them.
Right.
Fuck all of them.
I'm assuming someone on the staff told him, which is why they,
Emma Vigeland is like, we need to get assaulted in the subway so property values can come down. We don't need gentrification. Like, she's insane. She's totally insane.
Yes, she is, sadly.
This effort in response to Congresswoman McBride's coming to Congress?
Yes, and absolutely, and then some. I'm not going to stand for a man, if someone with a penis is in the women's locker room, that's not okay. And I'm a victim of abuse myself. I'm a rape survivor. I have PTSD from the abuse I've suffered at the hands of a man. And I know how vulnerable women and girls are in private spaces. So I'm absolutely 100% going to stand in the way of any man who wants to be in a women's restroom, in our locker rooms, in our changing rooms. I will be there fighting you every step of the way.
Now, Emma, Sarah McBride replied by saying this is a blatant attempt from far right-wing extremists to distract from the fact they have no real solutions to what Americans are facing. To which I say, well, I'm not even vaguely right, and I think it's wrong that biological men who've become trans women should be in women's spaces.
You're not vaguely right, Piers?
No,
I just listened to a segment where you agreed with Glenn Beck, one of the furthest right commentators in the country repeatedly.
But rather
apparently something's happening on the left because Bill Maher and someone you saw on TikTok
I haven't finished yet. Let me ask you a question.
Being hysterical. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question.
This is like drives me crazy. If you agree with Glenn Beck on anything,
I know
you're right wing.
I know.
So fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
Yes.
If you agree with a right winger on anything, you're right wing.
And it's interesting that there is like this hyper fixation on like, okay, I have to categorize someone as right wing, which a lot of people on the left and specifically the far left, like they really want to do that. They really want to say you're just a right winger. When, I mean, she was just sitting on the panel. I don't know, maybe she was too busy, being mad. She didn't hear it. Like, Luke Beasley made a point and Pierce agreed with him and said, okay, I agree. And he totally conceded the argument. So you could be like, okay, let me try to go like on that route as opposed to this, like, let me say that you're the right winger.
She's doing the same exact thing she did on Tim Pool. She's like, I need to expose this guy as a right winger.
Right.
That's what I'm here for. I'm here to expose Piers Morgan. It's so short-sighted because I don't. When you want to go back on the show multiple times to kind of get your views out there, all of his videos get over 1 million views. It's like a huge platform.
They'll probably have her back on because her yelling and interrupting and it's pretty funny. I'm sure people liked watching her, just be unhinged on the show, which is unfortunate because on this specific issue, the Nancy Mace thing. I think Nancy Mace is completely in the wrong on this one. This is like the easiest layup for Emma to dunk on, and she totally fumbles it because she's Emma.
I know we've disagreed before on the same topic because obviously women feel differently about having transgender people in their bathrooms. So,
well, let me make my argument because Emma makes a bad argument. Here's my argument. Okay, so Nancy Mace is making this argument that there's a trans woman who was just elected to Congress, and she's making this argument that she doesn't want this trans woman to use the women's bathroom because she's afraid she's going to get raped or sexually assaulted or something. Okay. Which, first of all, I mean, it's pretty fucked up because you just based on nothing called someone a sexual predator, right? Like based on literally nothing, you just called them a sexual predator, which is kind of messed up. Yeah, we wouldn't stand for that if it was just a random woman calling a random man a sexual predator based on absolutely nothing. So that's the first thing. It's pretty messed up because when you're talking about like Congress people, like the whole point of like, oh, you being afraid in the bathroom, whatever. It's like there's a stranger that comes in, someone who hasn't been vetted. You don't know who this person is. It's a little bit different than like this is a sitting congressperson. Okay, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to draw the line somewhere. So
okay, but I think it's a little bit different if this is a sitting congressperson. Like if the president, is a trans person, you'd be like, oh, I can't let the president in there. They might molest me in the bathroom. It's like it's the fucking president. Like, go on.
Look,
I think it's ridiculous.
Women don't want to have biological males in their bathrooms. And if you're going to say, okay, well, we have a congresswoman can do it because she's a congresswoman, then I mean you've got to let everyone in, and
no,
that's the problem.
Well, number one, my position is bathroom is fine because you're, especially in the women's room, you're going in a little stall, no one's seeing anything, right? It's not like a locker room where you got people walking around naked or whatever. Which I'm more sympathetic to that than into the bathroom. You're not going to see anything. You're in a little fucking stall.
Yeah, get over it.
Get over it. But here's the what I think is more important part of this. Nancy Mace is lying about this because she's saying, oh, she's just so afraid because she suffered this horrific thing in the past. She's just so afraid that she's gonna have PTSD if she goes into the bathroom. Okay, she has a private bathroom in her office that she uses. She doesn't use the bathroom. Okay, so this is totally bullshit. It's like a total lie, like in the first place. She has a private bathroom, and the trans woman has a private bathroom too. So apparently all the Congress people, they have their own private bathrooms in their office. So this is all completely nonsensical talking point, number one. So the person would even use it. And then number two, she's obviously she's not afraid of this shit. She's made like, it was funny. It was so funny. I like checked her timeline, I forget the other day, and it was like, she's got like 300 fucking Twitter posts about this. And like 300 videos where all she's doing is like standing in front of like the woman's bathroom, like doing like 300 TikToks, like, this is the woman's bathroom. I'm like, okay, this is not a person who's afraid. Right. If you're afraid, you wouldn't be like talking about this 24/7 nonstop. And I don't know if you saw this. Nancy's even merchandising this. Okay. You can buy a t-shirt that's like, I think it says, oh my God, what did it say? It's like no women allowed or something, or not, from my hands or something. And it was like the woman's bathroom sign.
So is it just a bathroom situation, or do they have facilities where they have like a locker room with a hot tub, or they have tennis courts that they might shower after playing tennis? I mean, there's probably other.
First of all, I don't think
situations in just the bathroom, correct?
I think if there's a hot tub in the somewhere in Congress, I think that we should pour cement there and just get rid of it for everyone. I don't think they deserve a hot tub.
They don't have a congressional gym.
I don't think they deserve
possibly work out.
So. I don't know the answer.
Where
to that
they
question.
have a
She's
sauna,
only talked about
maybe a male and a female sauna.
They don't deserve a sauna either.
Okay, look, I'm certain there are other areas where this could become a problem.
I don't know. There could be. All she's talked about is the bathroom that I've seen, and all her million
right.
videos.
But the whole idea. This goes into women's locker rooms too, and obviously, they had the swimming team were forced to change in front of biological males inside the female locker room, which became uncomfortable for them. So. I mean, the whole point of this is you have to draw the line somewhere, which I understand. And I brought this up before. Women are more sensitive to the threat of rape than men are. So you're talking about a comfort level, and it's very easy for me as a man to say, oh, you get over it, right? Inside men's restrooms, like, who cares if a woman comes in, right? But women have a much different situation. So I'm sympathetic to what they want.
I don't see why it's not acceptable for women to just start accusing men randomly of seeing sexual predators. But for some reason, this is like, oh, this is fine. This is totally fine.
They even bring it up. It's not accusing them of being sexual.
They are 1,000% accusing them of being a sexual predator. if they weren't a sexual predator, then why would she be, quote, afraid of going in the bathroom that she's not going to go into?
She's saying that she doesn't want to have any men in the bathroom that could possibly be sexual predators.
You will agree that this is like 100% a publicity stunt.
It is her working politics. Yeah, totally.
Yes. She doesn't give a shit about this. She's not using
it doesn't change the fact that it's a issue that motivates people. It doesn't change the fact that there are plenty of women who are thrilled that she is making it a political statement because they don't want men or penises in their locker rooms either.
If it was just about
because it's a political stunt,
if it was about the locker room,
people.
If it was about the locker room, I'd have more sympathy. It's not. I've only seen her talk about the bathroom, and she could draw the line about this hypothetical locker room, if that was the issue, and say, "Oh, you could use the bathroom, but don't do it in changing rooms or something."
Yeah, but she doesn't want to open the door to the bathroom situation. The thing is,
you can't. But that doesn't make any sense.
They talk about it on the show here. Like any guy can put on a dress, any fucking pedo can put on a dress and go in. And
anyone could do that now. What the fuck?
Yeah, but not as soon as it becomes legal and they can say, "Oh, I'm transgender." Then what do you convict them for? What are they doing that's illegal? They're not doing anything illegal.
Well, wait a minute. So you're saying that some pervert, okay?
Yeah, some pervert
who's not trans is going to put on a dress.
Yes.
They're going to go in the women's bathroom.
Yes.
They're going to go into a stall. They're going to go to the bathroom. They're going to wash their hands and they're going to leave.
No, they're going to go try crazy shit with women.
Okay,
well, try to film them under the stall.
Well, then you said, what do you convict them of? Well, that's what you convict them of. What do you mean?
Oh, okay.
You can't wait. If I'm in the men's bathroom and there's some guy, gay or straight or bisexual, in the next stall trying to film me, what?
one
they're
more
gonna
thing.
go to jail for that too. What do you mean?
I completely disagree with you. I'm totally on Nancy Mace's side. I'm glad she's making it an issue. I'm glad she's speaking up for women who are maybe more timid and are not going to speak up for themselves. And just one more thing on this, because the people often bring up, wouldn't it be uncomfortable if the transgender lawmaker had to use the men's bathroom? Okay. If she is forced to use the men's bathroom, what is going to be the fallout of that? Is it going to be uncomfortable for the men?
No, I think it's
exactly
disgusting.
Right. They're gonna be like, welcome in, welcome into our bathroom. We'll have you.
No. I think it's disgusting that Nancy Mace is making this massive issue out of something that, number one, doesn't affect her personally because she has her own bathroom. Number two, she literally doesn't even give a shit about, and she's lying and utilizing her own trauma to make up this story about, oh, she has PTSD to go in this bathroom she's never going to fucking go into. Okay. For this woman who she's accusing implicitly of being a fucking sexual rapist. I think that's insane to me. That's totally batshit crazy.
That is not the accusation.
That is the accusation. She's like, I don't want to, there's a man who's going to come in here and they're going to commit, I'm going to be afraid they're going to commit some kind of sexual violence against me. That's the accusation.
She's not just targeting the congresswoman. She's targeting.
She never brought this up until this person won this election.
Well, maybe they've never had transgender people in the bathroom before.
No, they did, because this is the bathroom she's talking about is like the bathroom that like the random staff people use. And there's been tons of trans staff people who've been using all sorts of bathrooms in Congress for years and no one gave a shit. But as soon as a trans woman's elected for the first time, oh, God, it's an issue now.
I think the women are far more sensitive to threat. And if they're uncomfortable with transgender who have not transitioned, basically they still have all the male working parts. They don't want them in their bathroom. More power to them. I think this is, and Piers says something I've been saying for maybe a year now, maybe 2 years, that the whole transgender problem is that you're literally taking away the rights of women. Like your rights are coming at the cost of other people's rights that they fought for. And it's not going to work. It's not going to work because the women want their safe space. They want their private, sex segregated rooms and they're entitled to them. They're perfectly entitled to them.
Yeah, but the issue is that we all have to figure out where we're drawing the line. And that's why I said I'd be more, because obviously, you can't just be like, oh, well, my office is only women allowed because, I'm afraid that a man is going to rape me if he walks in my office. Right. So we understand there's some line that has to be drawn. That's why I was saying I'm more sympathetic to people drawing the line at the locker room where, people are going to be walking around naked than the bathroom where no one's going to see shit.
Well,
they're going to see their own shit, but they're not going to see anyone else's shit.
This is like classic identity politics because it really is about the dignity of the trans people, because there are always by law required, buildings are required to have some sort of handicap facilities, right? Mm-hmm. So they could use the handicap bathroom just fine, but no, they don't want to do that because that affects their dignity. That they're
but no, but
they don't want to be seen as a handicapped person.
But this is the opposite, because there were trans people using the trans women using the women's bathroom for years now, and no one cared, and it was never an issue until suddenly now she's making an issue to gain fundraising dollars, to gain publicity for herself, to attack this person who did nothing wrong that we know of.
Right. Well, I think the difference is when trans women were using the bathroom before, they were doing it illegally, and
they weren't doing it illegally. There were no rules that were saying that they couldn't do it.
Well, I'm not sure the legality around men entering public restrooms, women's public restrooms, but I'm sure there's probably laws against that. So if a trans woman is biologically a male and she enters a woman's public restroom, that's probably illegal. There's probably laws on the books against that, but people just never enforced it because they passed. It wasn't a big deal. Nobody made a stink about it. But now that people are making a stink about it because they want to change the law, they want to say, look, all bathrooms have to accommodate people who are biologically male and female. Then all of a sudden everyone's going to get up in arms. They're like, whoa, wait. That's the difference.
I don't know with other buildings. My understanding with the Capitol building is that, or at least the House building, is that the Speaker of the House, which is this kind of weird system, the Speaker of the House can change or denote the rules and uses of facilities. And so I believe Mike Johnson has now made some rule so that trans women can't use the women's bathroom. But before that, there was no rule. So no one was doing anything wrong if they were a trans woman in the women's bathroom. It wasn't against the rules of Congress or anything.
Right.
Because no one cared, and it was totally fine until Nancy Mace decided to attack this individual person who was completely innocent just so they could use them as a punching bag for their audience.
Look, why, if the trans woman has her own bathroom, what the fuck? Who cares? Why is this an issue? Nancy Mace can make her rule that no biological males are in the public restrooms, and let's just move on.
Because number one, it wrongly attacks any of the trans staff that's never had a problem, using the bathroom in Congress. But number two, this is the thing that bothered me when I saw this stuff, was that she's very obviously attacking this person's reputation who's done nothing.
Nobody took it that way.
I took it that way, and I don't think I'm the only person that took it that way.
I don't know. I completely disagree.
I mean, we had I don't know if you saw the video,
we can put a poll up. I'm sure it's
Nancy Mace puts up, she prints out a bunch of trans flags to put over the women's sign, and then she rips it down and films herself doing a video. To me, just the phoniness of it and the personal attack of it, just it's so gross to me.
Well, the fact that you find it gross,
I do find it.
It says it all.
Yes. This incident, 100%, Nancy Mace's behavior, 100% hits my moral intuition of disgust and revile. Of her I'm going to use this. I'm going to use some political opportunity to attack a completely innocent person.
Right.
Yeah, that should offend you too.
Well, I didn't see her attacking her specifically.
Well, what is this? Is she 100%?
She said, "Look, she said no penis is allowed." That's what I heard.
Okay. Yeah. Right. So she's attacking men. She's attacking men.
If you don't have a look, I don't want to go in the women's restroom. I'm assuming you don't want to go in the women's restroom
because women, they can't aim.
Well, I've heard the opposite. I've heard they got couches in there and a nail salon.
Oh, it's really? Okay.
Yeah, they got all kinds of shit going on in the women's bathroom. Yeah. You go in the men's room and it's like it looks like it hasn't been cleaned for 6 months, but I just
I don't when this has never been an issue until this one person joins Congress, I can't see how it's anything other than an attack on this individual.
It's never been an issue until the trans lobby made it an issue. Like I don't think if it weren't for the fact that all of this stuff is being pushed in everybody's face, she would be the first trans woman in Congress, and this wouldn't be an issue at all, because there would be nothing for Nancy Mace to make a big deal about.
This completely and this completely detracts. This hurts the entire movement, because there's a very good argument that I support that trans women should not be allowed to play in women's sports because they have, or generally, not always, but they on average would probably have a physical advantage over, cis women, right? Women that were born women and other things. And I don't support, obviously, giving kids hormones or doing any of the other shit. And the arguments in defense against this has always been, oh, you're just a bigot. And so then if you have someone like Nancy Mace, who's a big voice, who's in the Republican Party, who's making a big thing about this, and she just comes off looking like an unhinged, retarded bigot who's very clearly using this for just completely cynical purposes, all she's doing is giving ammunition to that side. They say, okay, well, we're not going to listen to you when you actually have a valid criticism, a valid concern. This is the same thing that we've complained about with when people attack Donald Trump wrongly.
Doing it for political gain, but being dishonest about it.
No, yeah, if you just attack Donald Trump for everything, then people will just tune out when you attack him for something that's actually justifiable.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. But this is the right. I just disagree with you. I think this is the right ground to fight on for the issue, the political issue. And this is involving bathrooms all over the United States, because obviously what plays out in Congress is going to play out in public schools, right?
I think that people could pass law. I think people will pass laws in schools in other states completely detached from this publicity stunt this person that Nancy Mace is using.
Right. Okay. I'm going to put a poll up. Is that cool on the is Nancy Mace calling the trans congresswoman?
I don't think it's going to be very effective. I think it's just going to be completely partisan lines about how people view whether they're in favor of the action or not. They're just going to say, well, if I'm in favor of it, of course it's not an attack on the individual. If I'm not in favor of it, of course it's an attack on the individual. Like, that's all it's going to tell you.
No, they'll be honest. Look here, I'll put scientific poll.
Oh, okay.
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 A scientific poll.
Of course.
Of course.
I literally don't understand how you can perceive it as not an attack on the individual.
Because she's not saying that the congresswoman is a sexual offender.
Yeah, but
she's saying that this situation invites sexual offenders into the woman's bathroom because it gives them legal cover. That's the argument that she's making. So how does she make that argument without you saying that she's targeting the congresswoman?
Well, first of all, number one, that's not even true statistically, so it's not even a good argument.
The statistics.
The thing that's what we have to use. That's factually not even a good argument.
The thing that is wrong about the statistics is
yes.
So look, statistically, it may be very rare that you will actually be sexually assaulted in a bathroom, but every single woman that knows that this is the case is going to be uncomfortable. And that's going to be like 100% of the time for a lot of women. Like, it's the same thing with the abortion thing, right? Statistically, a lot of women don't really need an abortion, but they like to know that it's there in case they are in a situation where they have an unplanned pregnancy. It's like, it gives them a sense of security. And I think people often downplay the importance of having a feeling of security in your life.
Yeah, but the problem is that if that affects someone else negatively, just because you have an emotional reaction based on something that's statistically, highly improbable, like that doesn't, You can't base society around that. Like lots of people would feel more
Yes, you can.
comfortable. No, you can't. Lots of people would
You
feel
can.
no. Well, I mean, you can, but I think it's fucking shitty. A lot of people would feel more comfortable. This is the argument the left always makes about gun control. Oh, I feel uncomfortable that people are walking around with guns. You say, well, you know, it's statistically unlikely you're going to get, you know, shot by a mass shooter in a Walmart or something. And they're like, oh, I don't care. It makes me feel uncomfortable. I don't like to see it. Right. And I'm like, well, okay, but so what? That's not just because it makes you feel uncomfortable, makes someone feel uncomfortable, doesn't mean that person doesn't have a right to have a gun. Or should morally have a gun.
I don't know that the gun situation is a good example because that is literally the argument that they're making, that they should feel safe in their public schools, and that's why we need to take everyone's guns away. So, and it is a political fight.
That's my point. It's the same argument. It's just for a different issue. They're saying we have to restrict someone's, you know, access to firearms because it makes me feel more comfortable. And you're saying we have to restrict, you know, trans women's access to the women's bathroom because it makes women feel more comfortable, even if statistically it doesn't really make sense.
No, the comfort that firearm owners have is more numerous. That's why they keep winning the argument. Just like the comfort of the women are going to win this argument because they're more numerous. Well, that's how democratic politics work.
Right, but that's okay. But that's, you're just talking about like how voting works. You're not really talking about how like the morality or logic of the argument functions, which is a different question entirely.
Well, I mean, you can cast it as, I mean, you're just basically moralizing it by casting it as immoral to not let trans people into the bathroom. They would say, look, it's immoral to let men in the bathroom. That's what they would say.
Wait, if we have a situation where you say, okay, like factually, you look at the facts and there's like, you know, there isn't any evidence that, you know, having trans women use the women's bathroom is going to increase, you know, some kind of assault or whatever, because any person could just walk in there and do the same thing anyway. And I don't believe there's been any, you know, evidence or statistics of crimes that have shown any of this stuff. So if that's the case, and then you say, well, it's not really about that, it's about women feeling comfortable in the space, that's when it becomes the moral question, because you're basically, you know, we as society have to basically say, well, whose feelings do we say, you know, trumps the others? Is it just the women that are in the space that say, oh, I don't want a trans woman in the bathroom, or the trans women who are denied access to that, and, you know, any men that would feel uncomfortable with a trans woman in the bathroom, you know, blah, 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 blah.
They're not denied access to bathrooms, okay? It's not like they have to pee on the corner.
No,
they literally have a handicap bathroom that they have access to.
I know, but not, yeah, but okay. If Adam, if you join some, okay,
it's weird.
No, it's not that weird. If you joined, so like let's say you start playing basketball, Adam, okay?
Uh-huh.
And you join the basketball team and you realize that you're the only white guy on the team.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as you join, all of a sudden they're like, wait a minute, we need to start establishing some rules to like separate Adam, or I'm sorry, not Adam, because that you're an individual. We need to have like a separate locker room for like white people and black people. And that's not your fault, Adam. I'm a black person who's been victim of racism. So, you know, I get very apprehensive around white people.
Race and gender they're not interchangeable. Obviously.
No, I'm not saying they are interchangeable.
We've had sex segregated spaces, and I would argue that black men and white men have far more in common than
they do. I'm only
women.
They do. I'm bringing this up in terms of you saying, or me saying that it was in terms of it targeting the individual person, and how like it never comes up until all of a sudden a white person joins. You're like, oh, you join, Adam. You're like, oh, well, obviously I'm the one being targeted here. So I'm saying this never comes up until this one trans congresswoman wins this election, and suddenly, oh, okay, now they're being targeted, even though Nancy Mace doesn't use the bathroom.
Yeah. I don't know. I will have to look into the locker room situation. So, but I think women want sex segregated spaces to remain sacred. So
well, they should suck it up.
Well, that's easy for you to say as like a guy.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do not identify, and I know you believe a lot in self-identity. I do not identify as conservative.
I don't know what that means.
Oh my God. I love that. I've been making this argument forever. Pierce is making all my arguments on this show, so it's great. Like he's saying, look, you respect people's identity as a progressive, right?
Right.
but for some reason you don't respect my identity. And Emma just immediately responds, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, she's being dishonest because obviously she understands. So.
Of course. Maybe she doesn't. I don't know.
Actually, I'm like Bill Maher. I'm just completely bemused by the woke left and how nuts you've all got, right? And I think this
Bill
election...
Maher's an old,
hang on, let me finish.
libertarian
I
who's
haven't asked you
bitter
a
at the
question
world.
yet.
I mean...
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Right? Here's my question. If I, as a man who identifies as a liberal, if I can see why it's so wrong for biological men who have now become trans women to be in women's spaces, to be in women's sport, to be everywhere in women's lives where they historically were not biological men supposed to be, why are you not as exercised by this as a woman? I don't get it.
Why?
You're all about women's rights.
First of all, absolutely. I host a sports podcast. I care deeply about sports, and I believe that anybody that identifies as a woman...
That's a lie, right? She doesn't.
Does she?
In her clip, she said, I don't give a fuck about sports. Now she's hosting a sports podcast. That seems like a outright lie. So
I didn't know if she memeing or something. Wait, hold on.
no, I think she's fucking memeing.
Oh my God. Wait a minute. She does.
No, she doesn't.
Is this like new? It is new. It's called the Emma Sports Viglin Network. What is this?
No way.
ESVN. It's on Apple Podcasts.
No way.
That's so weird because you're right. There's that clip of her saying like, I don't give a fuck about women's sports, you know? So it's so strange. Yeah.
So I guess so this podcast is about men's sports then, right? It must
yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, it looks kind of like
so look,
stuff.
she doesn't give a fuck about women's sports, but men's sports, she's all over.
Well, I mean, really, does anyone care about women's sports? Come on, let's be realistic here.
Women do.
Women should be able to participate in the sport as long as it abides by the particular bylines or guidelines.
You know it's wrong. You know it's unfair.
Said sports league, but actually we're talking here about Nancy Mace, who loves a camera in her face and loves attention wherever she can get it. You know, I find it pretty disgusting that she is basically implying that this trans lawmaker, just by being in her presence in the bathroom, may rape her. I do choose to speak up for women's rights. I believe that I do so on my program, The Majority Report, regularly. And I'm disgusted that Nancy Mace has decided essentially to support Donald Trump wholeheartedly, who has been found liable of sexual abuse in court, and multiple of his cabinet appointments, picks, including Pete Hegseth and Matt Gaetz, have been credibly accused of sexual assault themselves. So apparently it's triggering for her because someone's genitalia may be slightly different in the stall next to her.
When you say credibly accused,
but it doesn't matter to her that Trump has been found liable of sexual assault in court. Piers,
time out.
Piers, has Trump been found liable of sexual assault in court?
The adult in the room raising his hand.
Why is she? Yeah, I mean, this is a terrible. She bring up Trump? Like, what? What does that do with anything?
Little whataboutism, maybe.
Yes.
What about his sexual assaults? Was she be in the bathroom with Trump? Probably not. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Trump was found guilty in a civil action. He denied it, as you know.
And in case of
and the case of Gaetz and Pete Hegseth,
so the preponderance of evidence went in her direction.
Talking.
And she's been
all right. Keep talking.
What is a stereotype for yappy women?
I know it's not good. It's not good. So yeah.
Been accused by dozens of women. There you go.
Are you finished?
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
When we have a debate, the customary for the host leads it, and you respond to questions, okay? If I may be so bold. The point is that Hegseth and Gaetz have categorically denied any wrongdoing, and none has been proven against them. In Trump's case, it was a civil action, as you know, not a criminal action. The criminal case against him was shuffling paperwork over an alleged one-night stand with a porn star. So it's not quite how you categorized it. Deborah Lee, let me bring you in here.
Has this trans lawmaker been accused of rape? Has this trans lawmaker?
No, but actually, if you are a...
See, all this all rests on Nancy Mace making the accusation that she's some sort of sexual predator, which... I mean, I would have to see the clip where she's saying, oh, this woman's a sexual predator.
Well, but I mean, that's the entire argument is I feel uncomfortable if a trans woman who is a biological man is in my space because I fear sexual violence. That's the entire argument.
Yeah, but she's saying that to the category of men being welcomed into the woman's bathroom,
I
not
understand that,
this particular woman, man.
I understand, but you acknowledge that if that was always the case, that there could be trans women in the bathroom, and they've only now, Nancy Mace only now complained about this because this one trans woman suddenly won her race, that's obviously very pointed and implicit at them specifically, when this was never an issue before. They didn't care enough to even see if there were trans women using the bathroom before.
Right. Yeah, they probably assumed that there was no men in the bathroom. Like if you
Why would they
pass,
assume
it
that?
doesn't. Because they just assumed they would use the handicap, I guess.
Well, no, they
I
see,
don't know.
but this is why, again, it's bullshit, because Nancy doesn't use that bathroom. The trans person doesn't even use that, but they have their own bathrooms that they're using anyway. So this is why it's all just a publicity stunt.
There's got to be a locker room, though. There's got to be some situation.
Then just make
where-
it about the locker room, then, if that's the issue. But she's not. She's making it about she keeps pointing to
Mhm.
the bathroom.
Been accused of
Congresswoman,
rape?
if
And
you're a
wait,
congresswoman who
Because I'm like
survives
looking at her like timeline too, and like it's not like, and this is like part of the problem too. Nancy Mace is not like, listen, you know, trans people deserve respect, blah blah blah, but women deserve their own, respect in their own spaces, blah 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 too. That's not the tone or anything that she's saying. She's like, men in skirts don't belong in the bathroom. Okay, so she's just obviously being like massively like a huge asshole about the entire situation and just being massively disrespectful.
Right.
I mean, do you not care? Does that not matter to any part of the conversation?
Or being massively disrespectful.
To like, yeah, just like dehumanize and attack an entire group of people and this one congressperson just because of, that they're trans.
Yeah, I just I don't know how you have this fight without looking like you're massively disrespectful anyway. So
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you just get to be a huge piece of shit because you're like, well, someone's going to call me a piece of shit, so I might as well be a piece of shit. Like, that's not how it works. Like, even people all the time attack, you and I about, all sorts of things. And I'm not like, oh, well, I'm going to just, because people are going to attack me, I'm going to suddenly become like a horrible person now. Just because
Right.
I'm afraid people are going to attack me about it. That's ridiculous.
yeah, but we're special.
Okay.
Not everyone can be.
I don't think we're that special.
Not everyone can be
So,
as saintly as you and I. Okay, sometimes people they want to throw punches. I just I've seen very little respect on the trans activist side. So
yeah, but
I
this
don't
is,
know.
wait, but that's a dangerous, it's a very dangerous road. Okay. We can't say,
where no one's going to show anyone any respect.
yes, because it's like, well, yeah, I've seen very little respect from people on the left. I've seen very little respect from people on the right. I've seen very little respect from people of every category or group. We have to treat people as individuals. If this, let me actually look up the person's name, Sarah McBride, this is a trans person. If they were like going off being totally unhinged, at Nancy in the first place, like, okay, well, I guess Nancy's just, giving what, they got, right? But that's not what happened. It's just from like the word go. Nancy McBride's like, men in dresses, don't deserve here. McBride's a biological male. They don't get a say. Like just attacking this person from the word go, when they didn't have, I don't believe they had any interaction with Nancy Mace before any of this stuff.
Yeah, no, they're definitely caught in the crossfire here, which does suck for them. It really does.
Well, and also it completely destroys. It just makes that any concerns about anything translated just makes you seem like a huge fucking bigot, because you're like, oh, well, now you're associated with Nancy Mace, who just seems like a massive asshole.
Right. I don't know. Is she? Do people not like Nancy Mace?
I mean, I didn't really know anything about her before this.
Right. Maybe people will perceive her as someone who is willing to fight for them.
Well,
People
that's
who don't
obviously
want biological males in the women's spaces. They're going to look at Nancy Mace and they're going to think, I wonder if she's running for president in 2028.
I think it's very obvious to me that when you have all this conversation about how women keep trans women out of sports, and the trans prisoner ads, and these are all like, just hyper powerful, persuasive ads for the Donald Trump campaign, that Nancy, I guess intelligently but immorally, saw this as just, I got to jump on that train, right? I got to strike when the iron's hot.
What
and
makes
use
it
this as that
immoral?
opportunity? Because to me, it's I don't think she actually cares about the issue.
Because it's performative.
It just seems so performative. I don't.
But
think
if a lot of people do care about it, and obviously they do because they're responding to it, they're encouraging her. She's getting donations and feedback. Otherwise, she wouldn't continue to do it, right? Does it matter that it's just performative? If she's representing a constituency that really cares about this issue?
If people have an irrational fear of something that I think is irrational or stupid, then
I don't think it's an irrational fear at all. I think it's a very rational fear.
I do too. I don't see if there's no. I know that and I agree there's a difference between race and gender, but if there's no factual basis to it and it's just based on someone's internal mind processes, then it's literally the same justification as saying like, well, we can't have black people in a white space because it makes me feel uncomfortable.
Women are sexually assaulted in female-only spaces, though, every single day, right? It's just because it's not 50% or 90% of women doesn't mean it's an irrational thing to be afraid of.
Are they being assaulted by either trans women or men pretending to be trans women?
Probably men pretending to be trans women, but they can't tell the difference.
That's happening. That's not my. I've never seen someone produce statistics to show like, oh, well, in the state of in the big lefty state of Washington, when they let the trans women use the bathrooms, you could see sexual assault increased 10%. Like I've not seen that statistics. If something like that was happening, I'd say, oh, okay, well then maybe there's an argument there. This is why I'm saying, like, to me, I'm literally just using this based exactly on the facts of the case. That's why I said, listen, keep them out of the sports. That makes sense. They're talking about a fact here. Okay. And even the locker room, which is more, and that's not really a fact. It's just more of like, okay, I'm just a little bit more willing to bend on people not wanting to see other people's genitalia and stuff like that. But with the bathroom, it's no, like the headspace of the person using the bathroom, I don't think overrides the trans person. And I think that when you make that argument, it kind of leads down the pathway to all sorts of other bad arguments.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll decide this at the ballot box, like all democracies
Like all
do.
democracy, yeah.
Well, the thing is, there are two parties here, and both of their rights are at stake. So I just like, I don't know what to tell you, but the women are going to win because they have the numbers. So that's it. There you go.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to use my trans bathroom, so I'll be right back. But you keep the video going.
Okay.
Assault, you should be entitled to feel safe in the restroom.
The presence of a trans woman in the bathroom. Oh gosh, here in New York, there are a lot of multi-gender bathrooms, and I've gone to the bathroom next to a man. Oh my goodness, it was so fearful. What was I going to do
be quite
with the rest
fearful
of my life? I mean,
if I found you lurking next to me in a men's restroom, I'd feel fearful. Deborah Lee, let me bring you in here. I just think
that is a ridiculous accusation, Piers.
I didn't make an accusation. It was a statement of fact. I would feel fearful.
This clip completely shows how out of touch so many progressives are, because the situation is just odd. Like, you have Emma Vigeland coming into the men's bathroom, like she's washing her hands as you're there washing your hands. It's just such an odd situation. And the fact that Emma Vigeland can't recognize that this is just weird. Like, what is your desire for being in the men's bathroom?
Okay, I'm back. What is it? Do we get to the part where talking about Emma being in the bathroom? And
yes.
Creeped out about her. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it's just the fact that Emma Vigeland can't discern why this would be an odd situation, and takes it as Piers accusing her of being a sexual predator.
It's kind of like the whole interaction's stupid because Piers is obviously just being funny, and then she's like trying to like reverse Uno him being funny by taking it seriously, but then he just keeps trying to be funny, and so it just like comes into like this absurd argument that she loses because she just looks ridiculous. So
if a woman, it's just if Emma Vigeland is in the men's room, like you're at a movie theater and you see
Right.
Emma Vigeland,
I'd
come
be
out
very
of the stall.
confused. Yeah, I'd be like, what? Emma Vigeland?
Well, just you would think, I
Do you
mean,
need to
what's
hold
going
Sam
on
Cedar's
here?
dick while I pee? Like, what's going on? Are you getting
mean,
the
this
buckets
is-
for him?
in
What's
this-
happening?
In this day and age,
Yes.
it would be less uncomfortable because you just assume, oh, it's a trans woman. Like you just be like, oh yeah, she's just a trans woman using the men's bathroom. Yeah, no big deal.
Would you? I mean, that's
Before
what I'm saying. It's
all
weird
this
because, like,
trans stuff, you'd be like, oh, this is weird. What are you, some sort of sexual predator?
well, I feel like that's why, I was saying, and we've talked about this in the past. I feel like so much of it is on passing. Because if it's a trans woman that passes and they're in the woman's bathroom, 99.9% of the time, any woman walks by, they're not going to be like,
They're not going to notice.
whip out their
exactly.
they're not going to whip out their magnifying glass and become the trans investigator. They're not even going to notice. But if there's a passing trans woman in the men's room, if Blair White walks in the men's room, you're like, what the fuck is happening here? Like,
Women are super uncomfortable though with the man who doesn't pass coming into
Yes,
the women's
I agree with that,
bathroom.
yes,
And there are a
yeah,
lot
right.
of there's a lot of that. There's a
Right, that is
lot
true.
of really, I mean, I see this in Los Angeles all the time. Lots of trans women that do not pass, not remotely.
Right.
And I can't imagine. I mean, look, I hate to say it, but that would be terrifying if you're in the bathroom as a woman, a small woman, and there's like this giant fucking trans woman that doesn't pass at all. It's like Buffalo Bill. You're like, oh my God, what the fuck?
Okay,
How are you not terrified by that?
Here's the rule. I have the new rule here. Okay.
Mhm.
In front of the women's bathroom, there's going to be a very sassy gay man.
It's
And
going to
they're
tell
gonna-
you whether or not you pass.
He's going to tell you whether or not you pass or not.
Thou
Okay?
shall not pass.
Yes. And if you if the sassy gay, and he's going to be a very brutal sassy gay man. Like, this is a gay man who's like a professional drag queen on RuPaul, so they know what to look for. Okay. And they're going to judge. And if you pass, they're going to be like, okay, girl, you pass, you go through. But if not, you get banished to the men's room.
Yeah, see, this is why the law cannot be subjective like this. And this is why they just have to say, I mean, they should just say no penises in the ladies' room.
So if
That
you
should
have
just
bottom
be the rule.
surgery, then it's okay.
Yeah, I think if you have bottom
Mm.
surgery, I think the women are less afraid of that.
But
But I
what
don't
if you
know,
still
like, if
look
they're not
like a
passing.
man, though?
Yeah. Yeah, no. I guess, yeah, they got to do by chromosome then. It is.
We'll have the sassy gay man, but they're like a geneticist outside. doing DNA.
It is strange though, because I mean, you never used to see so many non-passing trans women in public. Now it's like they're everywhere.
Yes, because of
So,
this, all the trans.
Yeah.
What's the
yeah.
reverse of trans panic? Trans.
Praise, trans celebration. Yeah.
The trans contagion issue is now
So-
spiked. So,
So like when you talk about it never being an issue like 20 years ago, I
Mhm.
mean, it's more of an issue now because it really is.
well, obviously the numbers have increased dramatically.
Yeah, dramatically.
Yeah.
So, yeah, look, I don't think women are going to go for that. I think women are going to be like, all of these trans women that are obviously men, just code as men, act like men coming into our restrooms. It's just, it's not going to fly. It's definitely not going to fly.
Yeah, well, that's why I
and-
said have the sassy gay man out there,
Mm-hmm.
the sassy gay bouncer
Mm-hmm.
in front of the women's bathroom.
In front of every single bathroom, they're going to pay a bouncer.
Not just the women's bathroom,
Yeah, but like there's one at the movie theater, there's one at the Burger King.
I
every
thought you wanted to
bathroom.
create jobs. Adam.
Well, this is job creation.
Yeah, this is job creation we're talking
I don't
about.
know that there's only about 5% of the public is gay, and so that's like, and half of them are sassy gay men. So I don't know that
Okay.
there's enough gay men in America for this
Okay,
position.
we'll have a combination of sassy gay men, drag queens, and then also like really strict.
drag queens.
Yes.
Great.
Well, they know what to look for. But then you can also have like really strict, like, conservatives, right?
I
Who
hope
if they can't tell, then it's okay.
I really hope progressives choose to die on this hill. I hope this is this is their fight. I hope this is a civil rights movement of their time, because they're going to be relegated to the dark corners of congressional power.
Yeah, but see, this
if they
kind of
keep playing
shows
this
like,
game.
to me, it also shows kind of like the bullshittedness of the issue with, I look at Sarah McBride's timeline. I think she tweeted about this situation like twice since it like came up that I can see. And if you go on Nancy Mace's timeline, it's just like she has like hundreds of tweets about this, like nonstop. So that's why, to me, just it's so performatively obviously not real.
Is she's a congresswoman in Delaware? Joe Biden's home state?
Oh, that's a good question. What state? Yeah, Delaware. There it is.
Look at that. Okay. Delaware, second smallest state in the union.
Yeah.
I mean, we would have to dig into her campaign, but I'm curious if like if she was elected to trigger the conservatives
The
or not.
cons.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
So,
Yeah, I don't know. Nothing about her. Didn't even know there was a trans person running until she won, and someone said, trans person won for the first time. I said, oh, I don't care.
it is unfortunate that she's caught in the crossfire here, but
Yeah.
it could be useful if it's going to drive to some sort of resolution on this issue where trans people are just able to use their own bathrooms or whatever. So we can go back to sex segregated spaces.
So look, I haven't watched this clip. There's a 6-minute clip of her on Chris Hayes.
Bring it up.
And
we're at 27:25.
It was on Twitter. I can't put it in the watch together.
Okay, send it to me.
I'll send it to you. But let's see here. So let's see. Maybe we'll get a sense here.
Right. Now if she has a super deep voice, I'm not gonna say anything about it. Okay.
Just keep listening. The rule basically go to the woman's bathroom. She has to shut up, right? She just can't talk.
Oh my God. Oh great. She's on MSNBC.
Right. Well, no, I was going to point out, and we can watch the clip because I don't know what it says, but because in the little chyron it says Sarah McBride will be the first out trans member. But then the tweet says, in DC, I'll be uniformly focused on the issues that matter to most Delawareans, making life more affordable by passing paid family and medical leave, raising wages for workers, and making healthcare and childcare more accessible and affordable. That's what I ran this campaign promising to do. That's what I'll fight for no matter who's in the White House. So at least that's good. Shows that she's not running on seems like she's trying to do the whole I'm not going to run on identity politics, at least in this one tweet.
That's good, right?
Yeah, that's good.
This is a 5-minute clip, so just if you want to say something, start talking.
Well, I don't know if we can watch the whole thing without getting hit, but yeah, we'll watch a little bit of it.
Me now, the newly elected representative from Delaware.
Oh, sorry. Here, let's go. Ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Sarah McBride, great to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Congratulations. How I imagine what a strange election night it must have been for you.
It was an evening of a lot of mixed emotions, but I am so incredibly grateful to Delaware, the state that helped raise me and shape me into the person that I am, for giving me this opportunity to serve, and incredibly determined as I head down to D.C. to defend Delaware and defend our democracy.
Your state, obviously, it's a Democratic state, it's a blue state, but you have the at-large seat, right?
Yes.
So you're like a senator, you represent the whole state. And I got to imagine there's people with all sorts of different kinds of.
Now you realize, Sitch, this is Chris Hayes, right?
It's so boring. Yeah.
So we know what Chris Hayes is thinking right now, right?
He's thinking, can I get her number?
Exactly. Chris Hayes did this podcast with ContraPoints.
Oh my God.
was
Yes.
totally-
We covered it. It was
Yes,
so
yeah.
awkward. It was so awkward and weird.
He was like negging her the whole time.
Hardcore negging. Yes. It was so bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I think
Periodically throwing her under the bus and then asking her out.
Yes, it was also, I know, I mean, who knows if Kurt just pulls out of his ass. Kurt had made some claim that he heard from a guy as someone that, that Chris Hayes was a chaser.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. I believe I believe in Kurt. I do.
After listening to that after we heard that and then we listened to the ContraPoints thing, we're like,
It all
okay.
made
And
sense. Yeah.
Yeah. And then now you're like, oh, you're right. It was Well, here's a question: was Chris Hayes the first person to get Sarah McBride on? Because if he did, then I'll be like, okay, now maybe we're onto something here.
Look at the Chiron says 2024 bright spots.
That's his. Listen, that's his 2024 bright spot.
It is, right?
Politics.
Okay, let's go.
Across the political spectrum, all kinds of different views. What was your experience running that campaign?
Well, first off, I think this victory is a testament to Delawareans, that in our state of neighbors, we are fair-minded, that we judge candidates based on their ideas and not their identities. And I think voters across the state of Delaware, Democrats, independents, and Republicans alike, responded to our message of building a government that respects all of us across all of our different backgrounds, and of course across all of our different beliefs. And I think folks responded to the fact that during my time in the Delaware State Senate, I was really singularly focused on bringing down costs facing workers, their families, and retirees. I helped pass paid family and medical leave. I helped secure the largest investment in our state's Medicaid program since the Affordable Care Act passed. And I was able to do all of that with bipartisan support. And we put forward a positive, inclusive message during the course of this year-and-a-half-long campaign. And I think voters really responded to that.
I want to play, if we got like one of your campaign ads.
Look, I'm pausing. I haven't heard the campaign ad yet, but too many men in Southern California have long hair. So I'm not a gay man, but she doesn't pass in my book. So she just looks like a long haired dude.
Well, okay. So first of all, it's actually funny. I'm like really good for some reason at like looking at people and determining whether they're trans or cis.
Right.
Like we'll be sitting there and Sammy will just hold up a picture. They'll test me like randomly.
Wow, this is like a game you guys play.
I don't know why I have this skill. I don't know why I have this skill. But so yeah, I mean obviously I know this is a trans person. I mean we knew it was going into it. But I think they pass, in my opinion, they visually pass well enough to go to the women's bathroom. You know, they could work on their voice. I think their voice needs work. I agree with that. But
oh my god, so sad. All right, let's watch.
But putting all that aside, I mean, like on the message of what they were saying. I mean, look, they were saying, you know, anti-identity politics, colorblind stuff. So that's appreciated.
Yeah, look, I don't anticipate. I mean, she should just come out and say, that's fine. I don't want to use your bathroom. Why doesn't she just do that? Why doesn't she say, I respect my colleagues, and if they don't want me to use the women's restroom, I won't.
I think she said, I'm not interested in wasting my time on the stupid shit. I'm going to like do things that actually matter. I think that was her response.
Okay, good.
So
good. Look.
She said, I'm not here to fight about bathrooms. I'm here to fight for Delawareans and bring down cost-facing families.
Beautiful. Look, that's a win-win. Nancy Mace can raise money off of keeping men out of the women's bathroom, and she can say, I got better things to do.
Okay.
Perfect. It's a win-win.
Yeah, it might be, but that just confirms that Nancy Mace is the immoral actor in this equation.
It's just a different morality.
It's not even because I don't think it's not real. She's just doing it for the eyeballs. I think it's entirely cynical. I'm going to read her mind and say this is entirely performative, cynical, not an issue.
So the thing that would make it moral is if somebody who genuinely cared about the issue was fighting for it.
No, it wouldn't make it moral.
That would make it moral then.
It would make it like, well, we can have a conversation. Like maybe I'll understand your position, like the hypothetical person's position. Or if they're just like making it up, then I mean, we always agree if they're just making it up, it's automatically immoral.
I think definitely over 50% of women want sex segregated spaces to remain male anatomy free. So maybe more. Maybe it's 60%. Maybe it's 70%. I think there might be some people kind of hiding their true feelings on the topic too. So, you ready to go?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Folks get a sense, texture of the campaign. Take a listen.
In Washington, they talk, but in Delaware, Sarah delivers. Sarah McBride helped raise the minimum wage.
She got paid leave for workers.
She got Democrats and Republicans to work together.
We're all in for Sarah.
Carpenters, bus drivers,
Nurses.
Sheet metal workers.
Sarah sees us.
And she respects us.
That's a damn good.
Okay. Fine ad.
That man, that's focused in all the right places, I think, and it seemed to work.
It did, because it really reflected, one, the diverse coalition that we built across the state of Delaware during the course of this campaign, and it really focused on the issues that I was hearing from Delawareans across the state. I was not hearing about these anti-trans attacks. I was hearing about the cost of childcare, the cost of housing, the cost of health care.
It's funny. Politics is a lot more about listening than people realize. Like when you know, especially in a small state like the state that Joe Biden got his political start in, where you can actually talk to a shockingly high percentage
I don't want to get hit with something.
Yeah, let's go back to the other thing.
But look, just kind of totally normal person. Doesn't seem to be hitting the identity politics button.
Yes. She won with 57.9% of the vote.
Nice.
She beat John Whalen, who got 42% of the vote.
Mm-hmm.
He got about 200,000 votes, and she got 208. He got about 210,000. She got 287,000 votes. But obviously, Delaware is a small state, so.
Right. I'm trying to find some polling, because I'm actually curious. I don't know what the polling is for. I mean, it wouldn't really affect the, quote, morality of it, but I am curious as to what the polling is for people's thoughts on the bathroom situation, because I can only find one from 2019, and it was 54% supported allowing trans people to use the bathroom that aligns with their gender, but I feel like that was 2019, so I'm curious if they've gone up, gone down, you know, if that's changed at all. So,
what is this? Delaware? Does Delaware only have one congressperson because it's so small? It looks like that.
Okay, wait, I found one. This is from 2022. This is from Pew Research. It said 20% of Democrats that answered the poll believe that trans people should have to use the bathroom they were assigned. I'm sorry, the bathroom that matches their sex. 20% of Democrats said they should have to use a bathroom matching their sex. And 67% of Republicans said that trans people should have to use the bathroom that matches their sex.
So that's 87%.
Well, no, because that would mean 80% of Democrats are in favor of trans people using the bathroom that aligns with their gender, and 23% of Republicans.
Right.
So it actually would be more that were in favor of them using the bathroom that aligns with their gender.
Feel on.
Ready to go?
Yeah, hit it up.
Delaware only has one congressperson.
Oh, you mean one House rep? Because
Yeah.
it's so small?
They have 2 senators and one
well,
congress.
I mean, everyone got 2 senators.
I know. It's crazy. They should only get one, though. They should at least.
Oh, really? That you want to take away the senator thing?
Yeah, sure.
Comfortable?
Okay.
Why would you
If
feel
you were
uncomfortable?
lurking around me in a men's urinal, damn right I'd feel uncomfortable.
Lurking? Who's lurking?
First of all,
Well, what
I don't want anyone that says urinal to be allowed into my bathroom. Okay, that's my rule. Keep the Brits out.
Look, if she doesn't, this is such a weird exchange because she totally doesn't get it. It's just the fact that you looking like you being in the men's bathroom does make you a fucking lurker.
Wait a minute. I mean, I don't think I don't think that's what she's not getting. I think it's just that he's just taking the piss out of her. She's trying to have it like a serious conversation.
She's like lurking. Hell yeah,
Yes.
you're in the men's bathroom, bitch. Of course
Well,
you're
also,
lurking.
It's funny because he says lurking, and she stupidly walks into that framing, because if anyone's lurking in a bathroom, it doesn't matter what gender they are. You're gonna be like, oh, why is there a person lurking in the bathroom? That's very bizarre.
If Emma Vigeland is in the men's bathroom,
Yes.
that it itself is lurking.
Yes. No, but
So-
yeah, you're correct. Right.
Yes.
But I'm saying just even accepting the lurking. Like if you walk into the bathroom and there's a guy there who looks like they're lurking, right? You're like, what? Why is there a person like they're not doing their business? They're just kind of like hanging out. And you're like, what is this person doing? Like immediately just like
Any
you're
guy,
super sus.
so look, any guy in the women's bathroom is lurking, even if he's just doing his business.
Oh,
That's lurking.
That's not what lurking means. That's not what the lurking means.
It's what it is, though.
No.
As soon as you're in a space that you don't belong, you're a lurker.
Oh, okay.
What else would you be doing
Is
there?
this lawmaker lurking?
What else would you be doing there?
Going to the restroom.
I don't want you going to my restroom. Stick in your own restroom. For my safety, never mind yours.
Okay, but a
Look, why the fuck are you in the men's room? Go to the ladies' room, you fucking weirdo. Get the fuck out of here. When she's like, look, I need to make a point here. I need to go into the men's restroom.
Would a man be lurking? Would a biological man, is he lurking next
that's
to
the
you?
whole point.
Why is there something inherently perverted about going to the bathroom? You right-wingers, and yes, I'm including you in this with this classical liberal BS, are so bad faith. It's incredible. You are linking sexual abuse and sexual assault to trans people inherently, and that is a bigoted
No, I want trans people to have. I want them to have.
Look, every single conservative on the panel and the liberal, Piers Morgan.
Well, obviously, no, people are not going to say, yes, you're right, I'm being a bigot. Obviously, they're not going to say that. What do you mean? Like, that defeats the argument.
They aren't. Nobody's linking them, though. Nobody's linking them.
Well, I don't think.
Look,
I don't
there
think
are
Pierce
people.
I don't think Pierce is, but Nancy Mace was 100%.
There are people on Twitter that will tell you every transgender person is a sexual predator. Like they do it. It's a fetish. There are people that will do that.
Yes.
But not everybody who wants women's spaces to be protected thinks of it that way.
Correct. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
So it's funny that Emma Vigeland is accusing him of being bad faith when that's the bad faith position. The bad faith position is to say, oh, if you don't want trans people in women's spaces, then you're saying that they're all pedophiles or sexual predators. Nobody's saying that.
Yeah, well, I don't know if she meant in terms of, I don't know when she said bad faith because I went to the bathroom, so I missed the beginning of the exchange. I don't know if she meant like just because she's like trying to hit him as like a right winger or something, which is stupid. You could maybe say he's being bad faith in terms of that she was trying to posit some actual argument and he made it into a joke, and now it's like stuck into he's like in the joke frame and she's like in the serious frame, and so she's like stuck in. She's done a really like crappy job trying to explain her position because it's Emma Vigeland.
It's weird because she's making the argument, look, I'm just in the men's bathroom because I have to go to the bathroom when there's like a fucking ladies' room right next door. What the fuck are you talking about, you dummy? You dummy? It's like, no, I just decided it's a day that we just use whatever bathroom we want.
Yeah.
No.
What's wrong with that?
People are not gonna. You're immediately lurking as soon as you're in the wrong bathroom.
Fairness and equality like the rest of us, just not where it erodes women's rights. For Deborah Lee, you've been listening to this patiently.
But separate
All
but
right,
equal.
Emma,
Separate but
we're
equal.
And then she tries to tie it into.
I know she's gonna. I know.
Which is a dumb fucking argument.
It's
a
not
total
a dumb
fucking
argument.
dumb argument.
It's not a dumb argument.
The separate but equal argument?
No.
Separate but equal has never been applied as a counter argument to sex segregated spaces. Never.
Because no, because it was not an issue of like, there was not some issue of saying, oh, keeping men feel like they have a right to be in the women's bathroom. That was never the issue.
Yeah. Yes.
So that's why it never came up before.
Right.
It's only come up with the trans conversation. That's what I'm saying. If you have some like data, that'd be like, oh, okay, like allowing trans women in the women's bathroom actually does do something. Then it's like, okay, well then that's fine. That's a completely legitimate argument. Like the trans women in sports, like we have data, that we know exactly what's going on. If it's just existing in the headspace of other people, then it does fall prey to the separate but equal thing, because it's like, well, I mean,
but
it's just in your headspace.
the logic of separate but equal. The Supreme Court decided that you couldn't have a school system that was equal that was separate, because obviously there would be some sort of discrepancy between the two, and the only way
separating it is discriminatory on its
in itself,
it makes
right?
it
Exactly.
in itself. Right?
So if you
yeah.
take that logic to its rational end with sex segregated spaces, then any man should be able to use any ladies' room, and any lady should be able to use any men's room.
Yeah,
that's where that leads. So
if
is that the argument that she's making? I can go
No.
use the ladies' room. You can go use the ladies'
if you
room.
made it about sex segregated spaces, correct. If you're just trying to make it about trans women specifically, then no.
So then shut the fuck up about your separate but equal bullshit.
Well, she's just making
Shut
it about the trans
fuck
stuff.
up.
She's not making it about all.
But this
sex
is why
gender
this is
stuff.
a terrible argument. Because look, if you want to make that argument that any man can go into any fucking ladies' room, then make that argument. But don't do the fucking separate but equal halfway nonsense. It's bullshit. It's total bullshit. You agree with me, right?
I don't agree with you. I already said why.
Because
If
it's only
if-
limited to trans people?
If you're talking about, if someone says, I don't want to let trans women into women's sports because they have some advantage that we can look at scientifically, you go, okay, that's fine. If you say, I don't want to let trans women into the women's bathroom, and there's zero evidence that this would make women, suffer sex crimes or something to any amount, okay, it has no impact whatsoever on the statistics or the data or anything like that, actual safety. And the only thing is, it's in their mind, in the mental space. Some women just don't like it. They feel uncomfortable about it. Then that's where I'm saying it becomes separate but equal, because it's the same justification for saying, oh, I don't want black people in my space. Because then it's just like, well, the white person has something in their mind that makes them uncomfortable around black people, even if statistically there's nothing going on there. There's nothing.
So
happening.
men and women's bathrooms are inherently discriminatory.
Well, it is, but in a way that most people agree with, obviously.
Okay. So then they are equal then. They are separate and equal.
Well, it's not really. I wouldn't, not in the context of just like a cis man. Like, no, because they don't, like most men don't want to go in the women's bathroom unless they want to go in there for nefarious reasons. That's the difference.
If
a
you're going to
cis
use
man
the
does not want to go
separate-
into the women's bathroom except for nefarious purposes, generally.
the separate but equal argument abolished segregated schools, race
Yes.
segregated schools. Why isn't the separate but equal argument now abolishing sex segregated spaces? Why doesn't it make men and women's bathrooms illegal?
Because men and women are not complaining about it. That's why they don't care. They're you can have discriminatory spaces if both parties are in favor of it or fine with it.
Okay. So then they are separate and equal.
The bathrooms. Well, I mean, I don't know. You were saying the women had nicer bathrooms, so maybe we need to revisit this issue.
They are. They are
Maybe
definitely
we need to
not.
revisit. Maybe maybe the women have hoodwinked us men this whole time. We've never realized it.
They are discriminatory. They
Yeah.
definitely are, but in a way that people agree with. So,
Right.
but this whole.
But again, it's not about. I think you can make a distinction between trans women and men.
The
I do think
only
you can make that
reason,
distinction.
she's bringing this up, the only
Mm-hmm.
reason she's bringing up the separate but equal argument is to give a flavor of racism to Piers Morgan's argument. It's so
Well,
funny that she is the
to
one
make-
accusing him of being bad faith
Mhm.
when she is 1000% being bad faith
Well,
about this. That's the
okay.
only reason to bring up separate but equal is
First
to
of
say,
all-
look, the racists were in favor of separate but equal, and so are you big fucking bigot.
Well, first of all, Emma's not a very smart person, so I don't know
Yes.
what her. You're probably correct in terms
Yes,
of
and
her
look-
reason for doing this, right? But as I said, you can bring that up and say your logic, the person's logic, is the same, and it is the same. It is the same logic.
Yes, but if you follow that logic to its logical conclusion, we need to abandon sex segregated spaces.
Well, no. Because we can. This is okay. You know how like the trans activists would be like trans women are women. They're trying to like destroy the categorical difference between trans women and women. Right?
Yes.
The reason they are doing that is because they want to subvert the argument that you're making. They would say, well, if trans women are categorically women, then I automatically win.
We
or
can
the
keep
hypothet-
sex segregated spaces,
Right,
and
yeah,
they're
the
still
trans-
entitled to use them. Yes.
Right. The trans
I agree.
activist automatically wins all arguments categorically because they've kind of subverted the category. Right.
Yes.
But
I
so,
agree.
right, which I don't agree with that. But I do think we should and can say, okay, well, we can make a category, say trans women are trans women and men, meaning cis men, are men. And I think we can make a categorical distinction between those two groups of people. So I don't think you can just say, well, if we allow trans women into the women's bathroom, then vis-a-vis ergo had procto, that automatically means that men are all going to be able to go into the women's bathroom.
Well, this is the argument that the conservatives are making. They're saying, look, it's you might say Nancy Mace is not making this argument because she's an asshole, but some more sympathetic conservatives or centrist liberals might say, look, I'm sympathetic to trans women needing to use the women's restroom. They feel more comfortable as long as they can pass. It's really not going to affect anyone. But this does open the opportunity for sexual predators to pretend that they're trans and to have access to women's spaces so that they can get their rocks off. And in order to avoid that tenuous situation, we just have to say, no, we can't really allow this. Like, that's the argument that they're making.
Well, that's the argument some people are making. I don't know if everyone's making that argument. But as I said, if that was the case, if that was actually happening, then I would agree with that argument. But that's not actually happening. I don't believe anyone's ever shown that's actually
no sexual predators are pretending to be trans to gain access to women's spaces. That's not happening.
Happened to somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's got to reach a certain, what is the point when all of a sudden you say, okay, well, this is a problem?
That's a good question. I don't know. If there was I would say even if there was a 5% uptick in sexual assaults in the women's bathroom because trans women or men pretending to be trans women were somehow using that as cover, then yeah, it's okay. Then we need to stop that.
Okay. Well, that's good.
I don't even understand. I'd be in favor of stopping at that at 5%, but let's just throw out a number. But I just don't even understand why. Like if a guy wanted to peep on women, I just feel like they could just do this anyway.
Well, I already explained because the legality of it.
No, you're not allowed to peep on women. No, but you're not allowed to peep on people in the bathroom, regardless of whether you're trans or not.
You're not allowed to be in women's segregated spaces. I understand, but it's not like a man.
No, but it's not like there's a cop at the door that's making sure you're of the correct sex before you walk in. It would just be a pervert could put on a wig and some makeup and do enough to reasonably pass if they walk by quickly so people don't look. They go hide in the fucking women's bathroom stall. They just try to spy on people or something.
The legality is important. They bring up the Wii Spa situation here in Los Angeles. I don't know if you remember that event.
Well, that's a different. I agree with that. That was
okay. Okay.
That person was obviously some kind of
right, but they went to the people who own the spa, and the people who own the spa said, "Look, we're legally not allowed to kick him out because he says he's trans." Okay.
Right.
So what do? This is why the legality is important.
But see that you're correct. And but in terms of that's because what it should just be is okay, well, they should have the right to kick someone out if they're doing something that's if the people that, run the place or own the place
look at it,
degenerate or perverted or whatever. Just
at Wii Spa,
out of here.
It was a naked guy, fully intact, waving his junk around in the women's spa.
No, but I'm saying think about it this way. If there's there's a bunch of women in the women's locker room. Okay. None of them trans, they're all cis women. Some woman comes in and she just starts fucking masturbating in front of everyone. Right. I would be like, what the fuck? You can't do that. We're a locker room. What the fuck are you doing? Get out of here. Right. I would hope that legally that they should be able to throw the person out there for being fucking disgusting. So you can't just fucking do that in public. And it should be the same thing with the person's flashing their dick at everyone. Get the fuck out of here. It's not a question of you being trans. You're obviously doing something for your bizarre sexual gratification. Get the fuck out.
This is the problem with the whole situation because there are laws obviously against public indecency. And if some woman goes in and starts jacking off in the ladies' room in front of everyone, she'd probably get hit with a public indecency.
Yes.
But some guy can go waving his junk around the Wii Spa and they can't even call the police. They're like, oh, no, that's discrimination.
Because the law has been written really shittily and overly woke because it's California. Yes.
Or the law just needs to be simpler where they just say, look, no men waving their junk around in the fucking women's spa.
Well, okay, again, if you can prevent the woman from masturbating in the bathroom, so I think you could do it with the trans person too. So,
oh my God, the hypothetical woman masturbating in the look, and if it's LA, half
there's a
the
bunch of
women are
perverted
probably
women out there,
lesbians
Adam,
anyway.
okay?
They're probably into it. So
What if it's like with little girls shit, like their parents are like, what the fuck is this
well,
woman
that was
doing, Mom?
going on at the Wii Spot. There was
I
two.
know, that's why I used it as an example.
Yeah. It's Nancy Mace is doing this because people are listening. People want what she is selling, and you can be as offended as you want about how disingenuous she is, but she's like a politician. They're all basically like, I'm going to sell the ideas you believe in.
Well, no, the difference is that you're giving her some level of charity, like massive level of charity, I guess. Because
No, I'm not. Look, she could be completely disingenuous. I don't know Nancy.
Well, no, but
Mace.
you keep saying that she's selling it like as like this issue that people believe in. I'm saying she's doing it purely for her own purpose, her own status. It's not about like helping anyone besides herself.
Yes, but it is. Look, this is the thing.
Oh,
this
that's all
is
I'm
how
saying.
democracy works. Like these people's, the people, what the people desire is aligned with the elites. So she can be as disingenuous as she wants, but as long as she's representing actual people, she'll continue to win elections.
I don't disagree with that, obviously.
Yeah.
All people on the
I would
panel.
like to respond to this.
Deborah, your response.
Hey!
As somebody who grew up as an athlete, I would have been terrified if there was a man in my sports, in my leagues, playing against me. My own brother, who's 2 years older than me, anytime we would play basketball against each other, he would knock me down. And you say that you speak up for women's rights, but have you heard about the case in Virginia where a man put on a skirt, even though he went with male pronouns, and went into the bathroom and sexually assaulted a 15-year-old girl, and now the parents are suing the school because they tried covering it up. You want to protect women? We're not saying that every single trans person has violent tendencies, but it's
so weird that they brought up that incident, which that person wasn't even trans nor even pretending to be trans. Because remember, we looked into it. That was the incident where there was like
wasn't the person non-binary though?
I don't. Well, they might have been. It was weird. It was like a person. No, I think it was a guy. It was really bizarre. It was a guy who identified as a guy, but he's wearing like a skirt or something, and he went in the bathroom with his girlfriend.
Yeah, they had consensual sex. That's
and they
the part
had
she's leaving out. Yeah.
Right. They had some kind of consensual sex act. And then I believe, if I remember the story correctly, this was like years ago. He wanted to do anal or something. And
oh my God.
She did not want, like after performing whatever, I don't remember what the specific sex, they performed some consensual sex act. He wanted another sex act. She didn't. He went through with it anyway. So like this has obviously nothing to do with trans bathroom stuff.
Right. So it was just it was sexual assault after that.
Yes, it was sexual assault, right? But it had nothing to do with any of this trans stuff. So I don't, it's just because the guy was wearing a skirt or something for some reason. I don't know what you Zoomer kids are doing, but.
Well, no, he did it so he could gain access to the women's restroom so he could fuck his girlfriend.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Look, maybe
we should just make it so.
Maybe that's how he's gaming the system there.
Maybe we should just make it so men can't go in the women's restroom and just deal with the whole issue, right?
There it is. All the boys are gonna try to sneak in to bang their girlfriends. So that's you would have done
that. I definitely would have done that. Are you kidding me?
Right.
Opening this up that any single person, if there's no checks on this, any man can put on a skirt, say, I'm a woman, and go into the bathroom, and it's paving the way to make it easier for predators to attack women. And I don't know why you're so offended that women want to be able to use the bathroom without men in their presence. That is something that is totally normal and fair to ask.
I just find it amazing. Honestly, I find it amazing that on the left, if we talk about...
See, like, Emma should know, like, why didn't she look into that story? Like, we looked into it, like, years ago when it came out, just because we were just curious as to what the fuck was going on with it.
Yeah,
come on, Emma,
totally.
Do your job. Be a better advocate, Emma. What are you doing here? Come on.
I don't know the statistics on this stuff anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I do know from reading David Buss's book about women and the fear of sexual assault, how it completely motivates a lot of their behavior. So
yeah, but David Buss is like isn't he a cuck who turned on the red pill, so he's a bad person? I can't like him anymore.
According to the red pill people, but obviously I don't subscribe to the red pill.
I'm red pill now, Adam. I don't know if you know this.
The red pill.
I've become red pill.
Manosphere.
I'm part of the manosphere now. I've changed. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I support the women who want to get the men out of their spaces. So.
No. You gotta support the manosphere.
If we talk about abortion, all hell breaks loose. Women should be protected. Women must feel safe. Women must have rights. Women should have autonomy over their bodies. And yet,
so here's the real argument. Okay, let me give you the real argument. I'm gonna do you a service, Adam. Okay, I'm gonna give you the best argument about this issue, right? And it wasn't actually me.
Skeptical,
I guess,
but let's hear it.
I'm gonna credit the source. I didn't come up with this argument. Sammy came up with this argument.
Sammy G.
Okay, because we were listening to this in the car. This clip.
Famous degenerate artist for the Sitch and Adam show came up with this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she kind of threw it out there. I kind of fixed it up. Okay, it was a team effort. All right.
All right.
Remember, not that long ago, there was this whole conversation. Okay, about whether women would feel safer in the forest between a man and a bear.
I do, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so why, if they want to do something, you apply that to this argument. You know, would you prefer a man in the bathroom or a bear in the bathroom?
In the bathroom?
Yeah.
Well, the bear circumvents the problem with that argument or meme or whatever. Because in the bathroom, you're like, okay, we're in close quarters. All of a sudden, you're like, I feel safer with the man,
right? Yeah,
than the bear.
So, yeah.
But in the argument, a lot of people just were like, a bear at a distance versus a man.
I don't know.
At a
I'd say
distance.
I think you could do something with that meme. There's definitely a strong argument there. So, but the argument the argument that preceded that we were talking about is, I think the feminists have also done themselves a great disservice, because it was really the feminists who were pushing this idea that like all the men are these evil, horrible rapists. So it's kind of like being actualized through the trans woman argument in a way that they obviously did not expect.
I mean, I suspect any man that wants access to female-only spaces is like a rapist or sexual pervert.
Of course. Yeah, why would they not?
I think probably most men that want access to women-only spaces are fucking perverts. Yeah.
Yeah, but I agree with that. But but wait, when you say men, are you including trans women into that category? Because obviously they have a different motivation.
Well, this is the problem, because this is a huge problem with the situation, because you know intuitively that 100% of men that want access to ladies' restrooms are fucking degenerates.
Yes.
Fucking pervert degenerates that you should separate yourself from as quickly as possible.
Bearing aside,
right?
Obviously making the asterisk for like, if you're a dad with your daughter and, to make sure they're okay in the bathroom. Like obviously putting any like weird situation like that.
Send your wife in there.
Well, if you're a single father, I don't know. Like, right. Like just someone's going to leave some comment like, oh, use
the handicap, use the diaper,
the handicap has got shit all in the blood in the walls. Okay. It's just, I'm just saying someone's going to bring up like some situation that's not what we're talking about. So.
No dad is trying to get in the women's bathroom with their daughter. Okay. Chances are, if they are, he's a fucking degenerate. Okay.
Fair enough.
But this is the problem. You're like, okay, there's a set here of 100%, and then you're throwing but there's this trans women, and they are biologically males, but they're complete. They have no harmful intentions. They're just innocent. I admit they're getting caught in the crossfire, definitely, but it is what it is.
When it comes to sport, you're quite happy for biological males, or let's put it this way.
You know what?
Put it this way. But hang on. You've got to let me finish a question.
I think it's a little different than women bleeding out in parking lots because they can't get their health care.
Emma,
these yappy women.
I know,
oh my God!
But it's like you can't even understand like what she's saying, what she's arguing about, and she looks like such a bad advocate for her position.
Yeah, she's a yappy woman.
Yeah.
She is the stereotype of a yappy woman.
Is anyone who's watching this that doesn't know, like, if you're some Emma Vigeland fan, like, yeah, okay, maybe you'll be like, oh, yeah, boost. But if you're not Emma Vigeland fan, you don't know anything about her, and you just saw this, you'd be like, what is this? Like, who is this obnoxious woman? Like, even if you were super left wing, you'd probably be like, well, this is terrible.
Really
because
are
of
not
their-
familiar with how these things work.
No, Piers.
You have to
Piers,
let me ask
should
a
Yao
question.
Ming have been banned from the NBA because he's too tall?
No.
I mean, we've got to like make it be fair in competition.
I tell
Yao
you what's
Ming,
not
he
fair.
towered over these
When
other
you have
players.
when you
Shaquille
have a
O'Neal's little bit
boxer in the
heavier.
Women's Olympics boxing winning a gold medal who has male chromosomes
Amani
and who
Khalif.
beat up one of his
Okay,
opponents.
based on a Russian,
Beats up one of his opponents,
that
her
has
opponents,
been
whatever you
widely
want to call
discredited,
this boxer.
That is what they determine.
Please stop talking when I'm talking. It's so boring for everyone watching. They can't hear us if you do that, right?
Love that he says that. I love that he says that because it's like the total mask slip. It's like, that's right. This is supposed to be entertaining.
This is a show, okay? I don't get fucking hear.
Yeah.
Oh, God, Emma.
No, when he says boring, it's so boring. It's so
Yeah.
boring. Why are you so boring? I like that you're yelling. Just don't yell at the same time as me.
Well, that's why I don't know if you saw it. It was really funny. Did you see that? You know, because we watched Jank making fun of Alan Lichtman.
Oh,
the
it was
other day.
great. Yeah.
Yeah, and Alan Lichtman made a response video to being on Pierce, not to us, but to Pierce Morgan, and he was criticizing Pierce Morgan for like not protecting him from Jank and being like, being
What the whole? This is the whole point of the show. What the fuck?
That's what I said. I was like, what the fuck did Alan Lichtman not know who Pierce Morgan is? What do you think he was? What do you think this is? That's what he wants. He wants there to be yelling and insults and everything. What the fuck is he, a retard? He's
He
all like,
wants-
oh, he should have protected me. Blah, 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 blah.
They wants the jangling keys.
Yes.
What do you
that's
think he was
gold.
signing up for? Look, this is an
Yes.
MSNBC where they protect you.
I know. It's so funny.
That's hilarious.
This is your whole
Emma-
shtick. I mean, you've been
God's
doing
sake.
debates about the genocide in Gaza.
Am I going to have to
the entire
mute you?
time
Because
on
honestly,
both
everyone
sides.
is sick of this now. Just please conduct yourself properly in a debate. Otherwise, we get nowhere. Right? Let me bring in Emma.
I don't think I've ever heard him threaten to mute someone before. That's
No,
crazy.
this is the first time, obviously.
Yes.
And Emma's so happy. She's so proud of herself. Look, you can't contain me.
Well, it's like she's just happy, I
I'm
guess.
a woman. Hear me roar.
Like she's just happy that she's like, aha, I trolled him. I was like, okay, he look like a huge asshole. I don't know if there's anything to be happy about.
Yeah, everyone else just looks sickened.
Yeah. I'm like Luke Beasley's like, oh, why do I have to be on this person's side?
I know, it's terrible. Why can't you just shut up?
Let me bring in Amala. You've been waiting patiently. What do you think of this?
Yeah, I mean, I just have a question. How many more anecdotes do you need of women and young girls being assaulted due to these laws and regulations for you to actually care about it? I've heard many stories. I'm in Los Angeles.
Until
Here
you give
in
me a
Wiesbaden, Los
statistic.
Angeles, we had a grown man here in Wiesbaden, Los Angeles. We had a grown man actually go into the women's locker room at a spa, expose themselves to all the women there, all of the young girls there. In Loudoun County, Virginia, you had a young girl who was raped in her school bathroom, a place where she is meant to feel safe, by a
Loudoun County was the
same
where
one.
the
The other person was talking about. They just don't know the stories enough to realize that.
right, yeah.
Yes. The other thing that that's the one you're talking about, right?
Yeah. Well,
That's
it's
bossing.
look, the parents have every right to be upset that statutory rape is taking place in the bathroom.
Oh well, yeah,
at
that's
their
yeah,
school.
obvious,
Yeah.
obviously. And then
Right.
that situation was even crazier because it wasn't just that; it was that the school was trying to cover it up.
Of course, yeah.
So, which is, and then they tried to get get the father arrested or something. They're like, "You're being
Yeah, because he
unruly."
showed up at a school meeting.
Yeah, that was
to complain
completely
about it.
insane, right? So
Yeah. If their bathrooms were segregated, I don't know that would happen.
well, their bathrooms are segregated. I mean,
Right.
what do you mean?
Well, it wasn't the whole idea of him wearing a dress like a subterfuge to get into the women's bathroom.
I mean, I don't know if when we looked up the story, like whenever it came out,
Mhm.
there was I don't remember reading anyone give any motivation for why they're wearing a skirt.
They said the kid said he was non-binary. That was the thing.
Okay, well, but is
Yeah.
that so? That could have been real, or it could have been that it was a subterfuge. I don't believe that has ever been adjudicated.
Right. Yeah.
So.
a trans-identifying student in the state of New Jersey. In their prison system, they allowed trans-identifying women to go ahead and move over to the women's facility. That ended up with 2 pregnant inmates. Be it consensual or non-consensual, it does not matter. These situations are 100% avoidable. And we are in no way characterizing all trans women as being predatory in nature by any means. It is
You hear that, Sitch?
Okay. Well, as long
She
as she
comes out
sounded
and
like
says
she
it
said it, so
directly.
that means it's not, that means it's
Yeah,
okay.
of course.
Of course.
I'm not saying all trans people are predators either, obviously. I'm not even saying most of them are, or some of them are.
Yeah, to be clear,
Mhm.
I think there's a difference between, even with that accusation, with like a general someone just saying like, oh, I want a ban in a state for trans women to use the women's bathroom, versus Nancy makes it very specifically like, in this one building that I work, because this one trans person worked here, I want a new rule that doesn't let them use the women's bathroom. Like, to me, that just seems so much more targeted.
Right.
Say that you are opening a door that needs to remain closed, and our comfort does matter. Our safety does matter.
And by the way, Amala, by the way,
We agree that
by the way,
we
hang
should-
on,
we should
Emma, I'll come
we
back to
agree.
you. Emma, I'll come back to you. But also fairness.
Please. Please,
Oh my
Emma.
God.
Please. Emma, please.
Emma, just like, be cool. Come on.
Chill.
Matters too. So the United
Absolutely.
Nations 2 weeks ago had a report that said just under 900 medals have been won by trans athletes in women's sport, thus depriving biological actual women from winning medals because they are literally not as strong, not as powerful, do not have the endurance of the trans women athletes because they have male physiology. How can that be right?
Absolutely.
900 medals.
So Piers.
Yes.
How
Explain
about,
to me.
First of all,
Why don't you
there's
care?
First of all, why don't I care about that? One is the fact that this should be determined.
See, wait, he must have someone fed him that line of her saying that she doesn't care. That's why he asked very specifically like that. Why
Right.
don't you care?
900. How many medals are they giving out? Jeez, 900 went to trans people? I didn't know there was
Well, I
that many
think I'm
trans
assuming it
people in
means
the
like
Olympics.
globally or something.
Hmm.
Let's see. What's this
That's
article?
some crazy shit.
Female athletes lost nearly, or was it just in the Olympics? Let me see. Maybe the article says female athletes lost nearly 900 medals to transgender competitors. UN report. Oh no, okay. It says over 600 female athletes across 29 sports have lost medals, sparking ongoing debates on gender inclusivity in sports. So okay, that's why it's so high, because it's including all, I guess, as many as they can find.
Yeah.
So. But that's good, because there's always the people that say like, "Oh, this doesn't happen. It's not a big deal." And you're like, "Well, look, we have data. Literally,
Yeah,
someone
900.
compiled." Well, I mean, I don't know if this is a real. Assuming the study is correct, I don't. They said the UN is citing it for some reason. But
Yeah, the UN. Hmm.
I mean, the UN.
They're probably
you can
lying.
take it or leave it, whether you trust the UN or not in their studies. So,
First of
I
all,
guess we should double check the numbers.
Uh-oh, here she comes again.
Okay.
Coming back for more.
Why don't I care about that? One is the fact that this should be determined by those specific bodies. It's not at the top of my priority list. I
Some
care
are
about
male,
the fact that
some
the
are
majority of
female.
Americans
That's
are
why
running
we
paycheck to
separated in
paycheck,
the
that women are
Olympics.
bleeding out in parking lots, that trans youth are committing suicide at extremely high rates because of this exact kind of rhetoric.
We should just give all the medals to trans people so that the
Yeah.
trans people don't commit suicide.
Well, I mean, that's a retarded argument. Like, the trans people are going to commit suicide if you don't let them, participate in female sports. Like, what?
Yeah.
It's
What if they
ridiculous.
want to sexually assault you? They're going to kill themselves.
There you go. Well,
You
I mean,
should just
listen,
let 'em.
I would assume Emma is not in favor of, what was it? What
Mhm.
was the straw man of Jordan Peterson, the state mandated girlfriend?
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
You have to
How many-
marry. You have to marry them, otherwise they're
Yes.
gonna kill themselves.
Enforced monogamy, right?
There you go.
Yeah, I don't think Emma would be in favor of, the state mandating girlfriends for lonely men who are suicide risks.
Oh, you're right. She'd be like, "Oh, fuck them. They can kill themselves."
Yeah, exactly. She's not going to care about them. So.
Sad.
Where you otherwise
This
because
kind
of
of
the gender
rhetoric.
identity of their choice.
What, you mean
where
standing
if
up for
trans
women's
care was
rights?
available to all of these kids, if trans care was available to these kids, they would develop in the exact same way where none of this would even matter. And so back to what was being said before about these assaults on other people. Back to what was being said before about assaults on.
So yeah, what she said, which that one person caught, was that she was saying if you essentially gave them puberty blockers,
Yeah.
then they wouldn't. But you know what's interesting? Okay, if she's saying if you gave them puberty blockers, then it wouldn't be an issue because then they wouldn't go through puberty. So then this wouldn't be an issue. Isn't that her acknowledging that if they do go through puberty, then it is unfair?
That it is an issue. Yeah, I guess
Right.
it is.
Interesting.
Inadvertently, she undermined her entire
She
argument.
did. Yeah. Whoops. Well, I guess she didn't because she said she didn't care.
She has
She said
more
fuck the
higher
ladies. So,
priorities.
right.
She's like anyone who threatens to kill themselves, unless of course you're a male who's lonely.
Yeah.
And she doesn't give a fuck. She only cares if people are going to kill themselves and there's some marginalized group.
Well, I mean, men voted for Trump, so why would we care about that?
Yeah.
On these people. I think they should be prosecuted, and definitely I'm completely against the idea that we should let someone slide just based on their identity if they assault somebody, which is why I'm sure everybody on this panel that is obsessed with this issue has been talking repeatedly over and over again about the rape in male prisons by male prisoners repeatedly against their same
Well, that's wrong
biological
too.
gender.
That's
in
wrong
fact,
too.
it happens.
Yes,
So,
it is.
right. So how many?
But
how
you know
many
what you
news
don't,
cycles
you know
have
what you
dedicated
never
to
hear,
that very
Emma,
topic?
Emma. You know
How
what
many
you
news
never
cycles
hear.
have you dedicated to that
never
topic,
hear.
Piers?
You never
No,
hear.
not about this from
Emma. You never hear.
It's a bad argument when people bring this up because it's like, well, the
I
reason it's
know.
not being discussed is because no one's like, well, not no one, but 99% of people are not defending it. People are not like, oh yes, I defend that male prisoners should be raped in prison. Like that's why it's not being discussed on the Piers Morgan show because everyone agrees it's a horrible thing.
It's so hilarious because she's the one that's obsessed with it. Don't try to say everyone else is obsessed with it. If you just dropped it, it wouldn't be a fucking issue.
Mhm.
Ban women or ban trans women from men's or
You don't even know. You've
Oops.
lost it. You completely lost
I'm
it.
like the gender parallels here. Who is
Yes.
it?
Trans women
ban
from
trans
women's
women from
sports.
women's sports and be
Yes.
done with it. Just
There
forget
you go.
about it. It's over. Look, you don't even care about the issue. Who
Mhm.
is the one obsessed with it? Like if you can't just say, okay, ban them and we're done, then you are the one that's obsessed with it,
Right.
which she obviously is. So,
Well, she said that.
and she
didn't
wants to
care.
lurk in the bathroom.
She wants to lurk in the bathrooms. Yeah.
She wants to lurk in the men's bathroom. I think Tim Pool might have been right about Emma Vigeland. she does act weird around bathrooms.
Hear about a trans man having an unfair advantage in male sport. Why is that? How come we never hear about that?
There are trans men that
ever,
have, because
you know
because
why?
you amplify
You know
the
why?
story,
Because they don't
it's
win.
A moral panic.
They don't
just
win
like it was
because
with
they
gay
have
people being
inferior
predators in
physiology.
school, just like it was about how
No,
seductive.
we don't hear about it because it's not an
people who
issue
are
because they
LGBTQ
can't
are.
win.
No,
Let me bring in. All right, let me bring in
because
Luke.
these are issues that are titillating to white.
She's not even paying attention.
What did she say? Is titillating to white people? It's titillating to white
Yeah.
people. That's weird. It's a weird way to phrase it.
This is when did this become the strategy? Just deny that it's happening and just make everyone else seem like they're obsessed with it.
Once it became clear that I think the public was souring on trans issues, that was the only option, is to say no one cares about it except for you. Because they know, because before it would be like, oh, I'm going to attack you, right? I'm going to say that you're a bad
Yeah, it's
person
their
or a
fucking
bigot.
pet issue.
Right. If you don't accept it. But once that argument fails, I guess then they become the whole, whoa, no one cares about it. Why are you bringing it up, bro?
They would go around to everyone on Twitter and be like, why don't you have pronouns in your bio? What do you
in your
hate
bio.
fucking trans people? What are you
Right.
fucking doing?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they literally are the bully squad. You want trans people to kill themselves, AOC? Put pronouns in your bio, okay?
Liberals and or
Titillating.
white
How
conservative
weird you
leaning
would
women
say
in the
titillating.
suburbs. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, what's ridiculous is that you.
For you, it clearly is.
Wait. What'd she say?
All right, let me bring in
Because
Luke.
these are issues that are titillating to white liberals and or
Titillating.
white
How weird you
conservative-leaning
would
women
say
in the
titillating.
suburbs. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
It's titillating to white women and conservatives in the suburbs. That is a very weird way of saying that and framing that.
Right.
Okay.
Well,
Titillating.
it is. I mean, it's motivating to them. They're like, look, we don't want any weirdos in our fucking bathroom.
Right, but when she says titillating, it's, she's implying that they're like conservatives are like sexually getting off on arguing about this or something.
This
Like,
is
what?
this is like a very old meme with the progressives. They'd say anyone who is against who appears to be homophobic is like
Right, is
a
secretly
closeted
gay.
gay
I see.
person.
Yeah, right,
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Yeah.
So this is just all of these arguments are just modified from there. She even goes she does the same thing with gay normalizing homosexuality, which is completely different than transgenderism, but they still
Right.
they still treat it as if it's the same argument.
What's ridiculous is that
For you, it clearly is. You're not focusing on the more systemic rape issue in our prisons and in our
You haven't asked me about that.
our facilities
You
in this
haven't asked me
country.
about that.
But I just did. Why haven't you been talking about male rape and male
I think it's
prisons, which is
terrible.
way
Shameful.
more
All right,
likely
let me
to
jump in
occur
here, Piers.
than a
Yeah, Luke,
trans.
jump in.
Then dedicate more segments to it. Then dedicate more segments to it.
I'll
I
take
do
your
think-
advice on what segments we should be doing. We are the fastest growing YouTube channel in the world, so we're probably getting it about right. Luke.
Ooh, snap.
No,
Look at that.
I love that he does that. He just totally backhanded her.
Look at that.
He's like, hey, your boring fucking show complaining about Trump 24/7. Trump and Tim Pool.
Yes. Ooh,
Maybe you guys are
smackdown.
getting something wrong.
Right.
It's so weird because why doesn't Emma Vigeland do these kinds of things on their own channel? Like, she's such a lolcow. She should just line conservatives up and debate them on Majority Report. It'd be
What
10
they
times
wanna-
better content.
Like you're right, but if it's just like this, it's just her screeching at people. I mean,
Yeah, I guess it would have to
Yeah.
get some sort of reasonable moderator in there,
Yeah.
right? To rein her in.
I get,
The
yeah, her and
yappy.
Sam, like Jesus Christ,
The yappy.
the yappiness.
Yeah. Yappy is like the perfect word for Emma Vigeland.
Yeah, she's like a little yappy dog.
Okay, yeah. So I do think with all these things, even the Lake and Riley case as an example, we always want to be understand the gravity and the pain of the individual stories that we're talking about that connect to larger issues.
Speaking of gravity, Adam, did you know that Wicked just came out? We're gonna watch it, right? We're gonna watch the musical Wicked, right? Because you want to review it, right? Right?
I hate you. Why would I want to do that?
I kind of want to like just
Did it
force
really?
you to watch the movie. I just want to subject you to this thing. I know
Oh
you
my
hate.
God, it looks so fucking painful too. And then the main actress came out and was such a narcissist about that fan edit of the poster.
How dare you cover my eyes
Why?
in this fan edit of a poster?
You can't even tell it's me, the famous actress that everyone loves.
I emote entirely through my eyes. You've stolen them from me.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
So she's already attacking fans. Why don't they just give them a course? They don't need a course in DEI. They need a course in how to human with normal people, right? Just don't attack the fans. Jeez.
Well, when like Twitter first became popular, there was like this effect where it kind of disillusioned, I think, the entire America of realizing that celebrities and famous people are all stupid.
Yes,
'Cause,
totally.
like, you know, before you never saw like Mark Hamill or Stephen King's tweets about their normal political thoughts. And you're like, oh, I like Stephen King's books. I like Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker, right? I like him as the Joker. You know, he's a good actor. And then you get to see like the political takes and you're like, oh, these people are just like dumb normies.
Yeah. Look, a lot of actors, we're fooled into believing that they're intelligent because we're seeing them in these movies saying all these intelligent things, figuring out the mystery before any of us do. Because they got the fucking script. They read the script.
Right, right.
Yeah. But they're not. It is kind of, just to be an actor, you kind of have to be fearless and not really worried about looking bad.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got to wear your feelings on your sleeve.
Right.
So, and I do think it's just such a different makeup, and it's not paired with intelligence. Like, as intelligence rises, you start thinking, oh, I don't want to make a fool of myself, right?
True. Well, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I never thought of it like that. Maybe. Because obviously, like we've talked about how intelligence, you know, people use their intelligence to post hoc rationalize whatever they want anyway. So
Sure,
you
yeah.
can be very smart and still come to very stupid conclusions.
So look, I'm going to end the poll. I'm actually surprised. It's 35% yes, 65% no. Scientific poll: is Nancy Mace calling the trans congresswoman a sexual predator?
There
So
you go.
35% of you think she is, and 65% think she's not. So done.
But then also include the broader context, which is.
Oh yeah, and I do want to compliment Luke on this, because he does say a good thing here. He's like, look, we can talk about these issues and still feel empathy for the people who are affected by them, right?
Yeah.
The congresswoman who can't use the bathroom or the locker room because
Mhm.
you know, she's caught in the crossfire. Like Lincoln Riley is the woman I think that got murdered by the illegal immigrant.
Right.
Is that with this bathroom issue, you don't see in the data increase in assaults with trans people in the bathroom they identify with, but you do see when they're forced to go into the bathroom they don't identify with or that's aligned with the biological sex they were born as. And
This to me does not remotely matter, because they're not keeping statistics on just cringe interactions in the bathroom. And I think that is probably, those are a lot more prevalent than anybody's willing to
Right, but when you
admit.
say like, if it's just cringe, like then do a completely different consideration. When people argue it, they're usually arguing some kind of criminal activity, not really
Yeah, of
arguing
course.
cringe. So,
But look, people want to avoid cringe interactions in the bathroom, so
well, okay, but I don't know if we should
Yeah.
legislate based on
we
cringe.
should. We should make cringe interactions in the bathroom.
Well, that's why you
should
have the
be
sassy
illegal.
gay man. Okay, he's gonna stop all the cringe
No.
interactions.
No, that will put a cringe interaction before you even enter the bathroom. So,
Oh, okay.
an increase in assaults on the trans person. So that's important to remember. And I don't think we need to merge every single issue, because I think, as Emma referenced,
it's like, so the trans woman goes into the men's bathroom and immediately gets assaulted. So isn't Luke basically saying all men are sexual predators? Isn't that what he's
There you
saying?
go. That's exactly what he's
Well, I
saying.
mean, that's if that's the argument that you were making about the congresswoman.
but
Well, I think
as a lot of
it's
people,
funny if you listen to what he just said. He's like trying to like disentangle like the argument from Emma's argument. He's like trying to disentangle the bathrooms from the
Oh, I
sports
know.
thing.
Yeah.
He's like, Emma, like, God, you're fucking retarded. Like, stop it. Stop being an out. Like, remember when we watch it on stream? It was the panel where who was it? Brianna Wu was on it, and there it was was it Brian Tyler Cohn? Is that his name?
Yeah.
BTC or something?
Oh yeah, we did watch it.
Yeah, and there was the
And
question about
Brana
should men
Wu
and
threw
women
everyone under the bus.
right, should men and women wrestle? And then Brian said, like, well, I used to wrestle and we would have co-ed wrestling. And then Brianna starts screaming, no,
I wrestled women all the time.
stop trying to like ruin like trans issues. Like I could hear Brianna screaming about this issue. Like, no, Emma, stop.
Oh, of course.
an increase in assaults on the trans person. So that's important to remember. And I don't think we need to merge every single issue, because I think, as Emma referenced, but as a lot of people acknowledge, while we don't understand what the fixation is necessarily or why this is used to distract from all these other more consequential issues, I don't think.
Dude, I want to slap everyone who says that. Like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Right.
Luke, fuck you. Okay.
Well,
this is your issue. If that's your stance, shut the fuck up about it. Okay. You shut the fuck up about it. Right? Let Nancy Mace say whatever she wants. Let her write whatever law she wants, okay? And you shut the fuck up about it. Okay?
Well, if it comes to like broad legislation, then I agree. But when it comes to Nancy Mace's own, like the thing she's doing right now with complaining about it in Congress, this is just her doing it for her. This is
a response, though, to progressives. It's 1,000% a response to progressives. It's a response to the Luke Beasleys of the world, okay?
This is not a situation. Look, this is not a situation where that trans woman wins the election. She's like, I'm going to go walk into the woman's bathroom. And she takes like a selfie in the front of the, the woman's bathroom or something, like in front of the sign, like, fuck you, Republicans, I'm walking. Like, that's not what happened at all. She wins the election, hasn't said anything. No one's even having a conversation. And Nancy Mace is like, ooh, this is going to be a good way for me to make a bunch of money and get a bunch of eyeballs the way that the Trump ads did.
If it would make absolutely no sense her doing any of that if the last 4 years of every action of the progressives never happened.
Well, obviously.
Yes, so they started it. They fucking started it. They started it. They were the ones hectoring people to put pronouns in their bios, okay? So just shut the fuck up with you're obsessed with this issue. You started it, okay?
Yeah, as I said, I don't think you can say
conservatives
quote,
are going to finish it.
Wait, okay. I don't think you can say, I don't think a person can say, quote, you're obsessed with this issue, and the you're being like anyone on the right. I agree, you shouldn't say that. But I think it's 100% fair to say Nancy Mace is just doing this for bullshit reasons.
No, Nancy Mace is doing this because you've been hectoring people for 4 years, and now they're sick of it. And Nancy Mace is. It does. Look, Nancy. Okay, in your mind, it doesn't justify what Nancy Mace is doing personally.
Yes,
but Nancy Mace is catering to an audience that progressives have cultivated. Okay, that audience does not exist if the people like Luke Beasley and Emma Vigeland shut their fucking mouths for the last 5 years. Okay, and then they want to come around and say, "Oh my God, what happened? Why is everybody so obnoxious about this issue?" Because you have been obnoxious about the issue for the last 5 years, and they're finally sick of it. They're finally sick of it. Everyone is giving you the big fat middle finger. And Nancy Mace is realizing, oh my God, look, all these people are sick of this shit. And I can do a bunch of fundraising off it.
Right.
If I come up and be the champion for these people who are like fed up. So look, you can say it. It's more than within your right to say, look, Nancy Mace is an opportunist who doesn't really care about this issue. She's only bringing it up because, she wants to capitalize on it. That's fine. That's fine. But you have to look at it as a bottom-up process, and that bottom-up process exists. These people are there to be catered to because of the Luke Beasleys of the world, because the Emma Vigelands of the world. They brought this on themselves. So it's the height of hypocrisy for him to say, oh my God, like I didn't do anything. Yes, you did. This is your issue. Look, and if you're just going to say, oh, I don't care about this issue, then shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. All of you. Fucking stop going on these panels and just stop talking. Stop being a yippy yappy dog.
But then we want most content.
Yeah, but look, it's so insane.
We need the content, Adam. Come on, don't tell them not to show up on the panel.
They come off as idiots. Fucking idiots.
Right.
Like you did this. You did this. Look in the mirror. No, don't look in the mirror. Keep hectoring people. Keep abusing people. Keep acting holier than thou. Keep moralizing. Keep telling people, oh, you're morally beneath me because I don't give a fuck about women's sports. Like it's ridiculous. Keep doing that, okay? Donald Trump will pick up seats in the midterm if you keep this up. Sitch. If Donald, obviously, presidents always lose seats in the midterms, right? That's like a thing.
I think so, yeah, generally, yeah.
Okay, but if Donald Trump picks up seats in the midterm, will you say FDR? Will you start saying Lincoln?
Well, it depends what he's doing. It doesn't really depend if he's picking up seats or not.
What do you mean?
You could pick up seats, and if you're doing a shit job as president,
look.
What do you mean?
If he picks up seats, doesn't that imply he is doing a good job? I mean,
not necessarily. Why would?
Well, I mean, why would someone pick up seats if they're doing a bad job?
People, we've talked about this. People are very good at like sensing if things are going in a good direction or bad direction, and they're not good at figuring out like why a good or bad thing is occurring. And
right, but if
they just rely on their old, views essentially.
If he picks up seats, though, they would be intuiting that things are going in a better direction.
Yeah, they would be intuiting that. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that they are, or that they're going in a direction, or that they're going in a direction that, like, it could be going, like, people say, like, oh, the first 2 years of the presidency's, like, economic, like, the economy under the first 2 years of the presidency is really from the last president.
Mm-hmm.
So like we could have a situation where like the economy sucks for 2 years, and then the Republicans will say, "Oh, blame Biden, blame Biden. It's not Trump's fault." Or if the economy does really well in the next few years, they're gonna say, "Oh, Trump fixed the economy. He's a big fucking genius," right?
Right. So it could be completely. They could be two completely separate issues.
Right. And that's
could
what
be
and
nothing.
that's what everyone. I
He
mean,
could
it's
just
all
luck
Republicans, all Democrats. They always do this game when they get the presidency.
So if he lucks out and picks up seats, you're not going to say, "Oh, well, this is obviously."
I'm not gonna say that's evidence that he's
of FDR type situation.
Yes, I'm not. That is not evidence that he's magically become the great unifier.
Look, I see a lot of super chats rolling in. Maybe we should read a couple super chats.
Okay.
Do you want to? You want me to read one?
Want to keep going through this this video?
Yeah,
we're almost done, aren't we?
What do you mean? No way. We're not even close to done.
No, I mean no, because don't they end? Don't they just talk about like nonsense?
No, it goes all the way to the end.
Oh, okay.
They talk about this shit all the way through.
Let me pull up the supers.
I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I can read a couple if you want.
Mongolian Leprechaun Surfer Man from Saturn for $20 says, "Wow, what a name." Says, "Hey, Sitch and Adam, have you guys ever heard of a YouTuber named Random Yoko 2? She's a Japanese political YouTuber gamer. She's a huge fan of Trump, and she also speaks English very fluently." I have not heard of this person.
No, but I'll check it out. I did find
just came in and said that she knows that YouTuber, but I don't know that YouTuber.
I did find someone new, and I think we're going to cover them. We're not streaming on Tuesday. We're streaming on Wednesday, but we're going to cover another video that's another insane woke YouTuber. Yeah.
Well, the person with this Random Yoko, I'm assuming the person who's bringing up Random Yoko likes them. They're not attacking them.
Right. Yeah. They're good.
Right.
They're like the opposite of what we're going to watch on. Okay.
Right.
On Wednesday.
Mongolian Leprechaun Superman from Saturn for another $20. Thank you. Says it'd be really cool if you guys get her on your channel, talk about media and politics with her. I will send you her YouTube channel and Twitter if you guys can't find her. Yeah, find the channel, but check it out.
It's easier for us to get people who are smaller than us that we can help promote, which we like to do. Like a lot of times you want us to talk to people who are like gigantic compared to us, and they just are not interested. So
true.
It's kind of the nature of the beast.
J-Mac or Sigafar, thanks so much. J-Mac for $20 says, Adam is right. Someone has to end the cycle. What were we talking? This is at 4:30. What were we talking about? I think we're forgetting just how crazy people went in 2016. I'm fine with moving on and hoping for the best with Trump's presidency. Forgiveness, gang, rise up. Oh, yeah, sure. I think it's going to be, I think it's funny because I had this exact conversation with Sam today. I think it's going to be when you have like a conflict where one side, whether they're justified or not in this feeling, is like afraid that the other side's going to kill them. That side's the side that needs to like lay down arms first. But I think the problem is that like, I don't think it matters. I think if Trump like did the correct thing and tried to build a bridge, I think the left would mostly shit on him. And I think if the left tried to do the right thing and build a bridge, I think Trump would shit on them. It's hard for me to imagine this going in a positive direction, unfortunately.
I mean, I disagree. My intuition is that Trump would totally take him up on it, but
you think so? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I could be wrong. If we'll see how it plays out, but I have no animosity at all towards Trump or think Trump. I mean, I trust Trump to some extent. I think much more than you do.
Yeah, I don't know why you would, but
obviously
you do, yes.
Yeah, I think he wants to do right by the American people. I don't have this, and it really is. It's a sense that people have that he's just selfishly motivated. I mean, obviously there is plenty of selfish motivation in that he wants to be a high status 2-term president, but I do think his goals of helping the American people are aligned with his goals of having a legacy of being like a remembered president, a beloved president. So how do you separate those two things? Hello? Oh.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Like a lot of people make the argument constantly that and this is like a Sam Harris type argument.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting because I'm not sure if this is a Jank argument anymore, because Jank seems to be warming up to, oh, Trump is going to do some good things. Holy shit, right?
Right. Well,
but
maybe I'm not sure he's right there yet.
Like Sam Harris will say, Trump did the Trump University, right? He's a scam artist. All he wants to do is make money. He's interested in is fleecing people dry. Like he has no care for the people at all. Like he buys into
Right. I understand
Trump.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. Trump shit on the military, like all that stuff. I don't know that any of that stuff is true. I do think Trump obviously is a narcissistic egomaniac, like most celebrities are. But his interest is being remembered as a beloved president. And in order to do that, he has to do things that people will like, that people will enjoy. So.
You're correct. But that's why I'm skeptical about, like, in a hypothetical situation, if the left, tried to build a bridge with Trump or something, because I see too many people that are on the right who are just so thirsty for blood, and any sort of act of conciliation towards the left, even if they start first, they're going to just start screaming at Trump, like, oh my God, he's betraying us. The Democrats, of course, now they apologize because they're scared. They're scared of Trump. So now Trump's going to cave. What a cuck, what a cuck, what a cuck. So that's why I'm kind of skeptical that he's going to be, in that situation.
Well, if he gives in to that, then, I mean, you can make that argument. But at this point, he hasn't really.
Well, we don't
given
know
into that,
because
so
he's not president yet. So
yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. But look,
yeah.
I'm cautiously optimistic. Where I think there are a lot of people who they just are not optimistic at all. They believe Trump has nefarious motives. He's really just out there to sell people, scam. But I don't see it that way. So.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
But maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? We'll see.
We'll see.
But I'm probably right though.
Okay. Malik, for $20 says, Sitch, I love you, but the bathroom is a slippery slope. That's only because people are peeing on the floor. Today, it's the bathroom. Tomorrow, the locker room. Boxing matches next week. Less about what the individual do, more about what the next one does. I don't agree. I understand the slippery slope argument, and there's some truth to it, but I think you have to hold the line where it makes sense to hold the line. I don't think we can say, oh, I'm going to hold the line at a spot that I don't think is justifiable morally, just because I think down the road is another spot that is justifiably moral. Because this was sort of the argument people were making against gay marriage. They're saying, oh, well, if you allow gay marriage, it could lead to, like, once that issue is off because people say slippery slope fallacy, but what's really going on is, like, and there's some truth to slippery slope, is because what the process that happens is, like, you'll have extremists or political advocates, and they're pushing for, like, whatever the next thing is that's acceptable. And usually they won't push for the most extreme thing that they actually want, because they know that that's not going to be what, they can't get that. So they have to push it like the fringes. They have to push it like what is, like, just off the edge of being acceptable. And so, yeah, there are some people that, like, are actually weirdo perverts who are pushing for gay marriage because they down the road secretly want something disgusting. But it's not fair for like the majority of people who just think, okay, well, maybe people should have the right to be married. Just say, well, because down the road there's some perverts and degenerates that want something horrible, that means we can't allow gay people to get married just because we have to forever have this buffer issue. I don't think that that's morally correct.
The gay
you
marriage,
have to hold the line where you hold the line.
And look, I want to know where you think is a good place to hold the line. Obviously, the whether or not someone passes is not a good place. The gay marriage thing is totally different because, look, gay marriage can happen and it affects your life not at all, like never. Like it can affect your life if you decide I'm going to go to my gay friend's wedding, or you're friends with someone who's gay married, but that's by your choice. The problem with the bathroom thing is it affects your life daily against your will. So it's a completely different situation.
Yeah, no, wait, I'm not saying that they're the same issue. I'm just saying that in terms of this argument I'm only talking about one very specific thing, which is this: you have to stop the slippery slope by stopping something that you actually don't have a problem with. I'm only talking about the slippery slope argument. And so
No.
people were saying that gay marriage was like, if you
So
allow that,
in
it's
the
a slippery slope.
context,
Right. It's a
Right.
slippery slope to a bunch of other issues. So
right. Okay. So I agree with you in the context of the slippery slope situation,
yes,
but it is
right.
definitely different.
This
than
is
the
obvious. Yes,
bathroom
gay
issue.
marriage is different than the trans bathroom thing. Yes.
So look, this is the thing. Intuitively, I think you have to hold the line at sex segregated spaces. Like you have to hold the line at the integrity of sex segregated spaces because there's all this fallout from these exceptions.
Okay, I said as I said, I think the holdout could be the locker room.
So the bathroom is okay, but
Bathroom's
the locker
okay.
room.
Locker room is the
So
the
the
line of demarcation.
the line would be anywhere in any space where genitals can be visible.
Yes, where people are walking around with their vages and dicks out. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Dr.
People have an issue.
$50 says, I agree with Adam. Women are irrational.
What did I say that? I said Emma Vigeland is irrational,
Oh, okay.
but is she a woman? Who knows?
There
It's
you
hard
go.
to say. She's awful tied to this trans issue.
That's true. Val Van Gogh for $20 says women are more at risk when alone in a closed space because they aren't as strong as men. When it's illegal for men to enter, anyone is on high alert when it happens. It's not a binary accusation. It's a risk assessment.
True. Yes.
Yeah, but that's not the point. It's not like if we had a situation where like any guy can just walk into the bathroom, I would agree with that. It's adding a level of friction to those sorts of situations. But the argument that essentially either A, trans women are going to engage in some amount of sexual assault or violence, or that cis men are going to pretend to be trans women in order to go into the bathroom and engage in assault. As I said, if there's evidence of that going on, then I'll change my opinion. I've never seen anyone provide any sort of evidence of like this being some kind of statistical issue or some sort of crime increase issue.
Right.
So
you said 5%.
I said 5%.
Upticks, and this would be like the smoking gun would be finding sexual predators that were pretending to be trans. But
right.
I don't know if that, like, if there is some sort of sketchy situation that happens and the police show up and the guy just says, "Oh, I'm trans. She just doesn't like trans people," and they don't even file a police report and everyone just goes on their way, then that would never be recorded.
Right, but that's completely different because that's just the police aren't doing their fucking job.
Right. Well, I don't, how do they do their job? So look, there's a guy, he's a sexual predator. He gets off on going into women's restrooms and peeking around, lurking around. He goes in, there's some sort of situation, people call the police and he just says, "Oh, I'm trans. I'm just using the bathroom." Like what's the next step for the police?
They have to investigate the way they investigate any accusation. What do you mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. I think they just like say, "Oh, okay, you're trans. Bye."
Well, that they could do that.
No more
police do
paperwork
that
for us.
for everything. So I mean,
Yeah.
it's not. Fortunately, it's not like
the great trans investigation.
Oh, hey, someone broke into my place and stole something. Oh, really? That's so sad for you.
Were they trans?
Yeah, were they trans? Exactly. Right. The police they only care if they're trans. Then they'll go after them maybe or not go after them. J-Mac, thanks so much for Circuit 5 for $20. Says easy solution: do away with gendered bathrooms and bring back the Greco-Roman communal bathroom. Yes, even the communal butt scrubber. Oh God, no! This is how we heal the divide. This is how we move forward. Oh God.
Santa Cruz University, all the dorms have co-ed bathrooms. So
really,
but it's like hippie central. So
wow,
they would.
Because I think like for most people, they don't want communal bathrooms, not even really for like fear of sexual assault. It's just because they don't want to like fart and be gross in front of like a potential mate. I think that's like really
a
motivating
I agree.
factor for a lot of this stuff.
I agree. Yeah, I totally agree.
Which I think that's totally fair.
Yeah.
Gays just have to suck it on that one. J-Mac for $20 says, as a man, I'm fine with trans men using the men's room, but they got to stand the pee. This includes biological men as well. No sitters except for shitters.
my
Okay.
God.
Jay's gonna be a real stickler about this bathroom usage. So
Excellent
Twitter
work.
sucks. Twitter sucks for $20. Says you do not have a right to a public restroom. It's a privilege. Due to the structure of Title IX, trans people are demanding special privileges to choose the restroom they want to. The trans debate is entirely subjective. Yeah, I guess it depends on how, like, it depends, I guess, when it would depend on how the law is structured. Because, like, if the trans activist or whomever is like, we want you to write a law that says that you cannot discriminate against trans people using the bathroom, then yes, that's them asking for a special privilege. Then if it's the other side saying, we will make a law that is saying that you can't use this specific bathroom, I guess not. It's like, I don't know how you say it's not really taking away a privilege. I guess it would be sort of taking away an access point or something.
It is taking away a privilege.
It would be taking away the private, well, I guess if it's public, it's the
Sex segregated spaces are a privilege that they're trying to take away. They're literally trying to take away your rights to sex segregated spaces. They want to relegate you to second class citizens.
There you go.
They do.
I mean, women don't really deserve rights anyway.
Terrible.
You should take away their right to vote.
No. I can't believe you'd even that's not a funny joke, Sitch, okay? It is kind of funny, but when it becomes not funny is when you realize how many people say that
actually believe it.
Yeah, exactly. Then you're like, holy shit.
It's like, oh, it's so creepy. Yes.
Yeah.
All those people that want to take women's rights away to vote, they also don't want the transies in the bathroom, Adam. Okay. You're on the same side. I'm smearing you now.
That's okay.
Okay.
Sometimes you got to be on the right side.
Wow.
Morally. I think it's just so morally unambiguous to me. Like people forcing themselves where they don't want to, where they're unwanted.
I think we can only let morally unambiguous people into the bathroom.
Are you going to the bathroom in a place where you're totally unwanted?
All the time.
No.
Constantly.
No.
I'm trying to think of like how to make this into a joke that doesn't make me look too disgusting, and I couldn't figure out how to do it. So
right, I know. Just better to move on.
Yeah.
What's badass?
Yeah, badass 447 for $20. Thank you. Says 91% of trans women are autogynephiliacs. How can women not be afraid of a man that's turned on being dressed up as a woman? Well, first of all, I think you just made up that statistic. I've never ever in my life heard that 91% of people that are trans are autogynephiliac.
But it could be now. So. Now that they've given anyone who's autogynephile permission to just say they're trans.
There you go. But if you have something that backs up that number, send it to me on Twitter, because I've never ever heard a number that high in my life. That'd be the first thing. Second thing, I thought autogynephilia was that the person was aroused. Aren't they only aroused by themselves?
Yes.
They're not aroused by other people, are they?
They're aroused. They're sexually aroused by dressing up as women or perceiving themselves as women. So,
right.
Yeah.
Does that
so
then
whenever they
to them
dress up
to like act on someone else, or they just want to be aroused by themselves and that's it?
It does mean when they're walking around in this dress, they got a huge boner all day. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to be in the bathroom with a guy who has a huge boner?
Not really.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. No boners in the bathroom, guys. Gentlemen, don't you know? No boners allowed in the bathroom. Okay.
Look at this. We're making progress.
Well, no, wait. I'm saying it for even in the men's room. I don't want guys walking around with boners. Like, what's happening here?
Of course. Yeah, I agree.
Get out of here. Thal for $50. Thank you. Says the only time a man should be in a woman's room. Wait, is there a beginning to that that I missed? I didn't see one.
Yeah, what is that, Thal?
It just says the only time a man should be in a woman's room, period. And did you wait?
And I can say this from experience is when your little girl won't go alone
in the men's
and won't go in the men's. Oh, okay. So Thal is basically
I guess that's
saying
true. Yeah, the single dads would take their little girl into the men's room, not into the women's room. That's true.
If you're polite about it, everyone's pretty cool with it. It's incredibly embarrassing, though. So it sounds like Thal has actually had this experience.
Well, I mean, I don't have a daughter, but I've seen other men in that situation, so it's just whatever.
That is uncomfortable, yeah. But they're like, okay, he's a dad.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Thal for $20 says, listen, Adam, this is why women are conservatives, because we just put hands on the perceived threat and defend our women right or wrong, while the tofu lefty sits there debating whether or not to defend his woman. Well, there you go.
Yeah,
See?
that's true right
So,
there.
There you go. When your woman, Thal, wrongly accuses a man of sexual assault in college, you just go and beat the shit out of them, or you just go have your tribunal where you destroy the man's life, and you get to be the massive fucking hypocrite that you are, and that anyone that has that opinion has. When all these men, all these young men, wrongly attacked, wrongly convicted, and accused of sexual assault, and it was the left that was cheering it on, and you would sit there and go, "Oh, how dare the left do this?" But now, oh, if the right does it, oh, I got to cheer it on. Then it's based. Then it's just me being a man.
Sitch, why you got to make it weird? We were having so much fun.
Sorry.
We were having so much fun.
Mm-hmm.
Look, we were talking about defending our women.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I know it's so wrong.
Morally unambiguous, and you got to drag in.
It's so wrong to like have some modicum of fucking like consistency in your principles.
Oh my God.
That's so terrible. Okay, anyway. Okay, let's get back to this video.
Wait, we got another $50 from Thal. You're not going to read that? I missed it. Thal, what's going on?
Thal $50 says Sitch is full of it. Oh, wow, look at this. See, I guess he knew he could precog that I was going to react to his stupid, shitty super chat.
Or as you were reacting, he super chatted again. Who knows?
The left lied about Trump for 8 years, tried to lock him up, called him Hitler, et cetera, et cetera. For 8 years. For 8 years, Sitch. 8 years, Sitch. The left lied about Trump. They lied when he tried to get Ukraine, when he coerced a foreign country using the power of presidency to try to investigate his primary political opponent. They lied about that, Sitch. They lied. God. They lied when Donald Trump literally tried to just pass off fake bullshit electors he knew was fake to have Pence declare him to be the fucking president. They lied about it, Sitch. They lied.
Sitch, you can disrespect Donald Trump as much as you want, but how dare you disrespect a $50 super chat?
There you go.
Okay?
That's true. That's true. All that matters is the money. That's a good point.
Please.
Okay, well, let me read this with utmost respect. Yes, but he is the one that cannot be trusted to lay down arms. Okay, now it's the voters. Okay, CNN Sitch. Wait a minute. Saul, hold on. Do you honestly think that if the left, broadly laid down arms and tried to be like, listen, Trump, we're so sorry about all the Hitler stuff. We're so sorry about all the fascist stuff. Okay. If all the Democrats came on TV and they did like a little bow, like in Japan, we're so sorry about all this stuff. We want to work with you to make America great. Do you honestly think that I would not turn on Twitter and see like every single right-wing pundit saying, oh my God, fuck them, destroy them. They're just afraid of you. They're afraid. They'd be, you know what they'd be doing? They'd be posting that fucking meme image of Starship Trooper with the guy going, it's afraid. Like, are you like, what? You really don't think that would go on, though? You really think if the Democrats all just bow down in this like insanely hypothetical situation that everyone on the right would be like, oh, thank God, America's united again? Really? Is that what you think? I mean, maybe you do. I think that's delusional. I think that's utterly delusional.
When would America be united again? What's your thesis?
Never.
What would be the line when?
No, it's gonna have to. I think it's gonna require. Well, I think you need a giant squid, obviously.
No, look, people are doing the Trump dance now. People are openly supporting Trump. People are letting bygones be bygones. Most of the people I see complaining about Trump still believe.
Let me answer the question.
Like the fine people hoax and stuff like that.
If Trump is president and just does a genuinely good job and doesn't do crazy shit, I think that's the answer. The left's not going to lay down their arm. Democrats on TV are not going to do this magnanimous fucking gesture that we were doing hypothetically. But the people generally would just be like, oh, well, I guess Democrats are just full of shit, and he just did a good job.
Is he doing crazy shit now, or?
Well, he's not president now, so
right. I mean, it looks
doing
like he's
anything
not
now.
going to do crazy shit, though.
I
mean, things are looking pretty good. And I keep seeing normies.
Somebody clip this and we're going to come back to it a year from now and we'll see how we are.
Nobody clip this, okay?
Okay, we'll see where we are.
Look, it depends. It really does depend, because I do think there is a reaction. If people are unfair to Trump, Trump is going to hit them back 10 times as hard. That's his moniker. So,
Right.
but I think and you're right in saying, the people who feel like they're morally superior and they feel like their lives are at stake, they're like a cornered animal. So they're the ones that have to relax first. They're the ones that have to stop, growling and attempting to bite everyone. So
Right.
I do think that it is changing, though, because there is a constituency on the left that they buy all the fucking media bullshit. But I do think one of the reasons why Trump won is the people are coming to terms with the fact that the media has been lying about Trump incessantly for like 8 years. So that seems to be getting through to a lot of people. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it could be, but I don't think there's going to be the unity unless, as I said, Trump does like an actually legitimately good job. Then you might see it. But
well, if he comes out like pro worker and protects Social Security, like if all the things that the left is claiming he's going to do turn out to be lies, then obviously it's going to be a completely different ballgame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because like they're still saying, oh, he's going to go after Social Security. He's going to try to privatize Social Security or he's only going to do tax cuts for billionaires and he's going to fuck the middle class. When he genuinely seems to want to do things for the middle class. So
we'll see.
We'll
I don't know
I want
why
to keep my tax cut.
After like, I'm really surprised after like all the wonky shit he did in his first term that you're like, okay, you just have this like complete like, oh, it's gonna be great this time. I was like, really? We'll see. Like, I don't know.
What wonky shit did he do in his first term?
I just brought it up. Oh my God. He's literally fucking tried to coerce Ukraine into opening up an investigation into Joe Biden just to smear his political opponent.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to get the attorney general to arrest Joe Biden and Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton.
Because they spied on his campaign and he was trying to get even.
Oh, okay. Wait, first of all, don't say they spied on his campaign, because that's actually a lie. They did not spy on his campaign. They
Well, no, he believes
Carter
it.
Page.
They
Okay.
believe he spied on his campaign.
Yeah, well, if he believes something that's just completely untrue, then
Right.
that just means he's a fucking idiot. I don't know what, like, doesn't justify any action.
Sure, yeah. Yes. He's hitting back about things that maybe didn't actually happen.
That didn't actually happen. Yes.
I don't know the details of the spying on the campaign stuff, so I'll defer to you if you've looked into it.
I have.
All right, let's get back to this.
Yes.
League, especially professional leagues, implementing restrictions to make sure things are fair. Sometimes that's have you transitioned enough where you don't have the edge or whatever it might be. It's fine for those leagues to make sure that it's fair. And I don't think that debate is actually going on like this program might make it out to be.
We're going to move on to another. We're going to move on to something else. I mean, look, I just don't think there is any debate to be had about the sport issue. I totally agree.
But on the bathroom.
Well, hang on. I totally agree with Trump about the sports thing. Trans women athletes should not be allowed to compete against women. They should have their own category, or they should compete against a category most of them used to compete in, which is the men's category. But the reason they don't is they're making far more money and they're far more successful competing against women because they have an unfair advantage.
True.
And that's what's wrong with it. Anyway, I want to move on to Jon Stewart talking about Mika and Joe from obviously MSNBC who went down to kiss the Trump ring after calling him Hitler for a few years. Let's take a look.
This is great. This is what we really want to talk
about. So this is the issue, really?
Yeah, totally. This is great stuff.
Joe and Mika Brzezinski scarf.
Oh God, I cannot stand Jon Stewart anymore. Ever since we covered him on the whiteness stuff, I just I revile.
How are you gonna feel when Jon Stewart's running for president in 2028?
I'm gonna fucking hate it. I'm gonna hate every minute of it.
What if he's running against, I don't know, who's like the worst person on the right? What if he's running against Ted Cruz?
I feel the same way about Jon Stewart that Sam Harris feels about Trump. I just think
Mm.
Jon Stewart is just a disingenuous piece of shit. Just does
How?
whatever. Like, I think Jon Stewart has no moral fiber at all. I think he just does whatever just to basically stay in the limelight. Yeah.
That's not the sense I get from him is that he's like an old boomer who like wants to make sure that he doesn't fall out of favor with like whatever's the hip left thing. And so when he has a bunch of like hyper woke communist writers tell him to support something, he just supports it uncritically.
Yeah, that goes exactly with what I'm saying. Like,
Well,
he
no, but
has
it sounds
no
like
moral fiber whatsoever, because he's like, look, I'll throw my morals at, I'll flush my morals down the toilet if it means I can be cool.
Well, I guess the way that you're framing it is kind of like this is like a conscious decision to be like, yes, let me grift. Where to me, it's more like he's just in this headspace where he's like very easy to convince of this woke shit.
Look, anyone who had any moral fiber would be able to instantly detect that the shit those writers were feeding him was racist as fuck.
I don't
Especially
think,
someone
I don't
who's
agree
like
with
a
that at all.
liberal.
Wait, I'm sure you have family members that will buy into a bunch of this bullshit. I don't think that means they're immoral. They're just buying into a bunch of bullshit.
I mean, it's patently racist just on the face of it.
Yeah, but no, wait.
He did a video like called "The Problem with White People." Like, what the fuck? That's racist as fuck. How is that just not obvious?
No, it is racist. But I know tons of people, okay, my own parents included, who I had to very clearly and slowly over months continually reinforce how bad CRT was for it to like set in. Okay. I don't think my parents are like immoral people until I was able to like put it in their brain that CRT is bad. They just didn't buy. They'll read like the New York Times article saying like CRT is super fine. It's just about teaching history. And then Jon Stewart, we don't know the situation, but I would wager my intuition is Jon Stewart's surrounded by a bunch of woke people. Maybe they know the truth, but they're feeding him a bunch of bullshit about CRT because we cover that video. And he's like, he's just saying like all the same bullshit talking points, which by the way, you should criticize him for doing it 100%. I'm not saying you shouldn't, so fuck Jon Stewart for pushing that misinformation.
CRT is a completely different issue. I mean, he had a show. You can't say, look, we're going to title this show "The Problem with White People" and like not know what the hell you're doing. Like not know that you're just basically forwarding a racist stereotype. Unless you've got no like care in the world about that kind of thing.
Do you think that when you were in the left-wing bubble, you would have been bothered by that show title?
Fuck yeah. That's how I got out of the left-wing bubble, because I was like, what the fuck? I thought we were against racism, and now you guys are racist as fuck against everyone. Yes.
Okay. I don't know. I think a lot of people just don't see it that way. So.
Oh, I do. I totally do. Like that is the thing that pried me from progressives. I was like, holy shit, these people are hypocritical as fuck. There was a lot.
Yes, but I don't think it's. I think a lot of people will get caught up in the brainwashing, and that's just the way it is. That's what I'm not going to sit here and say that every single person who screams about the illegal immigrant horde coming across the border is a virulent racist. And if I'm going to give that charity, I think you should give people charity who are stuck in the left-wing echo bubble to be like, okay, they're not just fucking, horrible monster people. They're just bought into a bunch of like bullshit and they're like stuck in this darkness.
Jon Stewart, look, if you understand the principles of the true principles of, quote unquote anti-racism, like not forwarding negative stereotypes, not like thinking.
Well, he doesn't. He's
not
surrounded by
prejudging people.
Yeah, he's surrounded by people giving him bad information.
That is like, so somebody comes in and says, oh, this is why white people suck. And he's like, he doesn't wake up. He's not like, oh, let me think about this. Yeah, you're right. Look, this is why white people suck.
Do you think? Okay, well, hold on. Do you think do you think every white person who's part of the whole CRT white people are racist, systemic racism shit. They're all just hyper racist against white people, and they're just like they're fine with it. They're just cool with it, or they've been basically tricked into supporting some hyper racist shit that they don't realize is racist against themselves, because that doesn't make any sense that they would be virulently racist against themselves.
Well, there's like different levels of this, obviously. And my argument is that Jon Stewart dipped into the level that is obviously racist. And if he isn't able to discern that that's obviously racist, then that's a problem with him. I do think there are people who subscribe to CRT because they just think, oh, it's just affirmative action, right? They don't know all the anti-white shit embedded in it. But Jon Stewart literally did an episode where he's dipping down, examining all the anti-white shit in there, and he's just smiling and nodding along like, oh yeah, white people suck. This is a problem with my people.
He didn't. He did not do he did not do the deep dive of CRT or any of the stuff that we've done. So I don't agree with that. But
I mean, I would have to go back and listen to the episode, but
anyway,
I do think.
Anyway, I agree with you. Fuck Jon Stewart. I don't like Jon Stewart either. But
okay,
I'm not gonna say he's like a, a reprobate or whatever. He doesn't trigger me the way
immoral lizard person.
An immoral lizard person. Yes.
Well, look, I don't know if he's a lizard person, but I strongly suspect.
You suspect it. Okay, that's fair.
That he could be.
Fair. He could be. That's fair.
Anyway.
Hyperbole, who famously warned of the growing threat of Trump's fascism, also had an interesting announcement to make.
Look, and he thinks Trump is a fascist too. What a fucking idiot.
Well, no. He was first of all, wait. Actually, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if he believes Trump's a fascist. He was talking about that they were calling that Mika and Joe.
Oh, I know. Yeah. I'm sure Jon Stewart thinks Trump is a fascist, though.
Expressed our own concerns on this broadcast and even said we would appreciate the opportunity to speak with the president-elect himself. On Friday, we were given the opportunity to do just that. Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago to meet personally with President-elect Trump. And for those asking why we would go speak to the president-elect during such fraught times, especially between us, I guess I would ask back, why wouldn't we?
Because you said he was Hitler.
I mean, definitely, Jon Stewart has a point. I like Mika and Joe, and actually, I think there's nothing wrong with them.
So wait, because I haven't seen the original segment of this. Did they go just to because if they went just to quote play nice and try to reestablish ties with Trump, then yes, 100% criticize them, 100% say that they were, I guess, lying or being insanely hypocritical about Trump being a Nazi or whatever, then yes, all the criticisms warranted. But if they just went because they were just going as journalists to ask questions, I mean, that's not a problem, right?
No, I think they went to establish peace arrangements.
Because I never saw I only saw that clip.
It was
of it,
private.
the Jon Stewart clip. So
it was
private. I know it wasn't an on the record conversation or anything. But
people who know them behind the scenes say that they're just opportunists, flim flam artists, that they just go whichever way the wind goes. The word on the street is that they went because their ratings tanked after Trump won the election. So they know Trump is ratings gold. They got to stir up some controversy. And it is controversial for them to go. Look, they never believed Trump was an actual fascist. They're just talking shit.
That doesn't, I wouldn't think they would go to try to help their ratings, because everyone would perceive it the way they did. That'd be very obvious. I'd be like, what the fuck? What are you doing?
Well, this is just what people are saying, that they went for their ratings, that their ratings tanked and they went to basically bolster their ratings.
How that would
again.
help their ratings? It doesn't really make sense.
Because everyone will be mad and they'll tune in. They'll be like, oh, these turncoats. It's drama. Come on, drama drives the ratings. You know it is.
I don't know.
Now they're tuned in. Oh my God, the turncoats. Are they going to have Trump on? Ah, Trump is on. Ah!
Yeah, but it's if I'm trying to imagine if Destiny is all I'm going to go down to Mar-a-Lago to play nice with Trump. I feel like that would piss off way too much of his audience that had been invested in the narrative that Donald Trump is
no way they'd be
Hitler.
Look, Destiny's audience would turn on a dime. They'd be like, oh my God, look, Destiny's going to challenge him. Look, Destiny's going to talk to him and challenge him.
No, but I'm saying if he, yeah, obviously, but
They
if he
would fucking
doesn't-
love it. They would
if
just
he
eat it up.
doesn't, right? Because obviously,
Well-
if Joe and Mika go down and challenge Trump, then this doesn't really, it's not a problem.
Well, they haven't really done any sort of public forum.
Right.
I mean, I think it was like more like they were on their hands and knees, but
Well, that's
I
how
don't-
Trump described it, but obviously Trump is not the.
I didn't see Trump's description of it, so I'm just doing it off of my intuition.
Yeah,
but
he described it as such on like a tweet or something or a truth post or something.
they came by to suck my dick.
He was like I forget, I don't remember. He was like something like, Joe came down and on handed knees to beg me, blah 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 blah. But
That's
Mika was a
perfect.
real treat or something like
Oh wow.
or Mika was a delight as always, something like that.
Joe was begging. It was Joe that was begging, but Mika
That's
was
the way
nice.
that he framed it. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. People are sick of this. And look, I was saying this for months, all during the election. I was saying, oh God, this is so fucking short-sighted. This is a short-sighted electoral strategy to
You
call
were
the
saying
guy.
it for months. That
I
is
was,
true.
yeah. Look, and I was
Saying it a lot.
I was comparing it to the short-sightedness of challenging the 2020 election.
That is true.
Yeah. They did it for their own selfish political gain and gave everyone hysteria. And now we're living in the aftermath of that.
Yep.
And
So
Jon
sad.
Stewart is making jokes about it, even though, I mean, I think Jon Stewart, and I guess we'll see if we watch more Jon Stewart. I think he's saying, you guys are hypocrites because Trump is Hitler. Jon Stewart is not saying, oh, you shouldn't have called Trump Hitler. Jon Stewart is saying, you guys called him Hitler and he is Hitler. And how dare you go
right.
lick Hitler's balls. That's
Right.
what
You
Jon
should-
Stewart is saying.
That is
yeah.
what he is saying, yes.
Look, and if you don't believe Trump is Hitler,
No.
right? So what the fuck? Jon Stewart is a moron.
Yeah.
And he's got
Jon Stewart is a moron. I agree with that. Yes.
if
That
Jon
is my position.
Stewart runs in 2028 on we've endured 4 years of Hitler, oh my God, he's gonna run on the fine people hoax. That's how out of touch Jon Stewart is. And Kyle Kalinske is gonna be there. Oh my God, Jon Stewart, the gift to the Democratic Party.
Right.
Oh my God, it's gonna be horrendous.
Fortunately, I don't think that scenario is going to happen. So, but we'll see.
Poor Hutch still believes in the fine people.
Oh God.
He still supports it.
Oh no.
Them not trying to build bridges with Trump, but they did all call him Hitler and a fascist.
No, they
And
didn't.
an existential threat to
What, Luke? He says no, they didn't.
democracy. And if you really believe that, it's a bit like Biden inviting Trump for a little, cheerful, chappy photo shoot at the White House. If you really think he's going to finish democracy in America, if you really think he's a fascist, if you really think he's a neo-Nazi, why would you do that?
It's so disingenuous, and that was a lot of Republicans'
Emma, I'll
first
come
thought
to
when
you, especially
Donald
if
Trump,
you agree with me.
You
That's
have your time,
groundbreaking
okay?
moment.
Don't worry.
But Deborah,
When,
you go first.
Joe Biden put on the Donald Trump hat, and as somebody who is a very proud Jew, I'm sick, and we're all sick of the left, even the right, using Jewish atrocities to try and garner the vote for their horrific policies that don't help Jews, they don't help Americans, they don't help anybody, they just destroy America. And so I think it's disgusting that people have been calling Trump Hitler, but it also aligns, they want us to believe that they're saying Trump is Hitler, but then also we have such safe and secure elections in the past, and they would never do anything in this country to ever stop Trump from winning the election. If you thought Donald Trump was truly modern-day Hitler and would be a horrific leader to this country, would you not genuinely do everything in your power to stop him from getting into office?
Of course.
Because if I truly believed that Joe Biden was Hitler, I would do everything, legal or not, to try and stop him from getting into office, because Hitler is the worst person in probably all of history, but definitely modern
Do you know what?
history.
I went to the.
A
You know
mass
what, Deborah?
genocider,
I
a
went to
horrific
the.
So good. God, I love this video.
I don't think that's a good argument.
What? What do you mean?
He believed that he was literally like the level of Hitler, then yes, I would agree.
Yeah, they should do everything
But if they
legal
think that
and illegal.
right, but if they're like just believe that they're generally racist, if they think Trump is racist and is going to, I don't know, deport a bunch of people or just do some racist shit, whatever. Like they're not going to go try to take him out with violence or something, but they could still believe he's going to do a bunch of racist shit.
They didn't run on that though.
Well, obviously everyone, everyone on both sides, unfortunately, runs very hyperbolic campaigns. You have Harris. I don't think Harris said Trump was a fascist. I think she was asked at a town hall, and she said, "Do you think Trump is a fascist?" And she said yes.
She said yes. Yeah,
she agreed to that.
I remember.
Framing. And then when Donald Trump says because the problem with this argument, there's two examples I'd say the problem with this argument. Like Donald Trump says left, right, and center, like, oh my God, or I should say, he says every day, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden are like communists that are going to destroy the country and they're going to flood the borders to, with all the criminal illegal migrants and bring communism, blah, blah, like, right. And, Elon Musk.
He doesn't talk about communism that much.
No, he does. He's literally said that they're communists and that they're going to flood the border, the country. And then Elon, tweets out that the Democrats are going to try to open all the borders so that all the illegals can come in and then they can all vote, and then you'll literally not be able to have any Republican ever win an election ever again, right? Elon says this. If Harris won the election, if Donald Trump had lost the election and Harris had won, would anyone be saying, why isn't Elon Musk trying to assassinate Kamala Harris?
No.
Why isn't
not.
No one would be putting this argument forward, even though it's just as insane as the Hitler shit.
The communism's, well, first of all, I heard Trump call Kamala Harris stupid over and over and over again. I heard him call her a communist maybe 2 times, maybe 3 times.
Use the Elon tweet if you want a very specific example of this. Like this is even more.
But that's not Trump. That's Elon. Yeah, I can't blame Trump for Elon's antics.
No. Wait. Hold on. I'm not blaming Trump. I'm saying she's making a point that's not just about Joe Biden or Harris. She's making a point about Democrats, anyone on the left. She's saying anyone on the left that said that Trump was Hitler, if they, why don't they use violence to sort of like take out Trump? That's what she's saying.
Yeah.
And I'm saying you could throw that to anyone on the right who is saying, well, if you believe that the Harris is a communist, or you believe that they're going to do this open border scheme to, make it so that the Democrats will win forever. If you actually believe that and Harris won, would anyone be saying, oh, I guess you didn't believe it because you're not trying to assassinate the person? Like, that seems like a bullshit argument to me.
We've had this argument before because there's an asymmetry between Nazism and communism. When people talk about communism, they talk about an economic argument. They talk about all the people that were murdered by communists because they starved to death because they enacted some crazy economic program that ended up destroying the economy. When they talk about Nazis, they talk about hunting down people of a certain ethnicity and murdering them. It's like night and day. It's completely different.
That's what this has nothing to do with that argument. That's why I brought up this specific Elon tweet where he's literally saying, and this tweet has like 100,000 likes. So it's broadly accepted on the right, the framing of this, that the Democrats intentionally want to make it flood the country with a bunch of illegal immigrants so that the entire country goes blue and then will be a communist hellscape where Republicans lose and lose all their power. Okay.
Right. Yes.
If Harris won the election instead of Trump, would anyone be asking Elon Musk, do you think it'd be fair for people to ask Elon Musk, why are you not using your billions of dollars to try to assassinate the Democratic candidate if you believed what you were saying on Twitter? Do you think that'd be a fair question to ask Elon Musk?
Of course not. But we're talking about these are completely different things. If you're saying, look, they're going to be lax on immigration to get a bunch of future voters in the country that are going to vote blue no matter who, that's completely different than comparing someone to a Nazi that is going to hunt down an ethnicity. How is it not? How are they even similar?
Elon Musk saying that the Democrats cannot win because they will destroy the country. This is all like literally what he said. The Democrats will. He said this is the last election. Okay. He said this is the last election. The Democrats will destroy the country. They're going to make it so that we can never win again. Okay.
Yeah.
If that was true, by the way, if that was actually true, it would justify Republicans using violence to take out Democrats. If that was true. So that's why I'm saying, how is this a fair question? Because they would be.
It would be.
Wait a minute. if you have two political parties in this country and one of them does something insane or illegal that makes it so that they have forever control of the country so that you can never vote them out of office, then your only option is to use violence against them.
Yeah, but being lax on immigration and hunting down people of a certain ethnicity and murdering them are just, they're night and day. That's completely different behaviors.
So because just because they said the word Hitler or fascist, by the way, which she didn't say Hitler, she said fascist, which you can interpret to mean whatever the fuck you want to mean, right? Because that's said fascist, then that's like, oh my God, that's, then it's fair to ask this question, but it's not fair to ask this question of Elon Musk, who was saying just, incendiary rhetoric, but he was using it, in a different frame.
You're invoking ethnically motivated genocide. Like being lax on immigration is like a
stop downplaying it. This is not being lax on immigration.
Okay.
Elon Musk saying the country will be destroyed and Republicans can never win again because the Democrats are going to intentionally make it so that illegals will be able to vote and we'll have communism ushered in.
Can the country be
destroyed?
Would
pick up, if that was true, I would pick up a gun and fight. I don't understand how you're saying that that's not the same thing.
Well, I mean, there's better ways to fight. I don't want to say the word that's...
Oh, there's better ways to fight. Isn't that interesting? Maybe that's why this is a bad argument.
Well, no,
there's better ways to fight.
My strategy against... why are you objecting to the framing of lax immigration? What is it? How is it not lax immigration?
Because the difference between
why are
saying...
you objecting to that framing?
Okay. You agree that... I'm going to give you two statements. You tell me if there's different. Statement one, I think the Democrats are going to be lax on immigration. Statement two, I think the Democrats are going to destroy all our borders so that illegals will come pouring across in, and then they're going to give them all the vote so that it forever will vote Democrat, and the Republicans will never, ever have power again, and then the Democrats will usher in an age of communism.
Okay.
Are those the same statements?
Now do that same thing, but do it on the other side. Do it with the Hitler. Give me the hyperbolic Hitler and give me the sanitized Hitler.
Okay. Yeah, here's the sanitized version. Okay.
Okay.
Donald Trump is going to shut down all immigration and deport illegal citizens. Is that like the sanitized
No. With the actual Hitler, okay? They're comparing Trump to Hitler. Why are they comparing Trump to Hitler? Because he's a racist. He's a fascist. He's an authoritarian. He's the type that's going to round people up and murder them. That's why they're comparing him to Hitler. So with Hitler, what is the sanitized version of the Holocaust?
So
the non-hyperbolic version of the Holocaust.
Okay, so because the comparison was that they're going to take over the country and destroy it, but to a lesser extent than Hitler, it's okay to be that hyperbolic and not accept responsibility for the hyperbolic claim.
Well, no, I'm just saying, you can go as hyperbolic as you want with lax immigration, and you don't come anywhere near close the reality of the Holocaust. It's not even close.
That's irrelevant.
There's like a huge gap.
Wait a minute.
Between the two.
Wait. If you knew with 100% certainty that there was a political party in this country, Adam, that had the goal of busing in millions of illegal immigrants in the country to bring about communism, you wouldn't pick up a weapon and try to fight them off with violence if that was your only recourse.
Well, look, now you're framing it even worse than me. Like I just said, lax immigration. Now you're saying, look, they're literally recruiting people.
That's what I'm talking about. That's how Elon framed it. And you keep saying, well, it's not as bad as genocide. I'm like, okay, yeah, I guess it's not as bad as genocide.
Well, it's still
bad.
Look, it's still not near as bad as genocide.
The first time I heard this argument that this one made, I heard it used against people on the right. And we talked about it on the show years ago. And I said, this is a dumb fuck argument. And it was an argument of someone saying, people that are pro-life are liars. And I was like, what are you talking about? And the person was saying, they're liars because if they really believed that you were murdering babies, then they wouldn't sit there with their little signs on the sidewalks. They wouldn't complain about it in Congress. they would use violence to take people out.
Right.
Okay. And I said,
I
that's
remember
a terrible,
that, even from years ago.
Yeah. And I said, that was a dumb fuck argument. That's a dumb fuck argument because most people want to abide by the law. Okay. Most people want to
Right.
be law abiding citizens and try to do things through the process, and people don't want to go to jail and blah, 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 blah. So it's a stupid argument. And if I'm going to say that was a stupid argument for people to make against pro-life people, I'm going to say it's a stupid argument for people to make against, Mika and Joe Scarborough. You can call them horribly fucking irresponsible. You can call them pieces of shit, call people on the left pieces of shit for calling Donald Trump Hitler, which I fucking done on the show. But this argument, like, oh my God, if he's really Hitler, why didn't Joe Biden try to assassinate him with SEAL Team 6? That's a stupid argument, because that would obviously cause way more problems than whatever you think, the other thing would do. Unless you had a crystal ball and you're like, oh, Donald Trump starts World War III or, something like that.
So you're saying that they do believe that he's Hitler. They want to stay within the law.
I think they're being irresponsibly hyperbolic about shit. I think everyone's being irresponsibly hyperbolic about shit. And then when their team loses, the goal, what they do is they say, okay, well, we live in a country with a peaceful transfer of power, and we try to hope for the best. We're going to try to use the system, the legal system, correctly in the balances of power to, prevent them from doing horrible shit. And we're not going to certainly become violent, insane psychopaths. And I think demanding that people become insane, violent psychopaths because the election went the way they didn't want is incredibly dangerous and stupid.
Look, I agree to some extent. I just think the hyperbolic piece of shit, like, Democrats are guilty of a 10 out of 10 because they went to the Hitler thing, which it's impossible to sanitize that. Like, and the Elon thing, it's like a 4. Like, there's like a giant difference.
Wait, I will agree with you that the Hitler thing is worse. I don't know how you're saying it's a 4. That's like, he literally said it's the last election, that it's the end of democracy.
They always say that. Look, I would have no problem.
Well, I guess we just don't agree on this.
Look, I would have no problem if Democrats came out and said Trump is going to deport all of the immigrants here. He's going to start deporting legal immigrants. Like, he's going to go hog wild. And this is the last election of our time. It's going to be all over. America's going to be destroyed, economic, whatever, right? But as soon as you start going to the fucking, he's a genocider, he's a fascist, he's a racist that wants to round people up and literally fucking Holocaust them, you just, like, that's over the line. It's completely over the line, because there's no way that you can walk that back if the dude wins. There's no way.
No, I don't know why you're being so deferential to Elon. I'm going to say that the Hitler comparison is a 10 out of 10 in terms of, like, the rhetoric, and that Elon's is a 9 out of 10.
Elon's is a 9 out of 10.
Yes, is a 9 out of 10.
First,
it's saying
okay.
to me, yes.
Look, it's Elon. Okay, so you got to discount it somewhat, right? It's Elon.
Well, wait, he's like in the fucking administration now.
He is not. He does not.
He's gonna work. He's gonna head up Doge. What do you mean?
That's not even a government agency. It's like
come on.
It's a free market agency. It's like a. Stop. What are you talking about?
No, stop.
You don't look. I know a lot about the Doge thing already, just because I'm like.
Okay, whatever.
I'm following it because it's fascinating, but they only have the ability to advise and make recommendations. Bill Clinton did something exactly the same when he became president. He had this outside organization look for waste and fraud and abuse and inefficiency and whatnot. They made advisements, and Clinton put some of them into effect. I'm assuming you didn't have a problem when Bill Clinton did it, right? Okay, maybe you did have a problem.
Oh, I wasn't listening.
That's okay.
I was looking up Elon Musk calling Kamala a communist.
Okay. Look,
destroying America.
I would like to know how many times Trump called her a communist. But even those, I don't, it's like night and day. And we've had this argument before, because people think of communism as economic, and people think of
some people
Nazism as social.
Normies do. Okay. Internet right doesn't think it. Does not think it is. And I don't think it would be justifiable for all the people on the internet right who were saying that Biden was a communist or Harris a communist. I don't think it would be right for them to turn around and try to egg them on to violence if Harris won the election. Okay. and say, if you're not being violent, you're being inconsistent. I think that's fucking stupid and ridiculous.
Do you think Elon Musk would egg people onto violence, though? That
No.
just seems inconceivable to me.
I think that this argument is ridiculous that people bring forward because, again, as I said, most people are law-abiding citizens and they're going to hope for the best, and they're not going to try to go commit terrorist fucking actions or make things worse.
Right.
Just as I think it's bullshit to say that pro-life people are fakers because they're not out there trying to assassinate abortion doctors. I think it's
Right.
absurd when people bring up this argument.
Right. Well, they get into it here. This is good. Did you watch this part, or this is your
Yeah, I watched
fresh
the whole
on
thing.
this? Oh, okay. Luke lays into, oh yeah, Trump is a fascist.
Yeah.
I went to the Madison Square Garden rally. Do you know how many protesters turned up when Hitler came to the middle of Manhattan, the great liberal democracy, in their iconic venue? 150 bothered to get off their lazy backsides from screaming Hitler and fascism for years to go and
I
protest.
was there too, Piers.
They couldn't be bothered because you know what? It's almost like they
Israel
didn't believe
flags
what
at a Trump rally.
It's
or
like
a
they
Nazi
didn't believe
rally.
what they were saying, right? Emma, you wanted to agree with me, so I'll come to you.
So there you go. I do agree with you that I think it's pretty disingenuous and crazy that Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough went down there and kissed the ring, or as our producer on our show referred to it, Matt Leck, kiss the onion ring, which was pretty funny given Trump's proclivity for fast food. And it speaks to, yes, the hollowness of our corporate media in terms of what.
Why is that funny? The onion ring.
I don't even know. Yeah, that's pretty lame. That's pretty fucking lame, Emma.
That joke is so weak that she had to repeat it on Piers Morgan.
Like, what?
She
The
must be
onion
sleeping with
ring?
that guy.
Jesus Christ.
What they actually say and believe. The person who actually first really said the Hitler thing was Trump's former chief of staff, who worked closely with him. Also, Trump's ex-wife Ivana in.
Oh my God! Why they're so insufferable? I can't stand it, Sitch. It's like, oh my God, the real people calling Trump a fascist are all the people who support him.
Yep. It's a pretty stupid
Talk about a fucking dodge. You literally called him a fascist. But all the people on his side agree with me, so he must be a fascist.
In their divorce proceedings said that Trump had a book of Hitler's speeches on his bedside table.
Well, yeah, I know it's ridiculous, but
your ex-wife totally throws you under. Yes, he was reading Mein Kampf in bed.
Right, and you know she's like very clearly like, because we talked about that story, seemed like ridiculous, but you know she's very clearly like, oh well, you know it's the people close to Trump calling him a fascist, so it's okay for me. It's like no, just own it up. If you're gonna call him a fascist or Hitler, just you own it up too, right?
Yeah, no, she can't do that.
She's trying to
like
have her cake and eat it too.
Full Mean Girls. This is like a Mean Girl strategy.
And other people have accused him of being authoritarian in the past. The problem is that, yes, our corporate media and even, frankly, many in the Democratic Party did not treat the threat that Trump poses with the respective urgency that it requires, and so it rang hollow to voters. This is a problem with the messaging of the Democratic Party, but it does nothing to undercut the very real threat that Trump poses. He was twice impeached in this country, and the second time was for trying to overturn the democratic results of an election that resulted in a violent coup that killed multiple people. So when we talk about Donald Trump.
Did the January 6th kill multiple people? I thought that it was
No, I'm
like one
surprised.
cop that committed suicide after the fact.
There was one. Did he commit suicide? I thought there was one guy who died.
Yeah.
Like of some medical condition. I don't know if it was
Look at this.
suicide.
Flat out lies here on Piers Morgan and no fact checking.
And then there was the what's her face, the lady that got shot.
Yeah.
So
as a threat to this country, there doesn't need to be any theoretical conversation. We have very real evidence for it, and now he's learned all the wrong lessons, fast-tracking basically cronies into the administration. And yes, the media rolling over on its belly and accepting his extremist rhetoric is a big part of the problem. And in
Actually,
in
you know
the
what?
history
You know
of
what?
fascism,
You had me for a little- you had
corporations
me for some-
capitulating to fascists.
All right. You had me for
is a
some-
big
they keep saying it's so weird. There's like this weird argument I keep hearing from people on the left where they're like, now that Donald Trump won, all the media is like rolling over and they're like capitulating to Trump. And I'm like, what is she talking about? That's not true.
Yeah,
I've seen
it's
all this,
complete.
I see 10 tons of articles attacking Trump and his cabinet picks like every day.
Yeah, it's a complete farce. People, I'm watching these videos of people on the left, and they're making the argument that the reason Trump won was the mainstream media didn't go after him hard enough.
That's insane.
They're saying that there's some like Epstein connection that was suppressed. So yeah, it's
really?
like, yeah, we're really drifting into like Blue and On territory here, which is kind of insane. So
are they talking about the attorney general guy?
I'm not sure. I just know they've referred to it as the Epstein connection. I don't know what the connection is.
I don't know. I mean, I know we talked about
is there an Epstein connection?
Well, there's two that I know of.
Mm-hmm.
There's, obviously there's the picture of Trump with Epstein.
Oh, of course.
That someone could be talking about. The other thing is, we talked about this at the time. The attorney general of, I think it was like Palm Beach County or wherever the Epstein was tried originally in Florida when he first got in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
The attorney general who signed off on this like insanely lax sweetheart deal, which was the most absurd thing. It was like, oh, he would get to like go to a private office that had internet and every amenity possible, and then at night he would like have to go sleep in the prison cell or something.
Yeah.
This is after he's been accused of like trafficking minors. You're like, what? It was like for like, I forget for how long this was. It was like 8 months or something, or a couple, he has something. I think it was like 8 months or a year or something. And the attorney general that signed off on that deal, that allowed that insane deal, I think when they basically had Epstein dead to rights, Trump originally tried to make him some high level position in his cabinet. And I think he did make him a high level position. And then this all kind of like resurfaced, and he eventually resigned because it was just too like insane.
So the judge that gave Epstein a sweetheart
Attorney General,
deal,
not the judge.
Okay. So the attorney that gave Epstein the sweetheart deal, he was a judge at the time though, right?
No. He was like he was the attorney general that signed off on this deal with Epstein's lawyers, essentially.
Right. And Trump tried to make him a cabinet member in this.
Something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway.
I mean, I don't think that means that Trump was secretly had some, Epstein connection or something. But
back to Beasley describing how Trump is indeed a fascist.
Part of how fascists get to rise.
You happy for some of that? But
I'm
once you start talking about his extremist language and stuff, you're missing the point. The reason he won so big is that most Americans don't think he does have extremist views. They think a lot of it is just common
maybe
sense.
You didn't tell them about it, Piers.
Luke?
That is a failure of the messaging of the Democratic Party. Unfortunately, Donald Trump has said he wants to mass deport.
Luke is so pissed.
I know. He's
Why is this yappy dog talking over me?
Millions
you
of
know the
people,
biggest
which is
mass
fascist
deporter
rhetoric.
of modern times in American history? Barack
He should mass deport.
Obama.
Obama.
I'm going now.
Put a whataboutism on the counter here.
That's like Pierce's favorite. I don't know why. It's like his favorite talking point.
That Barack Obama was a big deporter.
The chief deporter.
Who cares?
Barack Obama deported 3 million people.
Barack Obama.
Yeah, he's the big deporter.
Understood.
He's one of you
I'm not
lot.
a Democratic hack, Piers.
All right, Luke.
Piers, I'm not a Democratic hack. I will criticize.
I love this. She's like, I hate the Democrats too. It's like you're fucking nobody then. Why are you even on this show?
That is pretty funny.
Clearly.
Joe Biden has been helping commit genocide for 1.5 years.
All right.
That's
Let me bring
something
Luke
you'll
in.
hear out of my mouth regularly.
Let me bring
I'm
Luke
not
in.
a hack. I call things like they are.
So I just
know.
had
A lot comes out of your mouth, I've noticed repeatedly, and without breaking for breath. So have a breath. Let me bring Luke in.
I feel like I've told you this, Pierce.
I thought there was something. I thought something far more incendiary was about to come out of Pierce's mouth.
What do you think he was going to say?
I don't know. Trump was like, she was bleeding from somewhere.
Right. Megyn
Deborah and I
Kelly got
just
so
recently had a
pissed about that.
I know.
On my show, I definitely clarified this for her. No one, again, relevant, prominent Democrats in positions of power are saying Trump is Hitler. Stop with that. It's the whiniest thing. No one says that. If you think we shouldn't.
Madison
okay.
Square Garden
Note of
thing was literally described as a neo-Nazi rally. A neo-Nazi rally.
Yeah, that
fucking
kind of shits all over that argument. It's
Jonathan
pretty
Jonathan
critical.
K. Barr. It was like a
Yes.
like a big thing. Yeah, that people were talking about it for days. But even Kamala Harris came out and said, "Look, he's a fascist."
Yeah, I think Harris. Now, to be fair, you could say, well, she didn't run on it, which is true, but she did agree that Trump was a fascist, which she's definitely has the blood on her hands. And that article, was it the article or was it was it an article or was it no, it was both an article and it was an MSNBC segment where they were like comparing that Madison Square Garden rally to like the
Yeah, it was
neo-Nazi
MSNBC,
rally.
but
It's
it was
pretty
mainstream
insane.
media. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty insane.
This whole idea that nobody in power ever made that correlation
That's not
is
true,
just
yeah.
fucking nonsense.
That's
yeah.
not true. Yeah.
It was full of Jewish people. There was a Holocaust survivor in the
I
front
haven't
row.
called it that. I haven't called it that. Can I please?
Oh, look, and then he switches from
I never.
nobody in mainstream, but all the mainstream people on Trump's side were saying it. Come on.
It's the dang point.
Well, no, he
the
switched
point
it
that
to.
I
He
don't
switched
really
it
care.
to no one in mainstream called it that too. I never did that, which is
Right.
irrelevant to the conversation.
Yeah.
About the Mika Joe thing is just sort of cringe, but much more important is that we keep going around this merry-go-round. Oh, they called him Hitler, now this, now that. I'm sure some random people on the internet say that, but again, that's not the line from Biden and Harris. That's not the line from
They
Trump's
called him a
own former
fascist.
administration. So can you please?
They called him a
write
fascist.
Biden
story
and Harris don't
about
say
yes, a fascist.
something Democrats aren't
So you
saying.
think he is
That's
a fascist?
horrible line to live by.
All right.
That's ridiculous.
All right, Luke, but Luke, to be clear, Luke, you
I'm
think he is a
ashamed
fascist?
of your behavior,
Luke,
Piers, on this
is he a
show.
fascist? Luke, is he a
Oh,
fascist?
of course, he absolutely exhibits fascistic tendencies.
There we
which
go.
is
So why did you?
And then he jumps in and says,
I
"Yeah, he
know.
is a fascist."
What were we arguing about then?
Nobody says it. I never said it. Oh yeah, he is a fascist.
Well, no, he was like he was saying that he never called him Hitler, but he's a fascist. So
Oh, okay, sure. Is Hitler a fascist? Oh, of course. Hitler is a
well,
fascist.
Hitler's the fascist. Okay, I got it correct.
Right. Actually, he's a socialist, Sitch. I'm not sure if
Oh.
you know. Hitler
It
was
was in
on
the name,
left.
National Socialist.
It is,
It's the
yeah.
name, yeah.
Joe Biden
then
invited
listen, if that's the
fascists to the
case-
White House. Is he a fascist
What do you-
sympathizer?
Because, oh yeah, I wanted to mention that from Deborah's point. If you respect democracy first and foremost,
You let a
then the
fascist in the
democratic
room?
will of the people. The democratic will of the people is more important than what you feel about the ideology. And it's important to point out we have to learn from history not to equate things, but to say, okay, what signs can we get from
So a
past
peaceful
authoritarians
transfer of
that
power
rhetoric
to
is
a man
dangerous?
you believe is a fascist.
I'm curious what you would describe, you, Piers, what you would describe trying to illegally stay in power despite losing an election. What do you call that?
I thought it was completely
Why are you
outrageous what Trump
obsessed
tried
with
to do.
January 6th?
But I tell you, but Luke,
I
Luke,
explained that to you,
Luke,
Deborah.
Luke,
You
Luke,
know
Luke,
why.
Luke,
I like this girl on the end, Sitch.
I guess they had some sort of debate before this or something.
What's this? I like how she's like, yeah, you guys are obsessed with January 6th. I'm sure I'd like to see what Destiny said when she said that.
Well, no, did you hear? Because he said, I explained that to you already. So obviously, and laughed. So obviously, they had some interaction or debate about
Okay.
that topic.
hang on.
Because you wake up and think about it all day, every day. You guys are so obsessed.
Luke asked me a
Get
question.
over
Let me
it.
answer. Here's what I think a fascist is. A fascist is somebody who wants everybody else to conform to their narrow worldview. They want to dictate how you lead your life, what
That
books
is
you
not the
read. Hang on.
definition of fascist.
Don't all jump in. What books you read, what
It's
movies
just
you can
incorrect
watch.
and
Hang
factually
on.
incorrect what
Try
you're saying.
hard, Emma. Just take a little vow of silence for a few seconds.
Oh, no.
I love it.
Emma, stop.
He's so condescending. It's
So-
great. He's all over.
I
Come
know.
on, shut up. Just shut up.
Right? What heroes you're allowed to admire, what statues you can respect, what clothes you can wear, what songs you can listen to, blah, 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 blah. So you know who the actual purest personification of a modern day fascist is? A member of the woke brigade, because that's exactly what the woke people do. They behave like fascists, and you may not want to hear it, but trust me, you do.
No, based on
It's
your false
fascism.
definition of fascism, you can.
Did you hear Luke go?
I did. He used the word. They hate that word, woke.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
like,
that's
oh
what set
my
him off, the woke
God.
word.
Oh, the
Yeah,
woke
I guess
word
you're
got
right.
him. Yeah. Like,
Right.
Pierce, how can you claim to be a liberal, but you're using the word woke?
Well,
I mean, there's just no better word. There really isn't.
there it isn't. Yeah, that's true. Which is unfortunate.
It
But,
is.
I guess now people are just kind of using progressive because woke is sort of
Isn't that
passe.
sad?
That's what
That
always happens.
All the
But, yeah.
so many progressives have become woke that now progressive just means woke.
Well, no, I think it's not necessarily that. It's that you say woke and people eyes roll, glaze over. So now you just need a new word. So people say progressive.
Right.
It's like it's the next closest word, I guess, that
It's
people like
sad,
know
though.
what it means, so it's close enough.
I don't think all progressives are woke. I think a lot of progressives are just tricked by the woke people. They're
No,
in the
I
situation
agree.
with
Yeah.
like the CRT. Like they don't know they're supporting something that's completely racist. They think
Well,
it legitimately is anti-racist.
No, true. And also just to kind of be hyper specific, the ideological, the ideology of progressivism is not exactly the same as the ideology of wokeness too. And it's kind of part of what gets annoying with these like label conversations is because like when people say Donald Trump is a fascist, what they just mean is they just mean like he's authoritarian, is racist. That's really all they mean. It's because like when Pierce like said what he thinks is a fascist, like he's not even really what he described wasn't even a fascist. He just described a totalitarian, which could be any ideology. So, but that is, but to be fair to Pierce, that is sort of like people just get this idea in their mind when they hear fascist. They just kind of use dictator, fascist, totalitarian. They all kind of use them all, interchangeably.
Yeah, I think they mean them all interchangeably. I think the behavior is someone who believes they're above the law. Like it is that I am the state. The rules don't apply to me. I do whatever I want.
Right,
So,
but you mean that for a fascist? Or you mean that for authoritarian? Or
both.
Oh, okay.
And dictator. Yeah, all of them.
Interesting. Right.
I mean, I just think that's the easiest way to describe it, right? Like Saddam Hussein, he doesn't care what the law is, right?
Right.
He's going to do whatever he wants to do, and then that is the law. The law is when I do it, it's fine. When you do it, it's illegal, and I throw your ass in prison.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it is. No respect for the law, no respect for rule of law. And I do think that's what they mean when they point to Trump. And they do point to the January 6th thing because it's an obvious example of, well, this is the thing. Is he operating within the bounds of the law? Because that's a big question.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
but I think I don't know when the average person, I think when Emma and people say it, they mean specifically, they do mean the authoritarian thing that you're talking about, but they also mean they want to include the twinge of racism or the flavor
Of course.
of racism.
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
they say like, oh, because with Trump making all the legal alien comments or legal immigration comments.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why Hitler is the example of someone who believes he's above the law and a racist,
Right.
which is just the combination everyone worries about. And they should, because it's fucking dangerous. But I don't see Trump as a racist. Like, I know we've argued about this, but
No, I said I don't think he's like as racist either.
yeah, I don't think he's racist. I think, yeah, I don't, I mean, I don't want to relitigate the January 6th stuff, but I mean, you can definitely make an argument that he felt he was operating within the bounds of the law. And I can't read his mind. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if secretly he goes to bed at night and thinks, fuck the law. I do whatever I want. So.
Oh, well, I guess we're not going to relitigate that one, but.
Yeah.
Someone told a bad joke. Cancel him. Destroy him. Fire him. It's fascism.
Yes. Fascism is apparently liberal college students being a little bit too sensitive with their pronouns. It's not a highly militaristic,
we should get rid of all pronouns.
Political ideology
get rid of
born
all
out
pronouns.
of Hitler and Mussolini.
Get rid of them.
Yeah,
so,
you know why? Because the most
he, him.
I hope Democrats go on with the pronouns.
Fascism,
listen.
Why are you watering down fascism, which resulted in the mass genocide of 6 million Jews?
You're watering down fascism by saying Donald Trump is a fascist. You've done that yourself.
Yeah.
I never said that.
I love
just like shouting. Just everyone just shouting over each other.
Pierce was like, I'm not watering down fascists. I called you the fascist.
Yeah.
How's that watering it down, you fascist?
No, I mean, and that was really the hypocrisy, the irony that I think pushed a lot of people who were on the left, like us, that were like, what the fuck's up with this woke stuff? Because these people are so authoritarian, so hypocritically authoritarian, so
Yeah.
anti-free speech, anything that goes against the woke doctrine.
Moralizing busybodies
Right.
who just want to be up in everybody else's business. Why do you care? Men should be able to use a women's restroom.
There you go. Exactly.
Why do you care? Well, because I
Yeah, why do you care, Adam? Why do you use the women's bathroom so much that it infringes upon your, enjoyment of the women's bathroom?
I just want women to feel safe and sound in
I don't believe
their personal sex segregated spaces. I want women to be happy and comfortable.
You don't
Yes.
feel why?
Why?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Women are the enemy. Don't you know this?
Aggro women can be a real pain, Sitch.
That's true. That's a good point.
Have you ever heard the term happy wife, happy life?
I mean, I've heard the cucks say that.
Oh, that's a cuck thing now?
Yeah, it's a cuck
Okay.
thing to say. A real
Okay.
man dominates his wife and tells her what to do, obviously.
A
Right?
real man's wife
Yes.
lives in fear of a beating.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Oh, that's got to be a comfortable relationship to be in, right?
Of course.
Oh. Don't you love sleeping with someone who's terrified of you?
That's got to be pretty traumatic.
Yeah. Hmm.
Well, for
Ran a
them.
fascist campaign.
Same
I said he ran a fascist campaign.
Don't all talk over each other.
The
We
left,
can't
you
hear
guys
you.
are the ones that are watering down
But
what
Piers,
that
you
means.
set up this false premise. Piers, you set up a
What's the
false
false
premise and a
premise?
false definition that meets no academic standards of what fascism is. I just laid it out for you. Fascism is a highly militarized, nationalistic political ideology that often involves corporate power consolidating with the state. See Elon and Trump going together? That talks about
I mean, they're the ones that want to privatize all of healthcare. Aren't they the ones that want to fuse the state with business?
Well, she's kind of like, it's weird. She's like kind of right, but kind of wrong because she's confusing. Because, like, yeah, the economic system under fascism is what Dev always was talking about. It is called corporatism.
Corporatism, yeah.
Right, but it has nothing to do with corporations in a sense that we use the word. It's the idea that
more
all
like-
right. It's the idea that all private businesses should serve the state.
Yeah,
And
it's
so
more
I
like
think people,
socialism.
right. So that's the thing, because I think people, right, correctly, people on the right would say, well, if private businesses have to serve the state, are they really private businesses at that point? Which I
Nope.
would say, no, they're not. So,
And it's socialism. Look at that. Fascism and socialism. Same thing.
a mythologized past that we need to return to by demonizing either
You mean
political
make America
opposition,
great again?
Plus,
or
again,
specific
can I quickly
migrant
go?
groups. Exactly, but the specific immigrant.
weird
groups,
you would describe that as
targeting
fascism.
the mass deportation is you could describe it as ethnic
Let me bring
cleansing
in.
in
all
some
right,
of
let
the
me
more
bring in.
extreme
Hang on. Let me bring in
circumstances.
Amala.
No, I'm using an academic
Hang on. Stop
definition of fascism.
shouting.
Not
Do my
this
ears in.
pop garbage.
Do my ears in, Emma.
I mean-
Amala, is
No, it's
making
ethnic
America great
cleansing.
again a form of fascism? Because it goes back in America's history.
yes.
Not in my opinion, no. I think people have really run with this whole, I don't know, shall we call it slogan and made it into something that it is very much not. America has virtually always been great, in my opinion, especially with its ideals and its values. And when we talk about these two journalists who chose to go to Mar-a-Lago and sit across from Donald Trump, I think we saw Sonny Hostin of The View say, how can you really speak truth to power if this is how you're going to treat Donald Trump? How else do you speak truth to power if you won't go and sit at the table across from it? When we talk about Mika and Joe, the real problem is that they've likened him to Hitler. They've called him a fascist. They called him a threat to democracy. It's not a problem that they're going to Mar-a-Lago, as journalists should,
I
to
agree.
speak to one of the most powerful people in the world.
totally
if they
agree with you.
maintain their journalistic integrity, that's more than okay.
Yeah, totally agree with you. I want to switch gears slightly.
Closing thought, Piers.
Hang on, Luke. I want to change gear. Just we've got a few minutes left. I want to talk about the nominee picks, which I'm sure have sent you into
Poor
some
Luke.
form of metaphorical anaphylactic shock. But
Just pause it for a second.
Why?
I don't know, just to let the ambiance of the video just
Of the change.
wait,
Luke Beasley
wash
is.
over us. Okay.
Luke's not going to move on because he's got to.
Oh, that's
he's gotta
right. Yeah, he
adjust
goes
the
right
fascism
back to this.
thing. Yeah,
I forgot. Yeah, he goes right
they're
back.
still in fascist land. He's got to tell you why Trump is a fascist.
He is not happy about this.
Mhm.
Yeah.
God, I just such delusion, but whatever. It's fun. It's entertaining.
Let's go through them. I mean, here's why I look at it in totality. A, I'm going to wait for them to see who gets confirmed. B, I want to wait and see then what they do. Then I will pass judgment. But actually, if you look at a lot of them, like Linda McMahon, unbelievably successful entrepreneur in America, building one of the great businesses in modern America, billions and billions of dollars pouring in.
Isn't she like the WWE lady?
Yeah, that's a weird parent.
What is she? What cabinet position did she get? Oh my God.
Education.
Education.
Yeah, I don't know if she has any fucking experience. I mean,
well, that's why Republicans typically do this. They put someone in charge that their ultimate goal is just to make sure the institution doesn't function. They want to defund
they want to destroy
the Department of Education.
Maybe that's the idea.
They're like, you don't need to know anything. Just go in and fuck shit up.
Right.
The Department of Education, I don't know if this is true, but Vivek said that it was founded by Jimmy Carter, which would mean 1970s.
To combat racism.
Yeah. I don't know if that's true or not, though.
I don't either.
Very strong educational bent. Why wouldn't you want someone like that running a big department in an American presidency, administration?
So just quickly closing thought on the last thing. It's crazy that we do this, like I said, merry-go-round, we go back and forth on the fashion stuff. We're just saying, I don't like the Trump post on Truth Social, a massive fraud this type of magnitude allows for termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even though it's found in the Constitution, saying that the Constitution should be terminated.
Can we move on to the other thing? Because you're getting a bit in the weeds.
Last thing, I don't like that he said the government should come down hard on MSNBC. Stuff like that, I go, no, it looks kind of fascist. And the fact that we point that out is not us calling him Hitler. But yes, I don't think on some of them they will be less controversial. And then,
Looks like, listen. I can argue much better than Emma's can. Okay, please don't have her on when I'm on here. Make me look even worse. That's so funny.
I mean, he's going. It's just a tweet, man. He's just going to the tweet thing.
There you go.
I mean, if
yeah,
it was, I mean, who knows if he was trolling or not, right? He could have been on Ambien. Could have been an Ambien tweet.
So, according to Wikipedia's, the Wikipedia warrior here,
says McMahon is a scholar and an academic.
It says Linda McMahon went back in time and chokeslammed Hitler through concrete.
She's got the part then,
and thus sealed the Allied victory. So
you're hired.
Yeah. Now it says the Department of Education was created after. Oh, okay. I don't know if Vivek knew this when he said that. But if he did, this is kind of hyper dishonest. I don't know if he knew, because it says that while it's true that the current United States Department of Education was created by Carter, it wasn't created out of thin air. It used to originally be the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, and then they just split them into separate organizations.
Oh, okay.
So there was a cabinet, or there was a department that was related to doing shit with education, like before that.
They were like, all these departments should have singular focus.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
hey,
which makes sense.
Guess which president actually signed in the first Department of Education?
FDR.
No, it was your favorite president.
Lincoln?
Your other favorite president.
George Washington?
When I say your favorite president, I mean like sarcastically.
Ronald Reagan?
It's got to be before Carter. You're going the wrong direction.
It's got to be before Carter?
Yes.
Reagan?
We talked about him on the show.
Nixon?
Andrew Johnson.
Andrew Johnson?
Yeah, the good old bank war. Oh, no, sorry. That was Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Jackson, yeah.
Oh, I fucked it up. Never mind. I saw the Andrew and the J, and then my mind just filled in the blanks.
Andrew Jackson, yes.
Andrew Johnson. Oh, I didn't even know we had an Andrew Johnson.
Yeah, I was like, who the fuck is Andrew Johnson?
Oh, he was Lincoln's VP. Oh, it was Lincoln almost. He was Lincoln's VP, and he took in charge when Lincoln got shot and died.
Andrew Jackson dissolved the precursor to the Fed.
That's why I was surprised that he would do this. Yes, I was like, oh.
Andrew Jackson dissolved the national bank, and it resulted in the largest Great Depression in American history because all the states took up the slack printing state currency and they went hog wild and it basically blew up the economy. So,
Mm-hmm. So yeah, no, it was Andrew Johnson after Lincoln got shot, and then it kind of went through various different incarnations before it became the one
but
that
that's
it is today.
way early on.
Yeah, 1867.
All right.
But I'm sure it was, I mean, obviously it was smaller, as all government was smaller back then. So
I don't like Vivek, just so everyone knows, but
I know. Wait, I mean, I heard that you're a Vivek standboy.
no, not true.
No? Okay.
Yeah, I'm really.
Vivek talks too much about God and Jesus for me personally. So
Why do you?
yeah,
I thought you liked Jesus.
I mean,
I
I
you were a
like
cultural Christian.
I do like the character of Jesus. I do,
Mm-hmm.
but when Vivek talks about it, I feel like he's just self-righteous to the point of cringe. Yeah.
Really concerned that, for example, Matt Gaetz could be our next attorney general. That gives me a major ick.
Deborah?
I'm excited.
sorry,
I think that
what
this
was
is
the-
so
No,
far,
Emma, your name's
especially
not
at my
Deborah.
end, been the
I thought you said
that
my
this,
name. I
so far, his appointments have been the most pro-Israel members and the most pro-America members. I think Marco Rubio, Elise Stefanik, these are all incredible people that I have looked up to for a long time, good, true leadership, and I'm so excited. I think that this is the dream team, and we're going to make America. I agree with Amla, of course. America has always been fabulous, but we can always improve and get back to the great values like freedom of speech, like protecting women, protecting children, having fair, free economy, and supporting small businesses, and everything that truly makes America the most fabulous, amazing country in the history of the world. So I'm excited. I think this is going to be even better than the last administration, and we have a lot of work to do. And having the House and the Senate, hopefully that means that we can really just knock out legislation and take back this country to what we know it can be, which is a great free light that the rest of the world looks at and wishes they could be us, which they still do.
All right, but
See that, Sitch? See what she didn't say there? She did that whole talk, and not once did she say, dunk on the wokies. We're going to be dunking on the wokies again. She should get credit for that.
Deborah, Matt Gaetz, Attorney General, really?
So on that one, there was an article put out by Fox where they actually granted anonymity to a lot of GOP House members and Senate members, where they were saying that they don't believe that he's going to get confirmed, that they're not going to confirm him.
What do you think?
So like you, Piers, I'm also waiting now. I'm not so sure that they will confirm him, but at the end of the day, if we do have a majority, I could see it happening. Do I think I should confirm him? Personally, I do not. I think that it's important for me to have strong leaders.
Look, even Matt Gaetz is a bridge too far for her. She's like, fuck that guy.
It
This
is kind of
insane.
funny how, like, everyone just hates Matt Gaetz.
Matt
I don't
Gaetz
know
was
about that.
Matt Gaetz was a giant prick in Congress, just making waves, like totally shat on bipartisan legislation. Like nobody fucking likes that guy.
Leadership and people who can be examples. And while I do
And he looks like the fucking Jack Nicholson's Joker.
That's the worst part. It's creepy.
believe, I don't just think that we should believe all women who make accusations. I think it's important to elect people who young men and women can look up to and really feel confident in. So I would prefer somebody who was maybe a little bit more experienced, maybe somebody a little bit less controversial. But I do like the things that he says. I think he's funny, and I think he would do a good job as press secretary too, because he doesn't care. He knows exactly what to say, and she's 100% Matt Gaetz, which I respect.
Okay.
You like Bodie, right? Bodie's the new gal that's going to be Attorney General.
Pam Bodie?
Yeah.
Pam Bondi?
Bondi, is that it?
Yeah.
Pam Bondi. Yeah.
Right.
She's like a firecracker.
Supposedly, I guess I'm allowed to say this. Supposedly, Sam's family was influential into getting her into politics.
Sammy G?
Yes.
Was influential in getting Pam Bondi?
Not her specifically, but people in her family.
Really?
Yeah.
Get her on the show. Come on,
There
let's
you
talk
go.
to Pam.
We'll get Pam Bondi on the show.
Yeah.
Does that mean that I'm contractually obligated? I'm sorry, not contractually, relationshiply obligated to support her?
Pamela Joe Bondi. Well, I don't know.
I don't know
told
anything
you,
about
like,
her.
just keep that in mind. So, interesting. An American attorney, lobbyist, and politician. You had said, or I can't remember if it was you or someone else was saying that she was like pro the election denial stuff, or
Pam Bondi?
Yeah, Pam Bondi. Is it not her? Or she was saying like lock people up.
Oh, no, I
Was that
sent
it?
you a tweet. It was funny because when Gaetz, or not a tweet, what did I send you a little thing? Let me go in our DMs because we always had the whole like, is Trump going to get an attorney general?
Yeah, that's gonna crack some heads.
Right. And so
It's
yeah,
gonna
because
go
we were talking in
after-
DMs about how Gaetz, dropped out, and then I looked her up, and it was, I don't know if it was from Wikipedia or some like article. They said in 2016, Bondi gave a speech at the RNC during which she led a "lock her up" chant directed at Hillary Clinton.
Right, there we go. Yeah.
I just sent you that screenshot because that was funny. So
So who knows? Maybe she'll
who
lock
knows?
some
Yeah, I don't know
people
anything
up.
about her, so I'm not gonna pass judgment. But
We'll see. She'll be fine.
Emma, I assume you hate all of them, so let's just choose the 3 you hate most.
Oh gosh, I mean, I'll just essentially say that I think the Linda McMahon point is really unfortunate. I don't really care if somebody can make a lot of money, specifically the McMahons did on union busting their workforce. I care more about if they care deeply about education policy and making sure that we don't gut the Department of Education, which has been a stated goal of the Trump team. I'm deeply concerned
Hang on. On that.
Plans
Let
to gut
me
the
come back to you.
administrative state,
Let me come back to you on
including
education. I mean, given how far behind America is in the global league tables on so many education metrics, why are you comfortable about the way the Department of Education has run things for the last few decades? They're getting
I am absolutely not comfortable with it.
annihilated by China and countries like that.
In part due to Republican policies, including Betsy DeVos and other Republican states furthering voucher programs that suck
what about
public
when you lot
money
were
and
in
funnel
charge?
them into private institutions.
It's
Oh,
always the Republicans' fault.
I'm so bad at this. They're so bad at this.
She only knows the talking points, the left-wing talking points.
Well, the correct talking point would be to say that that these problems that you're talking about are the state, like the states, what has the most control over education. The federal guidelines for education are pretty broad, so it doesn't really make sense to blame the federal government for the shitty education in the country, especially when you can separate some states, and some states have good education and some have really bad education.
Right.
And then I'm sure you could even, have like, some districts and some school districts have pretty good schools and some have pretty shitty schools. So
I blame all these teachers who are more interested if you're born in the wrong body than
There
actually
you go.
teaching you how to read.
that's the issue.
No, it's true. They're like,
true.
look, we got to find all the trans kids in this classroom. Well, but nobody can read. Who cares? We're on a mission.
You got to trans the kids, okay?
We got to trans these kids, okay? They're not going to trans themselves.
They're going to teach them to read. They're going to hand them out, like hormone blockers, and they're going to learn to read by reading, like, the back of the bottle.
No, they
and
don't
all the
read
side
that
effects.
stuff.
So
They never read the side effects.
no, okay, you're right.
Institutions. So.
What about the 8 years of Bill Clinton, the 8 years of Barack Obama?
The Biden administration
What
did
about
a
the
little
4
bit
years of
better.
Joe Biden?
I did not agree.
Don't just blame Republicans.
I mean, yes, unfortunately, voucher programs were a little bit more bipartisan back during the Obama days, but we just saw it got rejected in a red state.
That isn't
Kentucky,
why
led by a
America's falling
Democratic
so
governor,
far
Andy
behind.
Beshear. You're not letting me finish my sentence. I mean, for all your accusations with me, you're cutting me off in the middle of what I'm saying.
Please
I'm
finish.
saying what I'm concerned about for the Trump administration. So I'm concerned that they are, as they have stated, going to gut the administrative state, which includes our Department of Education, the Department of Transportation, all of these things that make the government function. His essentially stated goal has been to do away with them. The Republican Party also has for the past 100 years, been trying to gut.
The Department of Education is only responsible for 10% of funding in schools. So, I mean, that's like tiny. It's a fucking tiny amount.
Yeah, but it's still influential because, this is always the whole, because like one of the things that you can throw at the federal government 100% is, they were saying, oh, we're going to withhold funding to colleges, unless they went hard after the sexual assault claims or some
Oh
trans
yeah,
shit.
totally.
Right. So like, even if it is 10%, I mean, it definitely, we lived through it. It definitely did have a substantial impact on schools' behaviors. And that you can throw definitely at the government, but
Well, wouldn't it be better just to abolish that department and then the schools can make up their own 10%, or just do it like automatically so that they get the same kind of 10% and they don't have to follow they can just make their own rules at the local level.
I don't know. I don't agree. I mean, I think there should be broad federal standards, don't you? That schools should try to reach or accomplish.
It depends upon what the federal standards are.
Yeah, I mean,
like
I
if
agree,
the federal
obviously.
standards are around like reading, competency, things like that.
Yes,
sure, right.
that's what
But
I
if
mean.
the federal
That's-
standards
yes.
are let all the non-binary people in whichever bathroom they want.
Of course, right. No. Obviously, like that's what I'm saying. To me, it would make sense. Like the federal standard should be about, school-related activities, reading, the old reading, writing, arithmetic.
Yeah.
And if you enter into, if you're Linda McMahon or whatever, and you control it, instead of abolishing the entire thing, you just get rid of that, whatever the woke shit is, and you just go back to the core function of what the Department of Education is supposed to be.
Yeah. Be sick.
It would be
We
nice.
should teach these kids backyard wrestling. And I
Hey,
think
listen.
Linda McMahon is perfect for that role.
Builds character.
Yeah.
Cut Social Security. I believe that they also want to cut into Medicare and Medicaid when they talk about raising the retirement age.
Look, she repeated the lie. The fucking lie. He wants to cut Social Security. Trump doesn't want to cut Social Security. He wants to protect Social Security so everyone remembers him as a great president.
That's essentially a cut. These are programs that Social Security keeps nearly 2/3 of our seniors out of poverty. I am terrified about that prospect, and that is what the and so I don't think it's liberal hysteria because I'm concerned about people going into poverty. And if you want to make it about blue-haired weirdos on TikTok, sure, but these have material consequences
All right, I hear
for the majority of our population.
Okay. Amala, before we finish, I want to talk to you just completely separately
Okay, please shut
about
up.
P. Diddy, because you've had a very interesting experience with Diddy. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so just yesterday,
Oh, this is kind of just.
I know.
Did you want to listen to this? It's just kind of.
No, we can move on.
That was kind of boring. She's just like, oh, some weird PIs came to my house and tried to ask me questions, and I said no. And he's like, oh, okay. That was that story.
I got a real quick video while we're on the topic of immigration.
Okay.
I'll throw it in. You can like.
What is this
You're
video?
gonna love
I don't like
this.
I don't like the tone of your voice here.
Our public schools have been taken over by the radical left maniacs.
I guess I do like that you brought this video up. Yeah, look at this.
Come on.
Yeah,
Come on.
no incendiary hyperbolic language here. Okay, a radical maniacs.
Well, but hold on though. Hold on here, partner.
Oh, okay. Okay, we'll see.
Did he say anyone was trying to commit a genocide?
Not yet.
Did he say
Not
anyone?
yet. Not yet.
Is there any ethnic genocide involved in this statement?
We haven't got to the genocide yet, but we'll see.
Well, let's see. Let's look. Let's see how incendiary this gets.
Okay.
I think it's fair game in politics to call someone a maniac. Right?
Okay.
Look, how can you not say that the Democrats are not filled with mania? That just seems like an accurate description. They are fucking manic.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
Our public schools have been taken over by the radical left maniacs. Here is my plan to save American education, restore power to American parents. First, we will cut federal funding for any school or program pushing critical race theory, gender ideology, or other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto our children. We're not going to allow it to happen.
Wait, I thought they were abolishing the Department of Education.
Now they're going to use it It's like the One Ring, Adam. They're going to use it against Sauron. Okay.
Look, it sounds like they are not going to abolish the Department of Education. It sounds like they're going to use it to make sure none of these schools teach critical race theory. Now, Sitch.
That'd be pretty based.
Yeah, there you go. Look, what are you talking about?
That'd be
He's
good.
like a fascist for good. Dictator on day one. No more critical race theory. You're looking at this all wrong, Sitch. This
I
is
like
great.
that. The fascists for good.
Next, I will direct the Department of Justice and Education to open civil rights investigations into any school district that has engaged in race-based discrimination. That includes discrimination against Asian Americans. The Marxism being preached in our schools is also totally hostile to Judeo-Christian teachings, and in many ways it's resembling an established new religion. Can't let that happen. For this reason,
can't let that happen.
Can't
No,
let that
no,
happen.
no. Don't you love it? He's like, look, this Marxist bullshit's like a new religion. Fuck that. We can't have religions in public schools.
Well, if that's the end point, then I agree with that.
Yeah, look at this.
my
But if it's,
administration will
we can only
aggress.
have one religion in school, then I don't agree with it.
He did say Judeo-Christian.
That's
That's
I
two
guess
religions.
That's two
Sitch.
religions.
There you go.
Yeah, look, come on.
Aggressively pursue potential violations of the Establishment Clause and the Free Exercise Clause of the Constitution. That's very simple. Additionally, on day one, we will begin to find and remove the radical zealots and Marxists who have infiltrated the Federal Department of Education. And that
Listen, never calls anyone a Marxist, Adam. Okay, Donald Trump's never done that before, ever.
You said communist.
Oh,
It's-
okay.
a
You got
Marxist
me.
is
He said
completely
He got me. He
different.
said Marxist. He didn't say
I
communist.
still have
He said
not heard him
Marxist.
call anyone a communist in this
Okay.
video.
Okay, you got me there.
Look, isn't McMahon the perfect person to hunt down these Marxists?
Is she? I don't know what her bona fides are on Marxist hunting.
Look, she's a wrestler. She's a pro wrestler,
She's a
of course.
wrestler.
She's going to wrestle these Marxists right out of the Department of
Oh,
Education.
Okay.
She's going to rope-a-dope them.
I see. That's
That
boxing,
also-
but okay.
includes
What's that?
That's boxing.
others, and you know who you are, because we're not going to allow anybody to hurt our children. Joe Biden has given these lunatics unchecked power. I will have them fired and escorted from the building, and I will tell Congress that any appropriations bill I sign must reaffirm the president's ability to remove defiant employees from the job. It's all about our children. I will veto the sinister effort to weaponize civics education. We will keep men out of women's sports, and we will create a new credentialing body that will be the gold standard anywhere in the world to certify teachers who embrace patriotic values, support our way of life, and understand that their job is not to indoctrinate children, but very simply to educate them. Finally,
Look, you can get a certificate in Americanism now, Sitch.
Yeah. Oh,
You
I
get
like
the
that.
stamp of approval.
I want a certificate in Americanism.
will implement massive funding preferences and favorable treatment for all states and school districts that make the following historic reforms in education. One, abolish teacher tenure for grades K through 12 so we can remove bad teachers and adopt merit pay to reward good teachers. We want great teachers in our schools. Two,
So he's breaking the backs of the teachers union. I'm sure Scott Adams is like thrilled with this.
Yes, he has sucked down all that propaganda. Yeah.
drastically cut the bloated number of school administrators, including the costly, divisive, and unnecessary diversity, equity, and inclusion bureaucracy. Three, adopt.
Look at that. He's going to get rid of the DEI bureaucracy. Wow, this might cut into wokeness. This might actually make a difference here.
A parental bill of rights that includes complete curriculum transparency and a form of universal school choice.
Yeah, they should publish the curriculum on a website somewhere. Every parent should be able to go and know everything that's being taught to your children. Total transparency in the school. That's the way it should be.
I agree.
And implement the direct election of school principals by the parents. It's all about the parents for their children. More than anyone else, parents know what their children need.
Well, that's not going to be a good idea. In Southern California, you're going to have like every single principal is going to be like a trans
that could backfire.
drag queen. That's exactly what it's going to be.
I think that public schools should strive to be as ideologically neutral as humanly possible.
Oh, yeah,
And
totally.
If you want either a left or right wing ideology, you go to private. Take your kid to private school.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. They're forcing so much of this ideology into school, but
Into
they
the
don't
public
perceive it as an ideology. They just perceive it as a truth. But that's the same thing the Spanish conquistadors thought about Christianity when they were spreading it around the world by force.
Right.
If any principal is not getting the job done, the parents should be able to vote to fire them and select someone who will. This will be the ultimate form of local control. Our country has, frankly, never had anything like it, or let's say for at least the last 50 years. As the saying goes, personnel is policy, and at the end of the day, if we have pink-haired communists teaching our kids, we have a major problem. When I'm
Okay, he said communist.
Said communist.
He did. He said pink-haired
He
communist.
didn't say comlos though. He said hypothetical pink hair.
Pink-haired communist. Yeah, teaching your kids. That's bad news.
president, we will put parents back in charge and give them the final say. We will get back to teaching reading, writing, and math called arithmetic, and we will give our kids.
Don't you like that? He's like,
Wait, did he think people didn't know what the word arithmetic meant? He was like, I had to explain it to people.
yeah, look.
That was so weird.
He's an excellent communicator. This
Okay.
guy's in the Ronald Reagan of our time.
People didn't know what the word arithmetic meant.
It's interesting that he said 50 years. Who was president 50 years ago?
Was it Reagan? I don't know.
Was it FDR?
Kids the
It was
high
not
quality
FDR,
pro
though. It
American
was
education
a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
It was the 40s.
they deserve. We spend more per pupil than any nation in the world by double. We're going to keep spending the money, but we're now going to get our money's worth. We're at the end of every list on education, and yet we spend the most. We're going to change it around. We may spend the most, but we're going to be tops.
He got this part from Piers. He was chatting with Piers on the phone, talking about the Department of Education.
Mhm.
This is exactly the argument Piers was making. Why do we spend so much money and our outcomes are horrible?
Yeah, but this is actually, wait, if you listen to what he's saying, it's actually kind of interesting. Listen.
We're at the end of every list on education, and yet we spend the most. We're going to change it around. We may spend the most, but we're going to be tops in education, no matter where you go, anywhere in the world.
It's
I like
kind of
that.
interesting because usually the Republican line is more about,
Not
just trying to
spending
remove,
anything. Yeah.
spending nothing, trying to remove government as much as possible, a complete no belief in government having any involvement whatsoever. And Trump is taking, at least in that statement, clearly different standpoint, saying we will continue to spend the most on education, but we'll just make it the best education.
Yeah. He's saying we're spending our money inefficiently and we're going to change that. We're still going to spend the money, but we're going to spend it on smart
Right.
things and not
Which
dumb
is interesting.
things.
That's a very interesting
Yeah.
deviation. So
He wants to be remembered. He wants to be the next FDR.
Thank you very much.
What will his initials be? TDS?
I sent you a video to bring up on Twitter.
Okay.
Don't read the tweet. Just bring up the video.
Don't read the tweet.
Yeah, I want it to be
Okay.
like a surprise.
I'll
Okay.
do my best.
Right. I want it to be a surprise when you just click on
I'm
the
not,
audio. and
I'm
you
not
just-
even looking.
Okay.
The total secret.
It is a Donald Trump video.
Oh my God. I think I smoked weed with this guy.
With Donald Trump?
No, this Sarah, what's her name? Sarah McBride. Oh my God, her name's McBride. That's hilarious. Is she related to Danny
The
McBride?
Danny McBride? I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay.
Is this?
Give me a 3,
This
2, 1,
looks I'm not reading the tweet. I'm just supposed to play the video.
Yeah.
Is that what's going on here?
Yeah.
Is this gonna be incendiary? How many times does he say communist in this, guys? Let's just see. Let's just see how bad this is. Ready?
Right, yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Comrade Kamala Harris is terrible for our country, absolutely terrible. She is a communist, has always been a communist, and will always be a communist. Under her leadership, the USA will fail and fail like never before. It will go down. We don't even have a chance. We will not let that happen. November 5th is the most important day in the history of our country. Go out and vote.
Well, he forgot to say the most important part.
What's that?
You should take
Comrade
up arms
Kamala
if she
Harris.
wins and
Oh, there
start
you go.
murdering people on the
Yeah,
streets.
right, yeah.
Where was that part? Why do you leave that out?
It was implicit in the she's a communist and has always been a communist and will always be a communist.
Comrade Kamala Harris is terrible for our country. She is a communist. Has always been Well, look. Thank goodness we're saved from this inevitable collapse
Timeline
of our
disaster.
civilization from Kamala Harris. What's Kamala up to these days? Look, she was a big part of our lives for most of this year.
Mm-hmm.
Now we don't even talk about her. It's like she
Right.
never existed.
Here's
What's
another
going
one.
on with that, Sitch?
No.
No.
Trump
Another
said,
one.
Comrade Kamala Harris is terrible for our country. She's a communist. Will always be a communist. I guess this is just what.
That's the same one.
I guess it's just him reading the actual quote.
This is just one time though.
Kamala Harris is allowing Venezuela's dangerous criminals to freely enter our country through her wide open southern border. I feel a little sexual.
Her wide open southern border.
Yeah.
Oh my
And now
God.
I know, right? It's weird. And now she wants to bring Venezuela's dangerous economic policies into our nation as well. If Kamala is elected and implements her communist price caps, there will be famine, starvation, and poverty, the likes of which we have never seen, and America will never recover.
You know what that means, guys? We got to take up arms.
Well, listen, Adam, I don't know if you know, but there's this thing on January 6th you may have heard of.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm going to that January 6th thing for sure.
No, on 2020, there were a bunch of Trump fans that got a little rowdy.
Oh, in 2020? I don't.
Yeah.
I don't
know if
remember
you know
that.
You don't remember that?
No.
Okay. Then there's
What-
a clip. Trump posted a clip. I don't know what this is from. It's a clip of Democrats from the Black Caucus saying, we've got 70 days to act right. After 70 days, we can go back to acting crazy. And then Trump says, what they mean is they want to get elected and then destroy our country with radical left Marxist socialist policies. We can't let this happen. And if it does, we won't have a country anymore. The USA will be reduced to ashes. MAGA 2024.
What was that on? That's on True Social?
It's on there's a Twitter account that just reposts all his Drew's posts on Twitter.
Hmm.
So here we go. Here's another one. Kamala Harris was the original, in all caps, Marxist district attorney. She destroyed San Francisco and she will destroy our country.
True. That's
She's the
not
original.
fascist, though.
She's the original. Okay.
Yeah, look, no one's gonna. That's not calling her Hitler. It's not. It's not the same, but
Yeah, he's just Stalin. It's better, right?
I mean,
Stalin's on, he's
it's not as bad.
Stalin's not as bad as Hitler, right? That's what I've heard from many people on the left.
And I assume many are fine people.
And I assume many of those communists are fine people.
I've met lots of nice communists in my time, so
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're all murdering a-holes. Nazis, on the other hand, oh my God.
There you go.
All right, I'll read a super chat.
I was just seeing if there's any other ones that jumped out at me.
I have some more of these, but we'll sprinkle them in.
Oh, you have some more of the Trump.
I do, yeah.
Trump
Look,
shouting at the camera for some reason.
Sitch was being a a naughty boy all weekend, so he couldn't produce the show. So I had
A
to.
naughty boy. Wow, look at
Yeah,
this. What does that mean?
he has like a life with a a female. So
How dare
I
you.
had to do a little show producing this week. So
How dare you?
I came up with some good stuff.
Right.
Some stuff that I thought was fun and interesting.
We'll post
so.
some pictures. Make everyone jealous.
Of what?
Of nothing. Alex Wright for $5 says, "Thank God Attorney General Gaetz wasn't long for this world. Those losses in Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona bit Trump in the butt. Pam Bondi will be like female Jeff Sessions." I don't know. I don't know anything about her, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. I did see a lot of. It was funny. I saw a lot of like standard Republicans like her, and then I saw some internet like MAGA pundit people get mad that the normal Republicans liked her. They're like, "Oh
Really?
no, it's a bad thing." Yeah, I was like, "Okay, that's an interesting way to judge it." Renault Zoro was here for $5. Says, "You guys should cover the trigonometry, Wu and Jank post-election interviews." I'm pretty sure I watched them both. I don't remember anything jumping
Too
out
exciting, yeah.
at me. So like, I mean, it was interesting to listen to, but jumping out at me to like comment on for one of the streams.
Yeah. It's weird because I mean, Brianna Wu has been on the show, and I guess I'm friendly with Brianna Wu, but also people have told me she talked mad shit about me on her show with counterpoints, but it's probably just counterpoints' bad influence on her. So, but I mean, it's like it would be an agree fest. It would just be agreeing with her because everything she basically throws the entire Democratic Party under the bus on the trigonometry, which I guess that's why you guys want us to cover it, is because you're like, look, we won one over.
Right.
I don't.
Victory.
Victory. Here's the test for me, because I know when I was in the progressive bubble, I did think, and I'm not proud of this at all, but I did think of myself as like morally superior to conservatives. And I had to learn to speak their language so that I could use my mind manipulation on them, right? To get them over to the morally righteous side, my side, the correct side, right? And obviously Jonathan Haidt had a big influence on me. He wasn't the only one. There's a number of authors that kind of made me think, oh, if conservatives maybe aren't just morally reprehensible, maybe they've got a good idea how the world works, and it's me that's in this self-righteous bubble. So the thing that I look at in a person who's progressive, who's doing this thing that Brianna Wu is doing, and to some extent Anna Kasparian's doing too, but I don't want to compare Anna Kasparian to Brianna Wu, because I think Anna Kasparian's transition is sincere. I think she's an honest person. I know myself to be an honest person, obviously. So, but I'm not sure that Brianna Wu isn't sitting there with the trigonometry crew and thinking, I'm morally superior to these guys. I need to speak their language so that I can basically trick them into being progressives. That's the line for me. That's the line. And I don't know Brianna Wu well enough to know if she's secretly having those thoughts. Have you ever experienced that, Sitch, or were you like the thinking you were morally superior but still active enough in politics that you wanted to win people over?
I mean, I've never had that thought because I still am morally superior. What are you talking about?
I should have known. What am I thinking?
Yeah, what are you?
You're right.
What are you, stupid?
It's silly of me even to ask that question.
Yeah, exactly.
You are the elitist on the show. So.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I don't know.
Think of yourself as morally superior.
Well, here's a question. I mean, I don't know about. I have no clue what if Brianna Wu thinks he's morally superior or not. I mean, I think I guess because you're saying you're not questioning whether what she's saying is sincere. You're just questioning whether she.
Oh, I am. I'm 100% questioning whether or not it's sincere.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
Because
mean,
I don't think you can have any sort of
Mhm.
sincere political discourse until you're willing to show some respect for your political opposition. And I don't know
Well, I
that.
think. I mean, well, she is. I don't understand. Like, at least from what she's saying, she is.
Is she?
Yeah. What are
I
you
mean,
talking
I've heard
about?
her say a lot of Democrats have gotten shit wrong, but I haven't heard her say anything about Republicans have a point. I've never heard that.
I'd have to go back and listen.
Yeah.
I think you're being too critical. You jerk.
Oh, that's my brand.
Oh, I see.
Too critical.
Too critical. I thought that was my brand.
It is kind of, but
Okay.
yeah, look, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I only say this because that is the kind of thing. When I listen to Brianna Wu on one of these talks, and she's done a number of these talks, she is legitimately getting pushback from her side, who are like, why are you going on these platforms? You're basically, they conceptualize it as laundering the reputations of our political enemies. That's the way that they look at it. The people on the left look at Brianna Wu going on trigonometry, and they're saying, look, these trigonometry people are all fascist, racist, homophobes. And when you go on their platform, you're basically making it seem like they're cool, like they have good ideas.
Right.
But I think Brianna Wu is very, very careful just not to give any sort of credence or credibility to right-wing personalities, even when they're right. So
I don't know.
that's
I think you're being too critical.
that's a thing that I'm looking for.
I think she's doing good stuff.
Right.
To work
Okay.
on
Look,
pushing
I
back on the left.
I completely agree with her. I think she's against having trans women in sports. I think she thinks that's dangerous for trans people. I think she realizes that there's been massive overreach in the trans activist community that's resulting in pushback that's going to tangibly harm trans communities. I don't want any harm to come to trans communities. So, but I don't conceptualize like having to use the disabled bathroom as like a fucking huge.
Okay, disabled freak.
I don't conceptualize that as being like disrespectful or anything. So, yeah.
Oh, my thing crashed. Hold on. You load real quick.
I was going to bring up Super Chats anyway. I got Solid, but the top one that I have is Solidoge for $5 says, I support this no trans bill, but only if Adam is the one who is pulling down our pants to inspect if we have the right parts down there. Solidoge, you want me?
That's disturbing.
First of all, this is my first. I did not realize that Solidoge wanted me to pull his pants down. So,
right.
Which, look, gay people are welcome on our show. That's fine. Solidoge, if you're gay, no biggie. I'm just not going to pull your pants down. But thank you for the invite.
So I had to pull up the thing.
You had to pull up Solidoge's pants?
I had to pull up Solidoge's pants. I had to pull up.
Did you
the
pull
Super
them
Chats.
down?
I did. I had to check.
Did you?
Before
So you closed the horrible studio window?
Yeah. Well, no, I still have it open, but it wasn't showing the top. It wasn't showing the first Super Chats anyway.
Oh wait, I see him over here. I got him on the other side here. Alex Wright for $5.
I read that one.
You read that one, right?
Yeah,
and you
so we're at
read
the
Rico
Dark
Zorro
Conservatarian. I read that
for
one.
$5.
Dark Conservatarian for $5 says, I recently heard you got a girlfriend, Sitch. Congratulations. S-Class gets the best ass.
Look at
that.
that. Oh my
God. That is very true.
Sammy G is not going to like that.
It's a compliment. What's the problem?
It's like, it is kind of weird talking about Sammy G in this context. But I wonder how.
It's a compliment.
My thing is, I don't want to say anything that's going to get you in trouble. So
I see.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that.
I was worried. I did have, when we were talking about Pound Town last week, I was like, oh my God, I hope that wasn't too zany. But anyway, it sounds like Sammy G's a good sport about it. So, okay.
She was mad at me after you said all that stuff, and we got into a big fight.
Oh my God, you're killing me here.
I'm just
That's
kidding. I'm just joking.
Exactly what I don't want to hear.
kidding.
Yeah. All right, we can talk about Pound Town again, guys.
There you go. Pound Town's back on the menu.
It started with a super chat. Somebody said that in a super chat, and I haven't heard the Pound Town for like years. So, but it is funny. Obviously, everyone knows what you're talking about. Fair and Practical for $2 Aussie says, Anna on same panel as a far leftist, please. Hopefully Emma. Yeah, look, that would be interesting if Anna was on one of these panels, because she would definitely be the voice of reason. But I mean, hopefully the voice of reason from a left-wing perspective, so we don't have this idea that everyone on the left is just fucking insane. I don't know. People perceive us on the right just because we're not fucking insane, but whatever. Fondue for $5. Come on, Sitch, cut Trump some slack. Even Jank is softening up on MAGA. I thought Jank was like hardening. Oh,
Hardening, huh?
Hardening up on MAGA, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you want to respond, Fondue? It is more interesting if Sitch is more critical of Trump. Maybe I'm not critical
I'm not.
enough.
Listen, wait. Here's my whole attitude on Trump right now is, we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
Adam's the one over here like, oh my God, Sitch, take a hit of this joint and fly away to magical Trump-land with me. I'm like, I'm just waiting to see what happens. I'm not even really been like,
God. Oh my God.
Like every other person's like made like 100 videos on how every Trump pick is like gonna be usher in the Hitlerian world, endscape. But I'm just over here like, I will see what the fuck happens, I guess.
I love how he spends cautiously optimistic into like Puff the Magic Dragon.
Right. I mean, it's true.
Okay.
TL1524 for $2 says, please watch Emma's response on Majority Report after so much cope. I did watch it. Actually, I had one time code. It wasn't really Emma. It was, I forget, one of the other hosts. I don't know his name. And he was all like, oh, this is indicative of like, somehow trying to make it like this was somehow indicative of white women using their privilege in society as white women to like, oh, he's saying that Nancy Mace, he compared Nancy Mace to Emmett Till.
Oh yeah.
And
They love to do that.
And it was like, yeah, like using like a white woman using their place in society in order to solidify patriarchal power. I was like, this is a fucking batshit crazy town.
Nancy Mace, you mean they're comparing Nancy Mace to the woman that got Emmett Till killed?
Yes.
That's what they're doing. Yeah.
Yes. Right.
And look, we've successfully shamed Majority Report into forcing the disembodied voice to actually go on camera when he speaks. Now they
put a little box in the corner now. His little face shows up. It's hilarious. Yeah.
That's us. Since we did that. We did that.
We did do that.
Every time we watch one of those videos, we publicly shame them for having the disembodied voice do half the speaking. It's completely retarded.
I know.
Yes.
Wait, let me see. Let me pull up that video. You go, Reno Super Chat.
I will.
So
the
well.
real
I'm so proud of
Holtzinator.
you. Look at this.
The
You're
real
on a roll.
Holtzinator. This is, look, we got a New Year's resolution coming up, so I'm going to try to be more on it with Super Chat.
Learn to read.
Yes. I think it's time. I'm sick of people reading to me. No, actually, people reading to me that's my pleasure in life. It really is.
Really?
The real Holtzinator for $2 says the JCC, the Jewish Community Center. I don't know what that's in reference to.
That was because you said the YMCA and I said the JCC.
Oh,
It's the
okay.
Jewish version of it, the Jewish Community Center. Yeah.
Interesting. Look at this. Is that separate but equal? Is that what's going on there?
So I was on Piers Morgan.
I mean, it's not equal. It's better.
So it's So that's fucking
It's separate and
horrible.
better because usually, us Jews, we have more money, so our facilities are.
Oh my God, the
higher
racist
quality.
Jews, the
But you don't-
racist Jewish
Well, listen,
people.
you don't have to be Jewish to be a member at the JCC. So
Really?
no, not at all. It's
Are they gonna
open to the
like?
public.
Are they gonna look at me like I'm a man in the women's restroom?
Are they gonna check to see if you're circumcised? Is that what you're asking?
Well, look, I pass on that front, so I'm.
It's weird because
I
like
can
I
take the
remember.
inspection.
Yeah, no, because like I used to play street hockey at like the JCC. They had like a street hockey league. I'm pretty sure the majority of people there were not Jewish that were playing street hockey. And it's not like I mean I did a bunch of like sports.
I'm waiting here. What? Go ahead. Keep
Okay, we
going.
didn't go in the locker rooms, Adam. That's not what I meant.
You're like, and
person.
you're like, and all the guys I played with their dongs were
No,
circumcised.
or I know.
I thought that's where the story was going, but
I've
anyway.
actually never done the whole group shower thing. It's always been disgusting to me. So
Really?
and yeah, people my generation are generally turned off to, at least where
Right.
I, in Florida, I've never done anything like that. But no,
You
like
just go to class all sweaty. And that's not gross.
you take Axe body spray and you just go, psh. You just cover it up, right? You do the Axe shower.
Yeah. Okay. We
That's
just
literally
go
what you
out.
did.
We just go out in our shorts and t-shirts, and like they would hose us down.
Well, you change your clothes. You had
We'll be
like a
done.
PE, you had like a PE uniform, and then you would, just wear that.
No, you just go for the hose. Just
Okay.
get hosed off, and you're
I
ready to
see.
go.
I see. You're just dripping water throughout the class all day. But
Well,
no,
you
I
change
did
your clothes, but
I did a bunch of sports at the JCC, and they're not like I don't remember there ever being any sort of religious anything related to anything I ever did there. So
that's cool.
I mean,
used to go to
assuming-
Mormon dances a lot when I was a kid, and they
Oh.
never asked me if I was a Mormon.
I mean, when you do sports at the YMCA, I'm assuming they don't have like a Catholic priest come out like carry like the crucifixion of Jesus before the game or something at the YMCA. So
That would be odd.
that would be funny. Okay, here, this was the part I had that I was like, what?
Just tell me we get the pop-up of the dude.
She should be there.
Their names are. But yeah, she is very addicted to the spotlight, and there's a long genealogy of these
They're talking about Nancy Mace.
kinds of things in American society that we don't fully acknowledge. And I've mentioned it before, but a lot of that has to do with the ways in which, ironically, women, including white women, were raised from history. So you don't learn about like women slave owners. You don't learn about the suffragette movement in any comprehensive way. So it's easy for white women to reimagine themselves as being on the right side of historical like injustices, when a lot of times they were evenly split or worse in the side of the white patriarchy, because their position there was one that justified colonization and oppression of people of color all around the world. It's it's a very simple story that people haven't heard enough of. But
If you're a dude and talking about the patriarchy, I just can't help but laugh. I really can't. I can't take it seriously.
The brain rot. Oh my god. It's like so
The
like,
patriarchy.
It's not even, it's never like, oh, someone has an individual position on something. It's never like, oh, they have a position that aligns with their political party. It's not even like, oh, this person's just being cynical to make money or grift. It's like, no. This is a deep-seated systemic issue dating back to the patriarchy and establishing one's position in white supremacy. It's like, oh, please stop.
I know. Yeah. Yeah. Ugh.
Piers Morgan is hilarious. I love his little accent.
He was very upset. Yeah.
Carolyn Bryant Donham, the white woman who accused Emmett Till of making improper advances toward her in 1955, died last year. Mace is just that lineage.
Yeah.
And Piers Morgan for his.
There you go, Nancy.
Yeah.
Listen, thought I was being too hard on her. I didn't say that she was in the same vein as the Emmett Till lady.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
She's the one pointing at trans people that are bound to get lynched now.
Apparently.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, there he is. There's his little box.
I know. Look, he's
There's
relegated to a little box under the YouTube logo.
His name is Matt, right? I forget his last name.
Yeah, he was coming at you on Twitter one time. Super
Yeah, but then he blocked
frothing
me,
at
I
the
think.
mouth.
Didn't he? Am I crazy?
I don't
thought he
remember.
blocked me.
I don't know
I was
about
like,
that,
what is
but
that?
I tried to get him on the show, but he was like not
Yeah, he
having it. I was
being
like,
a little baby. I don't
Come
remember
on.
what the context was, but
Emma goes on all these shows. It's just, look, you got to be big enough. They're like 50. You guys don't even have 100,000 subscribers. You
Well,
don't
okay,
even have a silver play button.
I'm curious. Do you think Emma's gonna start branching out to more stuff now? She's been on Tim Pool, she's been on Pierce, or was that just like? I mean, this video.
It's a one-off. She has a burn the ships mentality. Like she goes into these places and she's like, I'm never coming back, so I'm just going to talk over everyone.
Yeah, but
I'm a bull in a china shop.
I mean, I'm assuming that way. I didn't look. I'm assuming the viewership for that Pierce Morgan was pretty good with, most of Pierce Morgan's audience.
All of them
look at
get
Emma
like a
being
million
retard.
views. Yeah.
So,
All of them get. We should go on there.
yeah, that'd be nice.
No,
the
I can't
Jordan
imagine.
Peterson video, the last one, got 2.6 million views.
Yeah, I didn't watch it. I started watching it, but then something came up and I didn't get a chance to go back to it.
I
But
did
I
watch
do.
it.
How is it?
It's kind of boring. But...
Oh, it's boring. What?
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson? God, how dare you? Can't believe you insinuate that Jordan Peterson is boring now.
Well, Pierce did some like pretty nasty clickbait because he's got like
I know.
Picture of
It's
like
got
Jordan
him
Peterson
crying.
like crying when he's like talking about like his like his dead relatives, and he's got
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson like flicking off the camera, which out of context.
Oh, what? Yeah, what was that all about?
He was saying that like he wasn't doing it. I think he was saying that like it was like Trump doing it, or I forget. He was saying someone else was doing the action. Like he wasn't doing the action.
Oh, he's not flipping off the camera. He's
Yeah,
like,
he was
"Hey."
saying like, oh, like that person saying the statement is like them doing this to the Democrats or something. I forget what it was.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't like him like going like, oh, fuck these people, So actually, I don't know. Maybe she won't, because the one with Emma only got 1 million views, and then the other ones got a little bit over 1 million views. So maybe it won't do well enough for.
I mean, it's kind of turned into a shit show because she wouldn't shut up. So I don't know if she'll even be invited back. Like, who wants that kind of headache?
That's true. A lot of people listen to that and they go, "Oh God!" Like all the arguing and shit, and they can't stand it. So
Yeah.
let's see what the comments are.
Bullshit. So JV for $10 says, are we forgetting all the very famous people who called Trump's first term illegitimate and are calling this one illegitimate too? Also, weren't there riots after Trump won in 2016? There were riots on his inauguration. It's an open question whether or not there will be riots now. I think since a win was so decisive for Trump, I think it's kind of taken the wind out of people's sails for the rioting. In 2016, obviously Trump didn't even win the popular vote, so people were super pissed.
It was also more unexpected too.
Yep. Yeah. This time was way more expected because Trump is such a likable, affable human being that a lot of people are just like, it's not that bad. Everything will be fine.
I don't remember what the argument was, but if it was related to like, I don't know if this was the argument you were making, Jay, because this was a while ago when you sent the super chat. Like, I keep hearing people bring up, they'll say like, oh, they whataboutism, like whenever Trump, basically destroyed half the country's faith in election, they like whataboutism. Like, what about the Democrats who said Trump was illegitimate? Isn't that the same thing? And it's just so laughably absurd. I don't know if that was your point, Jay, but when people make that position, it's just so stupid. I don't even know if it's worth diving into.
Can you forgive Trump if Trump introduces some kind of legislation and manages to pass it that there's like some kind of transparency in elections so that no one could ever question an election and it have any credibility at all?
How would that? I don't even know how that'd be possible, but
well, they could outlaw these electronic voting machines. I mean, it's a thought experiment.
People are always going to find some way to bitch. Well, I don't know now. I mean, usually people before Trump, like there would be, people complaining in pockets, but it never really went anywhere. The largest, like before that was just with the Gore stuff. And even that Gore dismissed. And that never really went anywhere. So before Trump, there wasn't really this just complete no faith or trust in the electoral process, which now you would hope Trump won, and you think that would restore people's faith, but no, they just, the people who have, the problem is that the pundits that have built up so much of their audience and, credibility on complaining about the election being stolen, they can't then turn around and say, oh, I guess it wasn't stolen now.
The 2020 election, they're never going to change their mind on, but I'm just talking about solving the problem going forward. And the answer that you're looking for is yes. Yes, I would forgive him. That would be great.
Oh, okay. Whatever you say.
So you don't want it to happen again. So it would be great if there was some sort of resolution to it, that it couldn't happen again. So
it doesn't. No, but what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter. There was no logic or fact to the 2020 election anyway. It was just, so why would having some sort of logic or factual system in place prevent someone from complaining about it in the future?
I mean, it
was a total vibe, intuition based thing.
Right. But look, if they didn't have electronic voting machines, nobody could point to the electronic voting machines and say, this is a possible place where shenanigans can take place. Like,
no, they would just point to ballot stuffing, and they'd say the lady scanned the ballots more than once and all that other shit.
Well, that they shouldn't even be pointing to, because that's like impossible to do.
I know, but it doesn't matter. So who cares? So I'm saying it doesn't really matter what changes will come into place.
We are going to build up our faith in these elections.
Okay, JFK.
I know. Why can't I do it? Trump does have a bit of a JFK vibe, though.
You're correct in terms of he has a slight like cadence similarity to the JFK pacing of talking, which I wonder if that's intentional, because he only does it when he does the speeches, so maybe it's intentional.
We're gonna fortify our elections.
Soto Futura says the whole debate is just how well someone passes. I mean, that's accurate. That is true.
Where's?
Oh,
okay.
Luke W for $10 says, I think this calls for
Are
an
these
experiment.
new ones coming in? What are you?
No, this is old ones.
Oh, okay. I mean, you miss. I got a different read, but go ahead.
I read some, and I'm skipping past the ones I read already.
Ostracy for 32 months.
Oh, I don't have the. Okay, I don't have the.
Ostracy, member for 32 months. Discipline equals freedom. Wow, look at that. Ostracy's like third tier, I think. That's awesome.
Nice. Look at that.
This bathroom thing might be overall. This bathroom thing might be overall be one of the worst arguments I ever seen Sitch make. Okay. So he's saying your bathroom argument is bad. Well, I guess we'll have to have.
That's okay. Ostracy thinks Trump defending election arguments are good arguments.
Would you have Ostracy on to talk about the bathroom thing?
He wants to talk about the
Ostracy's cool, and he's actually pretty smart. So, anyways, Soladoge we already read. Sketch is a member for 28 months. Says might have to go back to A team after this one. Quick, Adam. Make a bad movie take so I can take myself out of it. Listen, I don't have it. What do you? Everyone's got horrible ideas about my movie take. So
you don't like Weird Al. That's all that matters.
That is a good take.
That's a disgusting take. Weird Al's a national treasure. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Look, I like all the same movies that you like, Sketch. I do.
Yeah, but you also like bad ones.
Batwoman?
I guess that's not true. You acknowledge that Sucker Punch is a beautiful but stupid fucking movie.
Sucker Punch is horrible. Yeah,
that's fair.
I love Fight Club. What are you talking about?
That's true.
I love The Matrix. I think Matrix 2 set up a great third movie that never delivered. I mean,
that's true.
Children of Men is one of my favorite movies, and that's
still never saw that one.
I can't. What? You haven't seen Children of Men?
I have not. No.
It's funny because I rewatched part of Children of Men recently, and this would be a good topic for a video because Children of Men, when did Children of Men come out? Because I'm relatively certain that it came out before. Yeah, 2006. So this came out way before all of the woke stuff. Now, if Children of Men came out now, it would be claimed to be a woke movie. It would totally, everyone would be saying this movie is woke as fuck. Woke, woke, woke. Because of the context of the times. Like, this movie came out and has all these things that you would think of as woke now. But since the context of wokeness being completely shoved in our face all the time,
right?
Nobody ever said anything about it, and it's remembered as an excellent movie, and it is an excellent movie. It's totally great.
No, that's true, because it's like the same thing with Final Fantasy VII. If Final Fantasy VII came out, well, I guess there's like the remake, but if the original came out recently, people are like, oh, it's about environmental terrorists fighting an evil gas company. Like, this is so woke.
Yeah, it is. It has all of that. It has, like, there's a refugee crisis. The good guys trying to save the woman are all like Marxists. The woman who's the pregnant woman is
well,
a
that does
black
sound woke if they're literally Marxists, even if people didn't realize it back then.
and the protagonist is a black woman, like, and she's like the Mother Mary to the Jesus analogy in the thing. Yeah. His wife is like the strong female character. Like, so much of it just exudes wokeness and would be defined as wokeness if it came out now, but that wasn't on anybody's mind, and everybody just said, this is a fucking great movie. This is an amazing movie. Anyway, here, I'll continue with some super chats.
Well, I can't just. Do you have? Are there any other? I can't see the membership ones, so I can only see the.
I think there's none for a while, so.
Okay, I'm at Luke W for $10.
Yeah, me too.
Luke W for $10 says, I think this calls for an experiment, Sitch. Put on a dress and walk into the nearest woman's restroom and let us know how it goes. Also, make sure Sammy takes pictures. There you go. Listen, I'll do that experiment, but it's going to cost you. And you know how much it's going to cost you.
Yeah, dearly.
Mm-hmm.
Going to cost you dearly. Austin Peters for $5.
Says, I feel like this trans bathroom stuff is misandrous. Women aren't safe around men. Men are so dangerous that women can only crap next to cis women. That is a way to interpret it, which I can agree with that framing. It is kind of interesting. So
I think the argument that they're making is women are not safe around men who want to force their way into the women's bathroom. And I think, like I said, I think you can make a strong argument that men, not trans women, but men who want to force their way into the women's bathrooms are degenerates. All of them. 100% of them.
yeah, but no one's
Sexual
disagreeing with
perverts.
that. It's just they're you can't if you're not. I don't think you should include men and trans women in that statement when you say that, because that's wildly not the case.
I said not trans women.
Right.
I said
okay.
I'm not
so
counting
then,
trans women.
Right. So then
Yeah.
no one disagrees with that. The first part of that. Yeah.
But it disagrees with Austin Peters' super chat, obviously. Because they're
no, but he's
framing
saying,
it as any man who wants to crap next to a cis woman is just fine.
Austin Peters is not saying men should be able to go in there. He's just saying, like, the misandry against men is so strong that even a trans woman who is a biological man, you're like, oh my God, not you, but just like the generic person is like, oh my God, this person's such a dangerous threat to my existence. Like, it is very misandrous.
Man is a wolf to man.
There you go.
They are people are dangerous.
Mr. Supercross, thanks so much for the 31 months. Says the rule applies to bathrooms and gym facilities. I think the rule is fine, and Mace is doing it in the worst way possible. It makes the GOP look bad.
Look at this, Mr. Ubercross disagreeing with me.
Yeah, okay, I'm back on the timeline where I can see everything again.
And I got them up on the screen even.
Okay, nice. I think I read that one. Albert for 22 months says, Sitch, do you think females care about having protected spaces?
Yes.
I would imagine, yeah.
Of course
Some
they do. They want to feel safe when they're going to the bathroom at the movie theater.
Do human females care about? Lives in Death's Wall specifically for $5 says, I've heard that women's bathrooms is where they conduct rituals to the moon goddess, which is why they go in groups. Can anyone confirm? Oh,
That
ladies?
is true.
This is true.
Everywhere in Berkeley, Santa Cruz, San Francisco, all of those areas. Hayward, Pleasanton.
Mhm.
Everywhere in the Bay Area, it's just surrounded by Wiccan women taking over the bathrooms and praying to goddesses and lighting incense,
Right.
doing each other's nails.
Let's talk about prepping for $5 says, Sitch, should we do away with gender bathrooms altogether then if it doesn't matter because you can't see anything? Well, I would say no, because number one, in the guys' room, you can see people. I mean, if you're looking for it, guys have their dicks out in the urinals and everything. And generally guys don't want other guys looking at that, or women probably don't want to walk in to see a guy standing against a wall painting. So I would say no to that, number one. And then number two, as I said, I probably said after you sent that, I think a big part of it is that people don't want to, and I agree with this, I don't really necessarily want to like fart and poop and pee in front of, or not in front of, but like in close proximity to a woman, just because, you're like, oh, that's embarrassing. I don't want a woman hearing me making all these sounds. So, and women don't want men to hear them making all those sounds either. So it's not really like a fear thing. I mean, it's, I guess, fear of embarrassment, not like a fear of assault. Harrison Joda for $5 says, despite originally agreeing with Adam about the bathroom, Sitch is winning me over. Facts, don't care about your feelings. S-class. He's the best class.
Boo.
Well, thank you. Melita J for 7 months. Thank you. Says, it's not about feelings. It's about the tangible, real world sexual, physical risks men pose to women. Why do you think women have those feelings? Well, obviously, because they're bigots. No, I'm just kidding. Again, as
They
I
have
said,
them because they've evolved.
yes. But as I said, if there was some sort of data to back up that having, allowing trans women in the women's bathroom increase some amount of harm, then I would change my opinion on it. But I have yet to see anyone produce anything like that.
There will be a study that I'm conducting about how much cringe it's going to produce.
Okay.
So,
I like that's
yeah.
a good study. The cringe study.
Yeah. The cringe factor is going to be off the charts. So
Right.
we got to be sure to fix that.
Let's talk about prepping for $5 says, I think a woman who has been raped has a reason to experience PTSD if a man enters a bathroom she's in, even if it's her brother. You can't help PTSD. Yeah, I agree with that completely. That is true. But
And they're all going to die early deaths too.
But unfortunately, part of society is that people that suffer from PTSD, they can't have all of society sort of try to work around every person that's suffered a horrible tragedy like that.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Wright for $2 says, Adam chooses the bear every time. That is true. We did have that big argument where you were choosing the bear. You misogynist. Or I'm sorry, you misandrist.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Mm-hmm. The bear was unarmed.
What do you mean? It had a right to bear arms.
The bear was completely...
It literally
innocent.
has bear arms, Adam. Okay. How is it unarmed?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Look at that.
Liz and Dev's Wall specifically for $5 says, don't get what the Second Amendment has to do with the bathrooms. Are we putting gun dispensers in women's restrooms? If so, based, I want them to. Look. Is that the trade-off? Okay. You'll let the trans women in the bathrooms, but there gets to be a gun dispenser in the bathroom.
Yeah.
That's the trade-off.
Look, I like it. There should be like a taser.
Oh, okay.
That if women feel uncomfortable in the bathroom, they can tase whoever makes them feel uncomfortable.
Right.
And that would solve a lot of this, because people would be like, okay, I can go in, but last time I went in, I got tased because I don't pass very well.
Yeah, but then you can't commit assault against the person if they're not actually doing anything.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, okay.
They
Part
are
of the
doing
rule.
something.
Ah, okay.
They're making you uncomfortable.
Right.
Self-defense.
Right.
Oh, man. It's just like...
Dumb movies. You understand that when I said evidence of harm, I'm talking about like someone committing a crime, right? You can't, unless you are in favor of trigger warnings and you want the entire world to be based around trigger warnings for every person's PTSD or anxiety problem. So it's funny. It's funny how people flip-flop on consistency the second the instant it suits them to make an argument, their consistency just flies right out the window. So, sketch for $5 says, so if Nancy Mace accuses the trans Congress member of assault, will Emma stick with believe all women? Ooh, now that.
Of course not. Of course you won't.
Listen, you can believe all women was really just like shit on all men. That was like the truth of it. So
Yeah.
only if it's a man.
Unfortunately.
Oh, hold on, my thing just crashed.
Why?
Because
JMac for $20.
I read that one.
Oh, you did? As a man, I'm fine with trans women using the men's room. That one?
Yes. Melita J for £10 says you can't just say trans women can go into the women's bathroom because there's no objective difference between a male and a male who declares they're women. In practice, it means all men can go in.
True. That's what I was arguing.
You don't believe that? There's an objective difference. What do you mean?
There is no objective difference. What are you talking about?
No, there's no sex difference, but there's a difference, a categorical objective difference between a trans man and a cis man. What do you mean?
Yes, but the difference is some sort of psychological difference that is undetectable.
Okay, well, so I guess I have an issue.
A pervert
when you say
that
objective
wants to
difference,
put on
I don't know what you mean by that, because gender
it's
dysphoria.
a subjective difference.
Well, no, it's literally not a subjective difference. Gender dysphoria. There's most of the evidence right now is pointing at gender dysphoria. People that have it, because I think there's a lot of people overdiagnosed with it. Gender dysphoria is a biological condition that they don't know exactly what causes it. It was a biological condition, as identical twins have it at a far greater rate than fraternal twins or even siblings.
Yeah, but how do you adjudicate this?
Well, wait, hold on. There's a difference between saying something is objective, but you cannot adjudicate it, and saying it is subjective. Right? Those are two different
that's
things.
what makes it subjective, though.
That is not what makes it subjective. Subjective means it's someone's opinion.
Right.
Like if me and you were arguing about, I don't know, like the exact time the sun will set, we might not know, like assuming we don't have internet, we wouldn't know the answer to that, but it's still an objective answer to that question. So it's not subjective.
If a man is a degenerate pervert and just wants access to women's bathrooms, and they are going to pretend to be transgender to achieve this objective, how do we objectively measure between this individual and the person who's legitimately trans?
We wouldn't really be able to. I agree. That's
okay. So would it be subjective?
Issue, yeah, we would.
Would it be subjective? Will we say like this one?
It's not subjective.
This one is acceptable because they've had so many doctor's appointments that they've met. What if the pervert also goes to a psychologist and gets all sorts of supplemental evidence that they are in fact trans, but really they're just faking it? They're like a complete faker. They get off on going into women's restrooms.
Wait. Okay. Before we get off on this argument, which I think is a waste of time, you've already agreed earlier. You said there's a difference between a man who's entering the bathroom because they're a pervert, right, and a trans woman who's entering the bathroom to go to the bathroom. You already said that that's your position. So you do agree that there is an objective difference between these two categories of people.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Look, and I also agree that there are children today that are going to go on to be trans adults.
Yes.
That they are in effect trans now, but we can't possibly weed out which children that you're going to gain false positives from the people who are legitimately trans, because there's no objective way to measure this in children.
Right.
It's the same with the trans people in the women's bathroom. There's no way to objectively measure the people who are faking it and the people who are not. That's the problem.
I agree.
This is what the super chat is
that.
saying.
That's not what they're saying.
Yeah, they are. They're saying, look, you've given access to all.
Okay.
You basically let the perverts in.
I don't think that's what they're saying. I don't think they're saying that. I think they're saying there's no categorical difference between a man and a trans woman.
Wait, let's read it again. You can't say just trans women can go into the women's bathroom because there's no objective difference between a male and a male who declares they're a woman. In practice, it means all men can go in. In practice, it means that there's no way to distinguish between the legitimate trans woman and the cis pervert who's just pretending to be trans so that they can gain access to women-only spaces.
Is Melita J in the chat? Is Melita J in the chat? If she is, she can, or that she, he, I don't know what their gender is. They, them, whatever they are. Do you mean it the way that I'm saying it, or do you mean it the way that I'm saying it? So.
This is the reason why the Wee Spa thing was such a fucked up mess, because the guy was obviously, I mean, I think he was convicted of exposing himself.
The Wee
or
Spa thing
something.
has nothing to do with either interpretation of the statement. The Wee Spa thing was there was a law that was just broad enough that allowed anyone to do what the fuck they want.
Right, but he claimed to be trans.
Yeah, but that doesn't, even if they were, that still wouldn't, you could be trans. As I said, that's why I brought up the example of the woman who was masturbating in the bathroom. Just because you're trans or you're whatever doesn't mean you get to just be a pervert in public.
Right. Or I don't want to complicate it. Never mind. Maybe the next super chat. Or
I
is this
didn't see a response from them, so I'm assuming they're not.
Melita J for another 10 pounds says, Sitch, why do you think sex segregated locker rooms and bathrooms are sex segregated in the first place? Is it possible women don't want unknown men to see them naked? Is that enough of a reason?
That confirms my interpretation of the previous super chat.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't it?
Well, I don't.
No one is suggesting that there's a non-segregated, or maybe no one. I'm not suggesting that there's a non-sex segregated locker room.
You don't even want men to see you naked, Sitch. I mean, why?
That's true.
Why are you open?
I even said I drew the line at the locker room for a trans woman. I even said that.
Yeah, remember.
Right.
Kick them out. No locker room access for you.
But wait, that confirmed. Wait, if Melita in the second super chat is overly simplifying the entire argument down to women don't want unknown men to see them naked, that confirms my interpretation of the previous super chat.
Well, maybe women perceive trans women as men, and they just don't want those people to see them naked.
Okay.
Maybe women don't want trans women to see them naked. Is that acceptable?
I don't want anyone. I don't want any random stranger to see me naked. That's why I don't go to these fucking locker rooms. I think it's weird. I think the whole practice is fucking weird. Okay, so I don't. So what? What's the argument here?
Sitch has not been to a
I'm a never nude.
bath.
Okay, have you? I'm like the David Cross from Arrested Development. I always wear my jean cutoffs. If everyone wore their jean cutoffs, it would just solve everything.
I know, it's so weird.
Right.
You go to some nice spa, you just want to relax. It's such an enjoying place. And everyone's walking around with their fucking dong in your face.
It's weird. Listen, I don't fucking. You think I want to go in a men's locker room see a bunch of dicks? What the fuck? No. What the hell?
I know.
Of course I know. What the fuck? No one wants to see that shit.
Yeah.
They're crazy.
Fucking weird.
Yes, look at that. Sammy says no bathhouse for Sitch in Japan. You are correct. I don't want to go to fucking see a bunch of Japanese dicks flying around. Okay.
In LA, it's even worse because like 90% of the guys are gay in those places.
Terrible. Jeez, of course. Why do you think that is? Because straight guys don't want to just walk around being naked with their dudes.
You're like, oh my God, everyone's fucking looking at me.
Exactly. It's fucking weird. Like, what is this?
They're not even undressing me with their eyes because I'm fucking naked. I'm already undressed. These perverts.
Burger Dan for $5 says the Ian McKellen standing outside the women's bathroom shouting, "You shall not pass." Yeah, there you go. That's exactly what I was thinking. We have to have Gandalf. He makes the determination.
Melita J has another. Here, I'm going to run to the bathroom. Don't read it before I get back.
Okay. Mr. Room 6 for 100 Kazarkazark says, in Europe, unisex bathrooms are fairly common and there's no problem with it. It's really okay. Adam's not a sacred space. It's just a bathroom. Well, I guess I should read that to Adam. So, really? They have unisex, like, no, that's kind of weird. So, I don't know that. Ostracy for $5 says the obvious solution is a sassier gay AI. built to determine if you're passing. Oh, now that's a solution. I like that one. Cameraman 502 for $2 says Delaware doesn't exist. Biden is a conspiracy. Dun dun dun. M8566 for $5 says gotta love how leftists push away conservatives, then moderates. Now they're pushing liberals to the right. That is true. Excuse me.
Oh, you're terrible.
You're back?
Yeah, just a moment too soon.
Okay. Miss Room 6 for 100 Kazarkazark said, Adam, in Europe, unisex bathrooms are fairly common. There's no problem with it. It's really okay, Adam. It's not a sacred space. It's just a bathroom.
Okay. Look, fuck those Europeans. Are you kidding me? I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
Europeans are fucking weirdos. They don't even refrigerate their fucking cheese. They're crazy.
True? Europeans, you don't put your cheese in the refrigerator? That's kind of weird.
They don't, yeah.
They
don't refrigerate their eggs, man. They leave their milk out for like 6 hours.
Is this true?
Crazy.
Can any Europores confirm
Who
this?
drinks warm fucking milk? You guys
Leave
are
your
gross.
milk and eggs out of the refrigerator? This is psychotic. What the fuck
Yeah.
is this?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Gross.
This is crazy.
Not surprised.
Okay. Those are good points.
Helga taking a shit.
Why would you
right
not
next
put your
to you.
milk and eggs in the refrigerator? What kind of psychotic shit is this? Potato says slander. He's saying this is not true.
Live slander.
He said this is not true. Where did you get this information from, Adam?
I mean, I watch a lot of art films.
Oh, maybe they're just doing it for the art film.
Ostracy for $5.
It's milk they don't. I read that one. It's milk they don't refrigerate, not cheese.
Oh,
weird.
Ostracy
Well, most people don't refrigerate bread probably unless they're going to go through it really slow.
Mm-hmm. Bread.
The egg thing is. Well, you can leave your eggs out of the refrigerator if they come straight from the chicken's butt. Oh.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
if you refrigerate them and then don't refrigerate them, you get in trouble. And in America, they just refrigerate them.
How long, if you get an egg straight from the chicken's butt, how long does it like stay good for?
Yeah, look, I find it hard to believe that chickens shit eggs. Okay. I don't think it comes from their butt.
When the egg comes straight from the chicken's cloaca, okay, how long does it last? I don't know the answer to this question. I'm glad that was the thing that Adam really wanted to hone in on was the butt.
You're fucking.
You know that the cloaca, is it the same? It's the same
nutty.
fucking hole. What are you talking about? Isn't it? I thought birds have one hole for everything, don't they?
Do they really?
Yeah,
Holy
I'm pretty
shit.
sure. It's like
it is the butt.
It is the.
I'll never eat another egg again.
Listen, it's not just the butt, Adam. It's a butt veg. It's all one. It all goes
Oh
one
my
place.
God.
Right?
I'm
There's
so
only one
over.
hole.
I'm so over eggs. Never again.
There you go. Chat has confirmed. Yes, multi-purpose hole. It's all. It's all the same.
That's insane.
Right.
That's fucking gross.
Okay, where? Oh, you want to read me say the Melita J ones? Melita J for £10 says what you have to remember. I guess we have to ask Melita J. Melita J is a Brit bong, so are they refrigerating their eggs? That's the real
Pounds.
What you have to remember is a non-zero number of trans women and AGPs would be sexually aroused by being perceived as women in a changing room around naked, vulnerable women. Is that okay?
No, it's not
Super
okay. The AGP thing completely complicates the issue because it's people are getting sexually aroused by dressing up like a woman.
Right.
See, it's the complete opposite of the trans thing. Like the trans people say, look, I feel distress if I have to dress as a man. Like,
well, no,
so
that AGP is not distress based. I thought AGP is purely sexual arousal.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It's like
right,
aphrodisiac.
okay.
But I'm saying that's the difference. Trans women supposedly feel distress.
Correct.
By embodying their normal sexual or their normal sex.
Right.
Yeah, and the AGP people, they feel sexually aroused by dressing up like women. So, but they're indistinguishable from one another. So what do you do?
Yeah, I mean that complicates things. So again, I guess as I said, you have to first, again, number one, I don't know why I keep bringing up changing room. I said I'm not in favor of changing room, so I don't know why it keeps getting brought up. Number two, if the data, if this was allowed and it led to a bunch of AGP people or whatever committing crimes, then okay, everyone will say no, you can't do it. But I guess also that kind of breeds the question is like, well, I mean, are you going to say that lesbians can't be in the female locker rooms because they're going to maybe get sexually aroused because there's a naked woman around?
Yes.
Okay. What about gay men? They can't be in the men's bathroom.
I already told you they ruin the experience.
So we need to have 4 locker rooms, 5 locker rooms. We're gonna have locker rooms for men, for straight men, straight women, gay women, and then trans. So we need 5 different locker rooms at all facilities. And
You
5
could
different
just
bathrooms
have
at
like
all
a schedule where you have like
I see.
trans people in the morning and then gay people.
Oh, okay,
and
I
then-
got you. That probably makes more sense. Right.
It's like 24-hour fitness, but really it's only like 18-hour cis
see.
fitness.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. And it's like 4-hour gay fitness.
Right.
I think it's a workable plan. I'm going to call Nancy Mace. Let's get her on the phone.
You call her, yeah. Okay. Malia J for £2 says, woman is not long hair, voice, and clothes. This is confirming what my interpretation of Malia J's original super chat.
You're so happy that you're like, look, I totally nailed Melita J.
I'm just, well, I don't listen. I'm a one woman, one man kind of person, Adam. Okay.
You're not going to Pound Town.
I'm not nailing any Melita J's.
Okay.
Okay.
Whatever
gender they may be.
Look, women have political power. I know it's very painful for a lot of people to come to the realization that women actually can vote and voice their political will. But that's what's going to happen here. So
Malia J for £5 says upskirting happens in changing rooms, for example, as a criminal offense in the UK. Please research this more. Women aren't worried for no reason. Okay, but wait a minute. You understand that's you're just gonna play directly into Emma's argument. Is the implication? Well, I guess it breeds two things. Number one is the implication that all the trans women are perverts, or there's some subset of them, some majority subset of them that are perverts, or just that there's a bunch of cis men running around pretending to be trans women in order to get upskirt shots, which again, as I said, could definitely happen. And if that is a problem, then you say, okay, well, I'm sorry, trans women, but we don't really have a way to solve this problem. So, you can't do it, which I said it'd be fine. I'd be fine with that position if that became an issue.
Yeah. The problem is that the women can't tell the difference between some pervert pretending to be trans and some actual trans person. So
yeah, but if you have this, so you have trans women allowed to go in the bathrooms, and it exists for like a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and there's no fucking difference, there's zero uptick in crime or anything, then that's okay. Then people will change their opinions based on the same way people will be like, oh, I can't share a locker room with a black person because they'll get like they're disgusting germs or they'll assault me or whatever. And then people will we're not racist over time because the position's changed. When it's like, oh, I guess that's not the correct position to have about people like that.
The stats that you're looking for may never change, but the women could be having interactions with people who are trans women who do not pass very well, who they can obviously see as men, and those uncomfortable situations, they're gonna vote based on those uncomfortable situations. So the stats are not gonna, the criminal stats
I'm not making an
are not
argument
gonna
about
change.
who's going to win in a vote at all.
Right.
So,
well, look, you're saying that this is going to happen and women are going to acclimate to the situation. They're going to interact with trans people in the bathroom and they're going to get over it because they're going to realize, oh, nothing
if there's
bad
no
happened,
change
right?
in crime whatsoever, then yeah.
And I'm disagreeing with you because I'm
Okay.
saying it's not about the crime.
Right.
It's about the feeling uncomfortable. Okay. And they're not going to have these interactions with people, trans women in the bathrooms that don't pass that are uncomfortable, cringe situations and go, oh, I'm getting used to this. This is fine. They're going to think that was fucked up. And I hope that never happens again. And then when it happens again, they're going to go, oh my God, this is why does this keep happening?
Well,
and then in the next election, they're going to vote to keep all fucking trans women out of the bathroom.
Actually,
That's how it's going to go.
Well,
and the criminal situation is not going to change at all.
Actually,
You're
no.
still going to be sitting here going, oh yes, zero statistical crimes have taken place.
Okay. So actually, the problem with what I was saying was that the women would probably, for the most part, not even like if there was a trans woman in the bathroom, they had no negative interaction with. They probably wouldn't even. Most people wouldn't perceive them, even notice they were trans in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So then they would only be able to remember in their minds any negative examples. So
Of course,
that'd
yeah,
be the issue. Yeah.
yeah, and that's what's going to happen continually. Yes.
Well, we'll see.
I mean, I see.
Let them fight. Let them fight. Let them fight. Let them vote on whatever they want to vote.
I see lots of trans people in Southern California that are trans women / men. I mean, they don't pass at all. Like I see them in the grocery store. I see them at a restaurant. And I just think no woman is going to want to be in the bathroom with that person.
I agree.
They're not going to feel comfortable. They're not going to go, oh, I'm fine. I'm safe here. Like that dude reads as a guy in a dress.
That's why I said you have to have a pass requirement. Listen, if you literally want to have, I don't even know how you would adjudicate it. I would not even have a problem if the law was somehow built around passing. I have no clue how that would be enforced. But I like conceptually, I don't have a problem with it.
But
I'm in favor of that conceptually.
You get that this whole idea about women being assaulted in bathrooms is really irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant. Because it's the worry of being assaulted in the bathroom that's driving the political behavior. That's what's not going to change. Never going to change.
I don't know if I agree with that, but whatever. I have literally no interest in arguing about how people vote on the topic. To me, that's not an argument I've made at any point in this stream. I don't even know. Like, I'm making an argument about what I would like to exist morally, or I think makes sense logically. People will vote on however they vote. Like, I don't know what that has to do with anything I've said. So,
well,
I mean, you could be completely correct that people will just never vote for it because they just don't like it.
But the issue is going to be settled at the ballot box, right? That's how it's ultimately going to be settled.
I mean,
like
there's a bunch of Democrats and lefties out there that will vote, with that moral intuition. So I don't know, and I don't really care.
Yeah.
But okay. Malia J for £5. Oh, I read that one. Obviously for $5 says, Sitch, why do you value the mind space of trans people more than the mind space of women? Well, I mean, that's a good question. So when you have two like groups of people, or just even two individuals in society, and they're both sort of at odds with each other, you kind of, in my opinion, you have to sort of weigh like, okay, who's like, is someone actually being physically harmed? What is sort of the value of the harms that you sort of weigh? What are the values of the judgments that you weigh? And in my space, I say, okay, I see it too closely linked to any other identifier. In our society, we don't say, hey, if you are, racist against white people, if you don't like white people, you don't get to say no white people get to come in your store. Even if you have the mind space, right? The mind space in your head that white people are evil and they're going to try to, I don't know, steal from you, be bad to you, blah, blah, be racist against you, blah, blah, blah. We don't justify that mind space over the person's individual rights to go in the store and be part and use these sort of, the whatever they call it, the utilities of the public sphere in the private businesses. So
why do we shit on the mind space of the pervert men that want to go in the women's restroom?
Well, we should shit on those people. But
well,
so
why?
I see
it's just their mind space in conflict with women's
because they're
space.
doing a criminal activity. What do you mean? I don't even say how that's related.
Okay.
That's like okay.
But they're at odds with one another.
Yeah, but we say that the criminal who's doing a criminal activity that's intended to do harm to another person or society.
Just going in the women's restroom for a little peeky is not a criminal activity.
Yeah, wait, it literally is. What do you mean?
They wouldn't categorize it as
Okay.
criminal
Well, I'm
activity.
sure that's like the people who say stealing from Target is not a crime because they're
Mhm.
pro shoplifting. So
Yeah, the harm thing is, I mean, can't you just say that more harm is done by trans women going in the bathroom when they could just use the disabled toilet and there would be zero harm? What's the harm in them using the disabled toilet?
you can't just say the number of people it harms is the adjudication mark, because then that's when you get into the tyranny of the majority.
You're the one that came up
overriding
with
people's.
the harm metric.
I know. No. But it sounded like you were saying that just like because there's more women than there are trans women. I thought that's what you were saying.
Well,
I'm saying
you
that doesn't
you
make
made
sense.
an argument that when people's goals or political aspirations are in conflict, that you have to default to harm reduction.
Well,
That's
no.
the
Wait,
argument
hold
that
on.
I
Hold
thought
on.
you were making.
Wait. Stop. I 100% did not say that. at all.
Okay. So
What
let's
I
get it
said, no,
straight.
I never said that. What I said was that when you have two people that conflict at each other, and both the conflicts are built upon a state of mind, okay,
Mhm.
you have to. That's where you get into these sort of difficult situations where you say, okay, well, how do we adjudicate this? And I said the way that I would adjudicate this with the state of mind thing regarding to the bathrooms is, to me, it's just too closely related to any other form of identity-based exclusion that we in our society say is illegal.
Mhm.
And I don't see how people can separate that. And that's the part of the problem is, and I haven't really heard you or literally anyone make any sort of argument. If it's just a fear, okay, again, just a fear. So there's no criminal activity, no increased risk of assault, anything. If it's just a state of mind thing, then you fall prey to the exact same state of mind problem that anyone has who just doesn't like black people or white people or something to that effect. And we don't accept that in society either.
What is the state of mind of the trans individual that wants to use the women's bathroom?
That they're being discriminated against and dehumanized, devalued, second-class citizen, blah, 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 blah.
So why is that not just a fear?
What do you mean? Well, I mean, it is a fear. It's a fear they have.
Yeah, but they're not
Right.
being discriminated against. They're just,
Well, they are, literally.
it's an irrational fear that they have. They can just use a disabled bathroom and they can deal with it.
Well, these courts have adjudicated that would be discrimination. That was the whole
Okay.
separate but equal thing.
It's just, yeah. Okay.
Let's talk about prepping for $5 says 5% increase equal thousands of women's assaulted just so trans people could use their bathroom. So double loss for women. I mean, yeah, that's the way you have to go with these sorts of things. You have to actually try things. Sorry. So, but here's the problem is that, you say, oh my God, that's so horrible, Sitch. It doesn't matter because I don't believe that Let's Talk About Prepping or anyone who's like still on the other side of the issue, they don't give a shit. They could have, would you have the position that if there was, you could snap your fingers and you have 10 years of trans women and every, can go into any woman's bathroom, literally zero instances of a trans person or a cis man pretending to be a trans person doing any sort of sexual assault. And would you change your mind? Like, oh, I guess it doesn't matter now. Or would you say, no, it doesn't matter because there's some other underlying issue here at play and everything else is kind of like, unrelated to this and just kind of like a post hoc justification.
I mean, I already said I think the sexual assault thing is a lot.
Well, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Let's Talk About Prepping because yours was more about the state of mind thing. But.
Yeah, look, I'm saying the sexual assault thing is just completely irrelevant. Completely irrelevant because people should be, people want to feel comfortable. They want to feel safe. They want to, and look, you're basically making the argument that it's an irrational fear. Well, it is an irrational fear until it is.
Okay. You have a problem that you're not adjudicating. Maybe this is a problem. I'm going to need to make an argument.
How is it not an irrational fear?
You're making an argument. You're saying there's a woman and a trans woman, and a woman has a fear that the trans woman is going to sexually assault her. And then you say, but wait a minute. The trans woman has the fear that she's being discriminated against and a second-class citizen and blah, 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 blah. Okay. How do you adjudicate those things out?
adjudicate the fear?
Whose fear is more like? How do you make a law about these two people have these two fears in their mind?
You go with a greater number.
Oh, okay. The greater number of fear. Okay. So when the greater number of white people say, I'm afraid that the minority of black people are going to commit violent crimes against me, well, the greater number of fear just wins?
It's a completely different situation with sex segregated spaces.
You're correct. That's why you are correct. That's why I'm saying you need to sit here or argue or think about this off stream before we have this go like loop the conversation a million times, because it's a fairly complex, complicated argument. And you can't just say, well, the greater number.
I have said.
Let me take a breath. I'm getting a little triggered.
I have said again.
I'm gonna calm down.
I've said again and again and again and again. The fear that you're talking about with race has subsided because of exposure. Okay. The fear that women have of sexual assault from strange men in the bathroom is never going to subside in the same way that it did with race. So these are categorically different things. So the thing that you're saying, look, we did it with race. We forced segregation with race, and everyone discovered, oh, black people and white people aren't so different, right? That was a possibility that I do not think exists with men and women in bathrooms together. Like, maybe you're correct. Maybe they'll get along fine and they'll be, okay, this is fine. But the reason why I keep saying the sexual assault situation is irrelevant is because the thing that's driving the political behavior here is women in bathrooms with some dude that doesn't fucking pass and going, this is cringe. I'm getting my fucking daughter out of here and we're never coming to this mall again. And you can't, that's like a thing that you can't really measure, right? How many people never go back to a shopping mall because they had some uncomfortable situation in a bathroom with fucking some trans person that didn't pass? And that's never going to be measured. Okay. It's never going to show up on your statistics. It's only going to be adjudicated in elections when people vote. And look, I don't know how you adjudicate it other than that.
Okay. 3 things. Number 1, I don't care about the voting thing at all. And we don't even have, like, there's no reason even us having a debate about it if it's just going to be, well, people are going to vote. Because then it's like, well, what am I supposed to debate if people are just going to vote on it? It's out of my hands, right?
It is out of my hands.
Okay, well, then stop bringing it up. We can stop arguing about it if you're going to keep going back to the voting thing. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why you just keep ending on the voting thing.
Look, it's interesting for people because people know how I'm going to vote and people know how you're going to vote.
That's fine.
You're going to vote for the trans people to be put in women's bathrooms.
I'm going to vote for mandatory trans.
And I'm going to vote for I'm going to vote with the women.
Trans penis inspectors in both men's and women's bathrooms. Okay. That's okay. Number 2, again, as I said, I have no clue how to adjudicate it, but I 100% agree with you on the passing thing.
Yes.
Like 100%. I have no clue how to adjudicate that, but 100% on that position. And obviously then that's going to be subjective too, because I would say that the congresswoman, I think, passes enough to go into a woman's bathroom without anyone noticing or caring, or having any.
I swear I smoked weed with that dude in college.
Okay, well, I don't agree. So, and I'm like very hypersensitive about looking at people and being like, oh, that's a trans person. Okay. And then number 1, the argument you made about the comparing it to the black thing.
Yeah, the race
really
thing.
Horrifically stupid. I'm sorry, it was horrifically bad, but we can just move on.
Explain
No,
how
we just need to move. We just need to move on. That was bad.
Okay.
I don't even want to. So.
Anyway. It's bad because moralistically it doesn't matter if it never changes because you're oppressing the trans people. I get it.
No. It's bad because if you made that argument someone can make that argument to prevent the ending of segregation. That's why it's not a good argument.
I mean, the reality of the situation matters, though.
That's true.
It totally matters.
I
Look,
said
if
that's
they,
true.
if yeah, it matters.
Anyway.
It does.
Val Van Gogh for $5 says you have to open the door to get the data, and once the door is open, it's hard to close. Stop being a positivist and use what you already know. Well, I agree that once you open the door, it's hard to close, but I don't think you're trying to make you're making a logical, inconsistent position from every other related identity marker around this thing based on a fear that is not really materialized or not materialized in any sort of data that we see. So I'm sorry that I'm over here trying to be consistent and other people are just saying gut check, gut check, gut check.
It's the sex differentiation and race differentiation are completely different though. I don't understand how you're like, any identity marker like goth is not the same as as male or female.
Okay. Sex difference are different when you talk about like, this is why we say it's not fair for trans women to be in female sports. And if someone made the comparison to like race or something, that'd be stupid. Because you're like, well, trans women have a biological advantage over cis women because they, were born as men and, maybe they went through male puberty or whatever, right? That's why so there's a distinction there between sex and race. That's, that is not going to play out. But when we're talking about the bathroom situation, it's the same. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. That's why it makes sense to make the comparison. So you're just
it does
saying,
matter because a man can sexually assault a woman.
I understand that. Religion is different. That doesn't mean that you should be like, well, can't let any Protestants go in this bathroom. I don't want any Protestants washing their hands next to my Catholic or Jewish hands or something. It's like,
women
well, they're
are not
different
worried.
than sex, but so what?
Women are not worried about being sexually assaulted by other women.
Okay.
Vile Van Gogh for $5. Is that where we are?
I read that one already.
Oh.
Tour Sex $5 says, Sitch completely ignoring the boy that sexually assaulted and beat up 2 different girls in 2 different schools in London, Virginia. But that's the one we were talking about. What are you talking about? We literally talked about that.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the second.
You're right.
School.
That's a boy who's not trans, who wasn't even
he was non-binary,
pretending to be trans, and was literally some weird fucking assaulter who assaulted a girl that he was in a relationship with. That had nothing to do with any of this shit at all.
I believe he claimed to be non-binary, which is trans. So
okay, he wasn't claiming to be non-binary to gain access to the bathroom to assault a random person. You understand Twitter sucks, okay? That when every person brings up that story, they're painting the picture that a person was either trans or pretended to be trans to go assault a stranger, not a person in a relationship. I'm not condoning this action, obviously, but a person in a relationship with another person who snuck into the bathroom to go do sexual things with them, and then they continue to do sexual things when they didn't want them to do anymore. This comparing that to this conversation is frankly fucking retarded and dishonest. Okay, so I'm going to assume you don't know the facts about that case. Lethal Strain for $10 says dystopia is a dystopia. I assume you mean dysphoria. Dysphoria is a mental illness. It's the brain saying this is the wrong body. How do we dismiss the possibility that there are no other mental problems after that to excuse other behaviors or actions? Well, you can't, or we don't have the ability to do that so far, I guess.
That's the solution right there. We just say no mentally ill people allowed in public
There
restrooms.
you go. I like it. Yeah.
Problem solved.
Right. Malik J for £2 says difference between trans women and men is not tangible. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I won't say anything. Malik J for £2
great.
says,
look, maybe you can get some more super chats. What are you talking about?
Malik J for £2 says the woman in the bathroom are the cops, Sitch.
Oh, that's true.
I like the sassy gay man better. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Twitter Socks for 2 hours says, Sitch, it has to do with men in women's spaces. Oh, okay. Really? That's what it has to do with. Thank you. Thank you, Twitter Socks. You've only have a wrench and have been watching this for so many years. We've had so many conversations about this exact topic and all the trans stuff, but I'm glad you have to give me the simple slogan like it means something to me that I haven't heard a million times. Lethal Strain for $5 says, we can just have to wait for Anna to have a daughter and Matt Gaetz to walk in the bathroom with her and her daughter to change her mind on the issue. That's terribly frustrating.
Yeah, it's awful. How dare you?
Leeka000 for £5 says, Sitch, what's the difference between a trans woman and a man? Well, a trans woman is presumably a man with gender dysphoria.
Presumably, oh my God, such transphobia on this show.
I know. Well, there's a lot of false positives, but ideally a trans woman is a man who has gender dysphoria, who is, after having gender dysphoria, has decided to take hormones and do surgeries in order to live their life as feminine, as female, outwardly appearing as humanly possible for them. That's the difference between a trans woman and a man. Does a man normally take estrogen and possibly get boob implants, possibly get their dick removed, do facial feminization surgeries? Obviously not. So,
if there is an uptick in sexual assaults in bathrooms, it's going to be perverts pretending to be trans women. So, but trans women are still going to suffer the downside ramifications.
I understand that, but,
and it's going to build a negative stereotype of trans people. Like, it does less harm just to ban trans people from women's bathrooms.
I don't agree with the last part, but I don't think it would do less harm.
I'm doing it for the trans people. Believe me.
I like that. I've got to kick all the trans. I can't let all the transes into the women's bathroom for their own good. I'm protecting from the pervert men. Yes.
But I really don't care about this issue.
I know.
I hate it when people do that.
I know.
Like, obviously, you do care about the issue, but
Tom waiting for $5 says, compromise. Anyone can use any bathroom, but now all the toilets are shaped like Adam's face. We all win.
Oh my God, Tom.
That's disgusting. Jeez,
You're
Tom.
terrible.
Weird fetish.
Do you really? Is that really something you want to do?
What? No. Oh God, why?
Ugh.
M8566 for $5 says, Pierce has such a good show. Please covering these issues. Yeah, Pierce has been killing it. M8566 for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Fair and Practical Progress for 5. Aussie Buck says, won't trans men like female to male Buck Angel be forced into female bathrooms after the rule change as well? Malicious compliance repercussions. Well, yeah, if they just had a blanket rule, which it's kind of funny because actually, I wonder, that's interesting. Because yeah, like a lot of these like laws that get passed or these rules that are they're just blanket, you have to use the bathroom sign your sex, you're right. That would be really weird. You'd have trans men who look just like men, have to go into the women's bathroom. Wouldn't that be like pretty horrible?
Oh yeah, women would not like that either.
No,
yeah.
I feel like they would like that much less than the trans woman.
Yeah, Buck Angel's going to be thrown in jail,
right?
Like all the time.
You'd have to structure the law that it only applies to trans women, and I don't know if doing that would cause legal problems.
You could just make it illegal for anyone to transition.
Well, that's a different story. So.
Just like
that's a very very sledgehammer way to solve this problem.
This is the thing. Like,
right.
people want to push and push and push, and I just sooner or later there's going to be some kind of backlash. It's going to solve all of the problems.
Right.
Which is unfortunate, but that's generally how things go. So
I don't want to read this next one. Don't be nice to Anna, guys. Gross. Equal for 30 months. Thanks so much. Discipline equals freedom. Says, ironically, Emma does not afford agency or human decency to trans people. She fancies herself the white savior to them. They tell themselves all the time, keep her talking, and the right wins.
Yeah, totally. Unfortunate, but true.
Well, in that conversation, I don't know. I agree with you that Emma fancies herself the white savior. I don't know what in that conversation I would take away that she doesn't give agency to trans people. But Sion Arakale for $5 says, every time I see anyone from the Majority Report and anything, either their own podcast or as a guest elsewhere, they come off as completely insane.
True. And on their own podcast, they come off as insane.
Yeah, obviously. Lives in Deswald specifically for $5 says, reminds me of a terrible joke. How do you titillate an ocelot? You oscillate its tit a lot. That's terrible. That's terrible.
That is terrible, but funny. You can't say tit.
I guess not. Yeah.
Oh.
Terrible.
You guys have to cheat. That's so sad.
Sketch for 2 hours says Gladiator 2 would be excellent for the second channel.
Is it? Oh, when's that? Is that out yet? I
It's
want to
out,
see
yeah.
that. Why don't we watch that instead of the stupid? Well, I guess we should watch
We got to watch Wicked, Adam.
But it's a musical. Is it really a musical? There's
It's
like
really a
singing.
musical, yes.
There's singing and stuff.
There's
you
singing.
You still haven't gone to see Joker 2.
I know. I think it's out on streaming too now.
Sitch was like, we got to see Joker 2. We got to talk about it. Now that it's on streaming, we're probably more likely to do it. So
Yeah.
we got the holidays though. But look, holidays, sometimes you can sneak off and watch a movie during the
That's true.
holidays. So
I just want to make Adam watch Wicked too. Like,
well, all
'cause
the
I'm
women
evil.
folk are cooking and you're like,
Yeah.
I'm going to go see a
Mhm.
movie. Why you want to do this to me?
Because I want to torture you.
Oh my
Obviously.
God.
You know what's funny too? I'm pretty sure now I've been told that this is not in the play, but if I recall correctly, in the Wicked book, which I read a billion years ago and is trash, and I would recommend no one ever read it, they like kind of insinuate that the witch Elba or whatever her name is, the Wicked lady, that
Mhm.
she maybe has a penis.
No way.
That she's
Oh my
it's like
God.
really weird.
No.
I have like this memory of like reading it. I'm like, what? It's like really ambiguous. Like, because when she's born, like everyone's like inspecting her genitals, saying it's weird, but they never say like why it's weird. And then when she like has sex with the guy, it's like, I don't know, she's like makes some weird comment about like her weird genitals, and you're like, what the? And they never explain it, and you're like, what the fuck? Why is this in this book? This book is trash.
Look, they talk about her weird genitals just like that in the book.
Yeah, but they don't say what's weird about them.
Right.
They just say that they're weird, and I was like, this is so bizarre. I mean, that book was trash.
Oh wow. You think they're gonna go there in the movie? They're gonna talk about weird
I've been
genitals and
told
shit?
by people that have seen the stage play that that's not in the stage play.
The
at all.
weird genital stuff
The
is
weird
gone.
genital stuff is gone.
I mean, now
Which,
would be the time to put it in there, right?
yes, I think that people on the left should boycott Wicked for removing the trans character from the story. We should start that. We should start that, a boycott campaign against Wicked.
Because they didn't put the weird genitals in.
They didn't put the weird genitals.
Look, you guys got to honor the source material here. Where's the
Yes.
fucking weird genitals?
Where's the weird genitals?
We want to see her giant dong.
Yep.
We want to see her magic wand. Now we know where her magic comes from.
Mhm.
She's a wizard. Oh.
Yeah, there you go. Just give her some tentacles. Yeah, there you go. Lethal Strain for $10 says, if you're looking for the original Spark, whistleblower Bradley Manning was arrested for espionage, became Chelsea Manning in a military federal prison, taxpayer paid, then Obama granting the pardon. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's true. That did kind of start a lot part of the conversation. Well, that and Bruce Jenner had a big impact when Bruce transitioned. What was it? Caitlyn, right?
Caitlyn Jenner, yeah.
Caitlyn, and then there was that Life of Jazz TV show.
But then Caitlyn became a Trump supporter, and now
They did, and then it became okay to
it's
misgender
okay to
them.
misgender and kick them out of the women's bathroom.
Right.
Yeah.
That was an insane reaction. It's okay to misgender Caitlyn Jenner because they voted for Trump.
Yeah.
See, that's how you know the person's full of shit in their position.
Definitely full of shit.
Yeah. Albert, thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships.
Yeah, thanks. That's awesome. Look at that.
Oh, look at that.
Welcome new
Lethal Strain for
members.
$5 says, also, I totally meant Emma, not Anna. Forgive me. Chiefs play at noon, and I had a couple of drinks. Well, there you go.
Oh, let's go back then.
No, I read Lethal Strains. So
Didn't they? Wasn't that the one with
that was a
Anna?
different one.
Oh, a different one. Okay. Never mind.
Nomad for $5 says, it's an Adam era. There you go.
Era. Thank you.
Era.
Error? Like in mistake or era? As in,
Era, like the era of
generation.
Adam. The
I love
generation
it.
of Adam. You're Adam. You're the fourth turning. I don't know if you know that.
I am. I knew that. Thank you. I am the one that they have prophesied about. The one who will recover women's bathrooms for women.
Fondue for $5 says, this Adam rant is a lot of how I generally feel about the concept of everything is political. The best advocacy for your side is to shut up.
True. Yeah.
I
Always
don't
just shut
understand
up.
that. What does that mean?
It means just leave it alone. Don't mess with it.
Okay.
Don't fuck around.
Max Rudin for $2 says, heard of Simone and Malcolm Collins. Interesting people. Or Simon and Malcolm. No, I have no clue who are these people. They advocated proto-natalism. Okay.
I don't like natalism.
All Souls Night for $5 says, hey, Sitch and Adam, got drunk and dropped $20 in Robinhood and now sitting pretty on $250,000 of Dogecoin. Time to play the waiting game. S-Class is the best class.
Really? Wow.
Well, that's super awesome. Look at that.
That's a fucking huge gain there. That's amazing.
Is. I mean,
good job.
I guess. How long do people think Dogecoin is going to be up? So,
yeah, I would sell like if I had 250K in Dogecoin. But look, I probably was sold at like 50K. So
right.
You're good for hanging on in there.
I would sell some amount of that off. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Like
yeah.
Maybe like half of that or something.
At least $20, right, to recoup your investment.
More than the $20. Okay.
That's so sad.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen that. Guys who have like some huge take on some options or some stock, and they they're like up $2 million, and then they just never cash in, and it goes back down. I'm like, oh man, you should have sold some of that shit.
Yeah, it's bad.
Don't do that. Yeah, don't be that guy. Don't get greedy.
Sketch for $5 says the 19th is in no danger. All women who would vote to repeal it won't show up to vote out of principle, lest they be labeled hypocrites. I like that.
Yeah. Good job.
Stan Lee 6 for $5 says, when I worked at an outlet mall and had to clean the women's bathroom, Adam, you don't want to go in there. There's no couches, just maxi pad boxes.
Oh my God.
I've heard bad stories.
Maxi pad boxes. Wow.
Lethal Strain for $5 says Trump won't accept a magnanimous effort. Joe and Mika disagree. Yeah, but they got proven wrong because, like, right after they did that, Trump, put out that tweet and just shit all over Joe. So obviously, that proves my point. Yeah.
Good. He should.
Or I guess would be evidence in my favor. I should say.
Anybody that called him Hitler or a fascist or any of that stuff, he's under no obligation to bury a hatchet with those people, right?
Not under any obligation to do anything. So.
Right.
The Real Hole's name for $5 says it doesn't matter if Trump did everything amazing. The average blue voter would hate him and cope. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I think I'd agree with that. I think too many people are too invested into hating or loving Trump that it's going to be very difficult. Like, he's going to have to do something so extraordinary or something so fucking horrible for people to change their positions on him regarding the second term. That'd be my wager on that. So yeah, I would agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Ace for $5 says, Adam, you're way more charitable to the right than the left. You excuse the lies told by Trump, but you don't ever make excuses for the left's lies.
What are the lies told by Trump? That Kamala is a Marxist? She is. She's a cultural Marxist. She believes in equity. What are the lies? What are Trump's lies?
I guess all the election stuff.
Well, and I haven't made excuses for those. They're abhorrent, obviously. Yeah.
Michael Struckman for 14 months says, I love this show. Well, thank you for
Thank you. Thanks for the coffee. And thanks for being a member for 14 months. That's awesome.
Fondue for Joe says, does Jon Stewart think of himself as white? Yeah, I mean, I believe he said it several times on those episodes. So
yeah,
he does. Yeah.
But he's one of the good white people. He wants you to know that. One of the good
Yes.
ones. One of the self-flatulating white people. One of the apologetic for being white people.
Well, I think there's a lot of people who are white who they don't perceive it as like a threat. So they just think it's funny to just make these statements.
Mm-hmm.
They don't perceive it like, and it does. I don't agree with this, but that feeling makes sense. It's kind of like when you like, if like you're with your friends and your friends are some kind of multi-ethnic group and you're like kind of like jokingly racist towards each other. Like it's funny. You're not really like bothered by it because it's not like a perception of threat, right? If one of your friends makes like a racist joke, like at you intentionally,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Sure.
And I think some people, especially some white people, they kind of incorrectly take that feeling and they like, when Jon Stewart says the problem with white people or whatever, because they're like, oh, well, white people are the majority power, so the majority, group in the country, so there's no threat. They kind of like view attacks on whiteness or white people through that same lens incorrectly. And I think that's why it doesn't bother them. So
Out of all the groups, white people are the least racist towards other races.
that is true.
The numbers on the other races being racist towards whites or other groups is fucking off the charts. So spare me, Jon Stewart. Okay.
That's a
learn
good
the
point.
facts.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Like it's so crazy because like so many white people, like they're taught not to be racist against other people. But you see numbers like that and you're like, oh my God, everyone fucking hates me because I'm white.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
Well, it shows that whatever, the teaching people not to be racist, it works. It just needs to be applied universally.
Yeah, exactly. Why? What happened?
Yeah.
Look, and Jon Stewart doing a show about how white people are the problem is not applying it universally. I'm sorry, it's not.
I agree completely.
Yeah.
Jeff Schatz for $20. Thanks so much. Says, I think you're overly cynical, Sitch. Look at the reaction by the right to Anna's shift. There can be forgiveness. Would that be evidence?
That's a tough one because of the example is obviously somebody who didn't show respect for the right at one point, now showing respect, which is, I mean, that's what people want. So
yeah, but like, I mean, you're correct. I'm overly cynical because I'm generally overly cynical. Because I wonder if every single, here's the way to think about it. If every single left-wing pundit in the mainstream media and on the internet all went through the Anna Kasparian arc and they shifted, would they all be welcome? Or because I feel like people need villains. I feel like they need to attack the other side. They need another tribe. Both sides. They need the other tribe to attack. And so I wonder if like part of why there is, and this is my cynical nature here, part of Anna's acceptance by people on the right is because it's like in contrast to people on the left who are still in the bubble, still crazy.
right, and as soon as all those people disappear, then it's like she's no longer some kind of exception, and
Right, 'cause
they
then
run out of villains.
Right, and then you go back to then the same people go back to attacking Anna because she's very anti-Trump, blah 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 blah. Right, even if she doesn't say he's Hitler, she'll say he's gonna be bad for working class or America or whatever. So,
But he's going to be great for working class. Everyone knows that.
there you go. Well, I guess we'll find out.
I just look, so much of that I'm just doing to like rib on you. I hope that's obvious. So
right. Troy Thomas for $10 says Adam is right. Jon Stewart sucks. Listen, I agree that Jon Stewart sucks. Don't get me wrong. Except he was never cool. He permanently damaged political discourse for an entire generation. Made the kids think it was cool to be left wing. Whoa. You had me in the first half. Okay. I think Jon Stewart permanently damaged political discourse for an entire generation by making it cool to be smugly dismissive of one half of the political equation. I think that was his big problem. And because if you go back and watch like old Jon Stewart stuff, I mean, they were hyper deceptive with the editing to a level that was like wild in terms of like the interviews that they would do. And Jon Stewart's like reaction to this whenever he's called out to it, I think is kind of despicable, where he would say,
Oh
"Oh,
yeah.
it's a comedy show." That's where we
I
came up with it.
know.
That's why we would say that it's a
No.
comedy show. It's like a joke.
We
It's
never
a-
fell back on that to actually deceive
I know
people,
we would
though.
do it as
Yeah.
as a joke to reference Jon Stewart saying it's a comedy show, and
Oh,
he'd be
I
like,
never
"Oh,
did that.
my show comes after puppets do crank phone calls," which is bullshit because everyone knows that when Daily Show was in its heyday, a lot of people on the left would get their news primarily, or big chunk of their news, from the Daily Show. And so just because it was on Comedy Central and because they did funny stuff, that doesn't absolve Jon Stewart of responsibility in dishonest reporting. So
No, of course not.
Bruin, thanks so much for the 29 months. Says, good job today, Sitch, with some completely warranted skepticism triggering chat. Keep it up. Well, thank you.
That's our job. Chat should always be triggered.
Alex Wright for $10 says, Trump, hitting back on things that didn't happen. Well, that was a quote. That's why people don't think Trump will be magnanimous. Adam, how can you say that without understanding why people don't like Trump?
Don't trust Trump.
Don't trust Trump. Yes.
Trump hitting back on things that didn't happen. Oh, because of the... Yeah, that's the thing, though, because... And this was like a big thing when Bush got, like, everyone said Bush lied us into Iraq, and it became a big thing, like, what is actually a lie, right? Like, if he believes there's weapons of mass destruction, then he's not lying, he's just wrong, right? This is the kind of discussion that we're having with Trump, right? If he believes that shenanigans took place, and I mean, he's just wrong. He's not necessarily, I mean, that kind of person can be trustworthy in the sense that they're not willfully lying to you, right? But this is where I come up with the concept of like systemic dishonesty, right? Because he's saying things that are not necessarily true, but he thinks are true.
Look, I mean, I guess it's just, to me, it doesn't matter if Trump thinks the fraud was real, or convinced himself to think the fraud was real, or, I mean,
Well, the problem that I have with this is that we've been arguing forever about racism in the context of intention matters. And as soon as you start going down the path that, well, the intention doesn't matter, you are basically making the same argument that they're making about systemic racism. They're saying, look, everyone can have the best of intentions, but if the outcome is some policy that disproportionately affects some marginalized community, then we're defining it as racism. So
wait, okay, maybe I'm confused. What are we talking about? I don't know what this has to do with systemic racism.
Well, look, if Trump
right
believes something incorrectly and is acting in totally good faith, completely honestly, on bad information, that's different than Trump knowing the information and lying about it. It's completely different.
Well, yeah, but wait. I guess if we're talking about like election stuff, even if Trump... Oh, okay. This is
You're making the argument that with Trump, the outcome is all that matters. That's basically the argument that you're making. You're saying, look, he's operating on bad information. That bad information is leading to an outcome, and it doesn't matter if he knows the correct answer or if his intentions are good.
It's not.
It doesn't matter.
Okay. I wouldn't use a systemic racism argument because it's not like an outcome that just appears out of the ether. It's Donald Trump doing something that is illegal or should be illegal or is highly immoral that he just thinks he's justified in doing. That's not really what people are talking about when they're talking about systemic racism.
Intentions matter, though. You agree, correct?
Yeah, intention matters. Yes.
Okay, so they do matter.
I agree that intentions matter, but it's like saying, okay, if someone gets in a car and says, I'm going to go run over someone, right? That's, intentional murder. If someone gets in a car and they're just, talk on the phone, they're texting, they're looking down, they go through a red light, they kill someone, right? They still kill someone, accidental. Still matters that they killed someone. Also matters that it wasn't intentional, right? If someone gets completely wasted and, drunk drives and they, very irresponsibly kill someone. Yeah, it's different than deciding to kill someone, but they did decide to do this highly irresponsible action that could lead to someone dying, which they had knowledge of. And that's why we, charge people for drunk driving and committing, crime like that. I would come in those three. If we're using like those examples, I would say that the Trump stuff at best you could say is the drunk driving.
Okay.
So
that's the way you would describe it, but
yeah,
other
drunk
people would
driving
describe
who
it differently,
almost killed
but-
somebody. Yes.
I mean, you're describing it that way because you don't like Trump, but
Wait, oh my God. You can't say that and then say that the electoral scheme was horrible, because that just completely goes counter to what you just said.
right.
Even if I don't want to. We've had this conversation.
Yeah,
a
let's
million
not
times.
let's
I
not
just-
do it.
God,
Let's come on. I know it's boring.
Okay.
It's completely boring. You acknowledge that intention does matter. That's the only point I have to make.
Okay. Whatever. So for $10 says, listen, Sitch, let us some Adam. You don't understand anything, boys. See, I got these 13 keys.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
As long as you got the keys, everything is
That's all that
hunky
matters.
dory.
Satan for $2 says, welcome to the resistance, Sitch.
Yeah, you're part of the resistance.
Wonderful. Fata Morality for $5 says, I love Adam saying, quote, give me the sanitized Hitler. Great rebuttal. A-team continues to reign supreme.
Look at that. Woo!
Dragonkeeper for $5 says, Trump is a fascist. The Charlottesville protest is racist. I don't care if one of the protesters is not racist. I don't know.
Okay.
Is that supposed to be like in reference to something else?
Yes, they're saying that the Charlottesville, they believe the Charlottesville
No.
fine people stuff.
I don't know if they're trying to make a point that's like they're comparing that to something else we said, or if they just mean like directly what they said. But,
Yeah, they just
Okay.
mean Trump is a racist
okay.
about the Charlottesville stuff.
Kira for $20. Thank you, Kira.
This is the best
Says,
super chat.
Hitler fatigue won the election.
I agree. Look at that. It totally was Hitler fatigue. Everyone's like, fuck,
Right.
everyone's Hitler.
Lethal Strain for $5 says people can still live under communism, not under Hitler, a single individual. You're comparing an individual to a system. Deleting one person is easy. Okay, as I said, and I refuse to argue this again because I'm tired of looping. Okay, Hitler is the 10/10. Communism is the 9 out of 10. If you
Right.
don't think that, I don't think people on the right are being honest with themselves if they're not going to acknowledge that, because I would hope that people on the right, if there was literally a communist government trying to take over America, would take up arms and stop them, because I would. And if you don't, then you're a fucking cuck. Okay. So that's why I say it's a 9 out of 10.
What is the extent of the communist government? I mean, have they like dissolved
Soviet
our
Russia.
democratic? So it's just we're not having free and fair elections. I mean, at that point, you really
Going to take
are.
away people's private property. There's not going to be elections anymore. There's going to be the one people's, party.
Yeah, we'd
You're
be
going to
fighting
lose your
against that.
protection
Yeah.
of individual rights.
Yeah, we should
Yeah.
take up arms against that.
There you go.
Definitely. But I don't think that's what people think when you say communism. They think like universal health care.
Right.
Unfortunately, but that's what they think.
MA566 for $20 says, what was the scenario? Kamala wins, states succeed, civil war ensues. People on the right were saying this would happen, but they weren't exactly advocating for it. That's the exact problem. That is the exact problem. Both, people just kind of throw out this sort of like weird doomsday vague scenarios that no one ever really, explains what the plan is. And it's like, well, do they believe it? Is it just because everyone's being a hyperbolic asshole? I couldn't tell
It's
you.
going to be a bloodbath. I remember that. Oh my God. An
So are we
economic
cool with
bloodbath.
January 6th? What do you mean? How would anything I said have to do with being cool with January 6th? You're making my point. I'm saying that's why it's problematic. Ha ha ha. That's why it's dangerous for people to use this hyperbolic rhetoric and then afterwards, kind of ratchet everything up.
Yeah, we shouldn't be ratcheting
Yeah.
it up. And the Trump people should have been saying, It's going to be civil war. Or talking about, I did see some tweets where people were saying, look, if Kamala wins, we should just immediately secede.
Yeah, there's all sorts of people saying crazy.
Yeah.
Like if one under what I said, I'm not saying January 6th was fine. I'm saying is you put January 6th on Donald Trump's shoulders of responsibility because he put up this like insane rhetoric about like, oh my God, if Democrats win, it's going to be communism. Though I guess more at that the rhetoric was just him lying about the election fraud. It wasn't about. I don't remember him really pushing the communist stuff in 2020. But
No, he's running against a huge neoliberal. So why would he?
right, yeah, I don't remember if that was a major talking point back in 2020.
It's only an attack that works on Kamala Harris because she did all the woke stuff in 2020.
I said people should take up arms if they're fighting actual communism. If you take up arms because a retard lied to you about fighting communism and then you get shot by the police, that's your fault. Okay. I guess I thought that was like implicit in what I said, but I guess I should be more specific in the future.
Again, Sitch, do intentions matter? What if this person actually believes they're fighting communists? Then they're actually doing the right thing.
Well,
they're just delusional.
It depends if the person is, well, if they're delusional, then that's just a psycho. Like, I mean, obviously they're still responsible for their actions, but they'll go to the mental asylum. If it's a person that's starting a riot, is the question would they be deemed criminally negligent? Because even if they thought they were fighting some communist revolution, it's really they're just so irresponsible in that belief system.
Mm-hmm.
So you would agree, regardless of intention, you would agree that Donald Trump was wildly irresponsible on, with the election stuff, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Totally irresponsible.
Lisa Shane for $5 says, should we tell Sitch that Oprah said it could be our last election too? We literally talked about that on stream.
Yeah, we called Oprah a bitch, and we said she should not talk that way.
Yes.
And she should give that $1 million back.
Just because I'm saying, oh my God, you know that the whole thing about the bringing up the Elon stuff was me saying, look, Elon is doing what the left was been doing. You understand that? I wasn't saying Elon is doing something and Trump is doing something, the left is innocent, right? You understand that was the entire point of going through all that stuff. Asa Yar for 28 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you. Says, I think we could fix American politics if people who make wild statements have to pay tax when it doesn't pan out. Limit to influencers with big platforms and followers proportionate to the wildness. Asa Yar,
I love it.
That is the best fucking political idea I've ever heard in my entire life.
It would have to be, it'd technically be a fine. So.
Well, it's first of all, it goes against free speech. So it's kind of a problem there. But
it doesn't. Though.
Yeah, of course it does. What do you mean?
Disinformation, you can categorize it as fraud.
Oh,
you
I
can't
see.
Just say anything.
I think that's a slippery slope if we're going to bring up terms from earlier in this stream. But I wouldn't trust the government to be able to adjudicate something like that. But theoretically, hypothetically, if such a thing could be adjudicated, I would agree with it.
What about the Department of Government Efficiency, though?
I no.
They would be able to suss it out.
I don't think so. Then you start getting in the weird Canada-Britain bullshit. So.
Oh, Canada and Britain.
Grendel Levat for $10 says, if we're looking at Destiny, try a look at his recent leaked DMs. 5 seconds in, and I know how much better my life is.
I am so surprised that is just coming up now. That we've gotten this far through Super Chats.
I know, right? I'm pleasantly surprised.
We started off the stream talking about this and going, oh yeah, I guess we're going to be forced to talk about this shit. It's definitely going to come up in Super Chats.
Yeah. So I guess all I'll say is gross.
Gross, yeah.
Gross, yeah.
Well, shouldn't you fill people in for those that might not have heard what the situation is?
I don't want to talk
Evidently, Destiny has borrowed his wife's butt plug, which look, I didn't even know this was a thing. Like people just walk around all day with a fucking something up their butt. Sitch, what is wrong with people?
God, you're so.
What do you do when you have to ride your bicycle to the store?
I don't know how that works when they're sitting. Like, isn't that uncomfortable?
Yeah, what happens?
Sitting all day streaming.
Oh my God.
I don't know, man. Pretty gross.
Honey, can I borrow your butt?
A lot of weird Destiny leak shit. I don't know who I haven't followed. I just seen like the screenshots. I don't know who that Rose person is or why Destiny's talking to them like that. People were saying that they wanted Destiny wanted to bang them or something. I don't know how it got leaked. So I don't know all the skinny and all that disgusting stuff.
Yeah. We talked on the show before. Destiny claimed that he was bisexual. And I thought that he might be just saying that as like a shield, right? To protect himself to some extent. This is
Now
Vosh
you've
is
been
also
confirmed and not shield.
Vosh has also claimed this, and I thought, okay, well, he's using it as a shield, right? But if these DMs are correct, it turns out Destiny does like to suck a lot of dick, which is
Right.
actually the thing that we speculated. We're like, look, if he really is bisexual, he should just come out and say, he likes to suck dick. And I didn't think he would say that, but the thing, and we should say this before other people come to this conclusion. Look, I don't know if anyone else has done it. And look, I have not looked deeply into this situation. I saw, I think, 2 tweets on Twitter about it. One where he was talking about using his wife's butt plug, and another one where he's talking about wanting to, how much he loves to suck dick. And I said, and I said this to Sitch before the stream began.
You had a good theory about this.
Yeah. So my theory is, and that maybe he isn't bisexual. Maybe he doesn't like to suck a lot of dick, but he's trying to woo this woman online. And I guess everything is just insane now because a strategy for wooing a woman online may be to say, oh yeah, he really likes to suck dick, right? Maybe that's what she wants to hear. I don't know. I'm kind of out of it on this kind of stuff. I'm obviously married, so I'm not trying to scam on girls online. So, but if that's the case, then maybe Destiny's just not he doesn't really suck dick. He's just saying he sucks dick so he can have sex with this woman. So
Right.
that's the theory that could materialize in the
Who
future.
knows?
I don't know.
Possibly. Right. Or maybe it was just being honest.
Right. I
No
think
clue.
it's funny. I don't look, if Destiny likes to suck dick, knock yourself out. Okay.
Right.
Hopefully obviously it should be consensual. The person should,
Vanessa
want
says in all caps, no, Adam, he does.
How do you know this, Vanessa? What's going on?
Said
How do you
he
know?
missed earlier leaks. So apparently there's some more leaks was it leaks with a different person? Because if it was more than one person, I guess that would throw that theory out the window probably.
So are there, Vanessa, tell us, are there leaks of him from the person he's talking to that has engaged in the consensual dick sucking? Is that what's going on? Anyway.
Well, I saw, people were, someone said that this was like the time code for the leaks was around the whole Nick Fuentes.
Nick
time
Fuentes
period.
stuff. Yeah. And there was postulation that maybe him and Nick were exchanging sexual favors.
Which now here's the question. Is it like the better power move for Destiny to be like, oh yeah, Nick Fuentes is totally gay because we pulled around? Or is it worse to be like, oh, I went down on him? Which is the better? I can't tell. They're both pretty bad, but which is the worst one?
Look, if you're sucking white nationalist dick, and you're
That's
Destiny,
too bad.
I think
Yeah,
that's
too much. That's a road
I think
too
that's
far.
a bridge too far for.
Even if you would destroy the movement by outing him as gay, take one for the team.
Remember, oh my God, this is so funny. Remember Mr. Girl was doing like the big exposed thing on Destiny? How did he not have access to any of this shit? Like, what the fuck? He had like nothing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Imagine if he had, oh yeah, by the way, he sucked Nick Fuentes' dick. Oh my God. That project might actually went somewhere.
There you go. That's true.
Look, this is all speculation. Don't hate on us. I don't know if Destiny sucked Nick Fuentes' dick.
Right.
If he did, his community can deal with that.
Vanessa says it was leaks from DMs with Lav. She leaked them. he told her that he has a male liquid fetish and likes to extract such things out of guys. Well, that's disgusting. I didn't see those. I didn't see those. So I guess that would be more of a confirmation.
I mean, that is.
I mean, listen, I guess you could say bisexual confirmed right there.
That's just so weird because Lav was his big source for Mr. Girl's big exposed stuff. So she has all this info on Destiny and she's completely withholding it. And look, Mr. Girl saw himself as some kind of master manipulator of Lav, but obviously not really. He didn't get anything out of her.
I don't know if I want you to send those DMs to me.
No, don't send us any of this stuff. You guys can tell us about it in the chat.
Right.
Neither of us are interested in this stuff.
Right.
And it's look, Destiny has not been kind to us. His audience has not been kind to us, but I'm not the type of person that's gonna like dig in, and I'm not like a judgy person that way anyway. So it is kind of
the jokes we just made for the last 10 minutes.
That
wasn't good fun.
Those are mild. Come on.
That's true.
And look, none of us are saying he should be deplatformed or this is. Yeah, I saw part of the video that. Who's the guy that made
President
the video
Sunday.
on? Okay, I saw part of President Sunday's video, and I mean he's just fucking insane.
Right.
He just the shit he's talking about is. I mean, he's just like. Destiny needs to be held accountable for all this stuff.
Well, he was all because he was just talking about the Lawrence Southern stuff, and he was all just like mad that Destiny would, because he's saying Lawrence Southern is a white nationalist, so how dare Destiny, soften her image?
Mm-hmm.
Which I mean, from what I've heard with Lawrence Southern, I think regardless of what she believed in the past, I feel like she's softened her takes and beliefs now, hasn't she? When I've heard her talk. In the last like two years or so.
Hell yeah, she's gotten way more mild.
I don't think she's a white nationalist.
No, I don't know that she ever has been a white nationalist.
Right.
So.
Thal for $10 says, "Oh, swaggy." Okay. Says, I don't like people conflating progressive as woke, as a conservative. Progressives are annoying, messy children running with scissors who don't like accountability, but they are necessary. Woke is not. I mean, you're correct. I understand that. It's just like the evolution of language sort of goes through these phases. People, you have the SJW, it kind of gets overused. It goes to woke, gets overused, and then now it kind of switches to progressive. This hasn't been overused yet. It's kind of funny. This actually happened to Democrats. This is actually why the term progressive became popular in like the mid 2000s, was the Republicans were kind of attacking the Democrats in like the 80s as communist, and then that kind of, or I guess in the 60s and 70s, communist kind of got overused. So then Republicans started using the word liberal in like the late 80s, early 90s as basically a synonym for communism. And a lot of liberals didn't like the association, so they kind of started using the term progressive. And then people that were actually progressive kind of use that as an opportunity, I guess, to sucker some people into the progressive movement. So,
yeah, no.
Language.
Yeah, it might happen. I mean, I do agree with you, Thal. There needs to be something for the left that's not derogatory. So. Just like there needs to be something for the right that's not derogatory, even though the left uses conservative as a derogatory term.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's as tainted as much as, well, woke has obviously become a derogatory term.
Right.
Libtard is the derogatory term for the left, right?
Sure. The Real Hall for $2 says, when the president does it, it's not illegal. Nixon. Yeah. There you go.
That's authoritarian right there.
The Real Hall for $5 says, Trump literally said if he pew-pewed someone in the middle of the street, he would get away with it.
That was a joke.
He did say that, but I assume he was joking. But he did say that. Ace for $10 says, campaigning on January 6th is giving too much attention, but we shouldn't forget January 6th when it comes down to politics. A sitting president tried to coup the U.S. government over a lie and tried to steal the election. That's true.
Yeah.
Lethal Strain for $2 says, McMahon was a small business under her last admin.
Oh.
What?
I thought she was a big time person with the WWE.
Well, her husband, I assume, but I think she ran it with him to some extent.
Oh.
Oh. I see what you're saying. She was the administrator of small business administration from 2017 to 2019.
Well, that's cool, right?
Huh. Okay. I kind of actually now that I read this, I kind of vaguely remember this. It'll come back to me. I don't remember if anyone complained about her doing a good or bad job about that. Ingrid Bellsprout for $5 says adults in the room kept chanting Trump, Russia collusion, and illegitimate president for how many years? Also, fires if peace on January 19th, 2027. Well, people were chanting Russia collusion for a very long time. That is true. And then for most people, once the Mueller report came out, most people that are not Rachel Maddow dropped it. So,
but all the people watch Rachel Maddow.
That's true.
That's why she is Rachel Maddow.
Actually, that's not true. Their ratings are in the shit now. So,
she turned out to be a big liar.
Remember when she did the whole I have this
explosive
tax return, and it was so nothing. I was like, oh my god, it's so funny because I remember that was really big for my parents losing a lot of faith.
Really,
with Rachel Maddow. I wonder if that actually helped them kind of become, more cynical. Was that situation? Because that was
helped them get out of the bubble. They're like,
yeah,
Rachel,
so crazy.
You've lied to us one too many times, Rachel. It's over.
Because they told me they were really excited about that, and then they were like, "What is this?"
We wanted blood.
Yes.
Hmm.
That was another thing people were talking about, the Trump tax returns. That was another big thing. So.
What would be something that Trump could do that would actually win your parents over, that they'd be like, okay, I cannot deny Trump is a great president?
My parents.
What do they want? Is it climate change?
Donald Trump with a burning passion of 1,000 suns.
Right,
okay?
but so it's got to be something near and dear to their heart.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Really
my parents
about?
despise Donald Trump so much. I'm it's hard for me to even fathom what he could do, that they'd be like, yes, son, that was a good thing. Maybe Donald Trump isn't so bad. I can't even envision that.
How do they feel about child hunger?
If Donald Trump could cure child hunger, okay, then yeah, maybe they change their opinion on him.
Okay, that's a start.
I know it's a low bar there, curing child hunger.
Yeah.
What if
you could fix it?
Yeah, actually, yeah. If the high bar would be just curing hunger, right? Because kids are smaller, so they eat less, so it's easier to cure child hunger. Right, because you can just take smaller portion sizes.
You're just like, give half to that kid sitting next to you. Don't be such a pig.
Well, that's exactly. Well, no, but see, if you want to cure child hunger, you only need half as much food as you need to cure hunger, because there's half the size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Adults, no food for you. We're feeding the kids tonight.
Adults eat too much. They're spoiled. They're too fat.
What if Trump and Elon could get people on Mars? Would that influence them at all? Would they think that's cool? That's
that might
a big accomplishment.
That might change their mind about Elon. I don't know. They would probably soften up on Elon, who they also hate. But I don't know if they would soften on Trump, because they just assume I could hear in my mind, I could hear them. They would assume that anyone would just do that it wouldn't be Trump specific.
What if Trump himself went to Mars?
Well, they'd be happy because they'd hope he'd get lost in space along the way.
Oh, look at this. Our Google already knows what I'm asking. I said, how long does it take to get? It was to Mars?
Doesn't it take over a year?
I think it takes about a year. Yeah, I'm okay, 20, almost 2 years. What? 20?
Oh, really?
Oh, no, that's round trip.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay. So if it's going to take a year, I mean, they really got to get going on this, right? They're probably going to lose. Well, no, they're going to gain seats in the House in the 2-year mark. Hmm. Yeah, that would be. I think Trump would really like to be the president that got a colony on Mars.
Here, I'll tell you. I'll tell you how. Okay, this is what it takes. Donald Trump. Okay, someone's gonna come and they're gonna try to shoot me, and Donald Trump is gonna jump. Is gonna jump in between me and the gunman and take a bullet and protect their son's life. Then my parents would change their position on Donald Trump.
So Trump saves your life.
Yes. Then
but
they would
he
change
has to die in the process.
Well, wait, no. Listen, it's like a movie. Okay, he's in the hospital with like the sling on his arm.
Okay.
Right. It's
Look
like
at that,
grazing.
but he's still alive.
He's still alive. Yeah.
Right.
Then my parents would change their mind. They'd shake his hand, and be like, "We're sorry, so sorry, Mr.
Right.
Trump, that we ever doubted you. You saved our child's life."
Right. And then Trump would say, "What, you didn't vote for me in 2024? I'm fucking pissed that I saved your son's life."
There you go. That's exactly what Trump would say. Yes, exactly.
Why am I fighting for your boy's life? You don't even have the decency to vote for me.
Right. And then Trump would say, "This is why I called veterans and prisoners of war suckers and losers." And he tears off the sling. And it turns out the whole thing was faked.
Right.
And he storms out of the room in anger.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah. Your parents were probably pretty pissed.
Right.
After that ordeal.
There it is.
But the emotional roller coaster of it might entertain them.
It would entertain me. I think they'd be very upset. I don't think they'd be entertained. Okay. Where are we? Stanley 6 for $5 says, "So by allowing puberty blockers, it will permanently change the physical aspects of a trans woman. Guests are not irreversible." Emma, great argument.
Oh, look at that. I
That's
thought
true.
they were fully reversible.
That's true. That's a good point.
Oh, she fucked up.
She did.
Oh, well. We never believed any of that anyway.
She made a mistake there. Thal for $10 says, "Guys, listen, if you defund the schools, they lose funding and go away. If they go away, you decrease the property value, and now houses are affordable. Sheesh, why can't you see the big picture? LOL." Wow.
Nice. That is a great idea.
The big brain take. Look at that.
We're doing the Lord's work here for housing affordability.
Sammy says, "Sitch is more likely to gain superpowers and fly than have his dad say Trump is great."
Oh my God. Does Sammy know? Has Sammy met your dad?
Sammy has had political conversations with my parents.
No way. Oh my God. Record this shit. Why aren't you sharing it on the channel? This is what people really want to know.
It would be pretty good content. Yeah, it would be pretty good content, actually. So,
We'll do it.
right.
Say, "Dad, will you have a conversation with Sammy so I can record it for my YouTube channel?" What would your dad say if you did that?
There's like a lot of like dinner conversations I've had with my parents. I wish I was recording.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah, I'd have like these hour-long political arguments with my parents. I'm like, this would be great content.
Where are your parents at on the trans women in bathrooms?
I don't know. I know it's never come up. I know that they're not in trans women in sport. I've talked them out of trans women in sports.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I have no clue where they are on the bathroom stuff because I don't think it's ever come up in a conversation. But
Fascinating.
my parents they had like a Kamala sign, like a lawn sign, and they're so thoughtful. They took it down when Sammy was they knew Sammy was gonna come and visit, that we were gonna come visit them. They didn't want to offend Sammy, so they took the Harris lawn sign down.
Did they really? That's so
Yes.
sweet.
Isn't
That
it?
is sweet. Yeah.
Pretty funny.
They should have put a Trump sign up if they really wanted to.
There you go, to make her feel welcome.
Can you
right?
imagine?
Yeah.
But they didn't want to, all the neighbors would probably be pissed.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. I saw a lot of Trump bumper stickers and Trump stuff on cars this last election season in Southern California, which was just, you didn't see any of that kind of stuff in 2020.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I saw it too.
Mm-hmm.
And I see a lot of people that have like Trump flags and stuff on their houses.
Yeah.
Binky the Toaster for $20. Thank you. Says the DOE I assume that means education, used to break out the test scores by race. The last did this in the 90s, and if you limited to just whites and Asians, the U.S. beat every developed nation in the world, not by much, but we're still number one. I'd heard that. I'd heard that as well. So, though, is it fair if we include the Asians? Isn't that kind of like cheating?
As what? Include them as what? People?
If you're gonna say that if we're gonna segregate the test scores for education, just to white people, like you can't throw the Asians in there, right? That's like cheating.
It would.
Yeah.
Definitely bring the scores up considerably.
Right. Neil Johnston for 16 months says, "Thank you guys. If not for you, I would never hear Emma Vigeland speak. You're welcome, I guess. Sorry." Lou Silver for $5 says, "At the end there, Emma looked entirely defeated. LOL."
Yeah,
Yes.
she did.
Kyle Petty for $20. Thank you. Says Sitch is way off base with his bathroom take. Why even separate bathrooms at all? If men going in is fine, women would not be okay with that. We separate bathrooms by sex, always have. Why change it now for sensibilities? I mean, I think that we should just bring back, I think the way it should work is that a man should just like grab whatever woman they want by the hair, and then that's how you like determine how to start relationships with people. That'd be my take on that. So there you go.
Okay.
Sammy says, "I stopped saying Sitch has TDS after meeting his parents. Sitch is far more centrist."
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Wow. Look at that. Sammy, come on.
Thank you, Sammy. That is true. Malcolm McKee for 5 Canadian says, "This clip is from the Agenda 47 video series Trump did where Jank stole his idea borrowing bureaucrats from industry work post-employment and took credit." Oh, really? Wow. Okay. That's pretty funny. Pretty tendy chess move if that was the intention.
Yeah, I don't know where these videos came from. I found it on some other channel that just uploads Donald Trump content, but I
The
thought
Real
it might
Hussein
be
for
on
$5
True
says,
Social. Go ahead.
Trump education speech was the first I've ever been able to stomach. This is amazing. Look at that.
I got some more. Like,
There you
there's a
go.
bunch of based ones that he does. So I
Right.
figured I'd set them aside so we could watch them with Sitch and see if Sitch is like,
Right.
we're going to turn Sitch into MAGA. That's a new arc for the Sitch and Adam show.
Right.
Sitch's face reveal is going to be with a Make America Great Again hat on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. It's
What
gonna be
happens if Trump totally shits the bed on this one?
Well, you don't have to do the Make America Great Again. You don't have to do the MAGA hat if you don't
Are you
want
gonna
to,
Are you
but-
gonna have come out with the what the fuck was Harris's slogan? I don't even remember.
Oh my God! It's great, right?
What was
super
it?
memorable?
Yeah, what the fuck was her slogan?
Her
I was
slogan.
like, riding with Biden. Wait, no, that was Harris. That was Biden. What was the?
Her slogan was "Make America Racist Again."
Oh, it was not going back. Was that it?
Oh, we're not going. Hilarious as vice
Is that
president.
really it?
We're not going back.
Okay, no, I got a better one.
That's stupid.
Okay, I got a better one. If Trump totally shits the bed, you got to come on stream, Adam, with a hat, a white dudes for Harris hat.
Oh my God! Please. No. I'm not responsible for what Trump does.
It's not a
like I
question of being
said,
responsible. It's just,
I'm Well, if you do your face reveal with the "Make America Great Again" hat on, I mean, then we're
okay. Here's
wheeling
a
and
bet.
dealing here.
If Trump just does
could
awesome as
be.
president, Sitch face reveal with the MAGA hat.
Mhm.
If Trump just shits the bed, we need the Adam with the white dudes for Harris hat.
How would we define shitting the bed?
I don't know.
I'm
This is- who
amicable to
knows?
this exchange, but
Who knows?
we have to have clearly delineated.
How? But this is entirely subjective. I have no clue how we would create an objective. We just have to
There's
do the honor system.
there's a trial with Melania Trump where Melania Trump comes out and says, yes, he did shit the bed.
There you go. There you go. We called in Johnny Depp as an expert witness.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Well, we'll think about it. if you guys in the chat can think of anything that would specifically be Trump, quote unquote, shitting the bed. I think, obviously Trump could end the war in Ukraine, bring peace in the Middle East, and solve America's energy crisis forever. Trump could give us $1 gasoline.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and completely electrify the entire fleet of cars
with nuclear power.
Yeah, and Sitch would define this as shitting the bed.
No, listen, if all those things happen, that's your victory condition, okay?
Oh, okay.
All those things have to happen.
Well, I shouldn't have said so many then.
You shouldn't have, you fool.
I went too far. Just one of those things.
I do think there's a decentish chance that that Putin will use Trump coming into office to broker some kind of deal. I do think that could happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just as like an excuse to be like, oh, I'm not backing down. Just, fuck Biden.
He's not. The war is going to continue covertly, though.
Yes.
There's still going to be.
Or it might go back to like what it was before, where the Donbass area was still kind of like, people fucking with each other. Just wasn't open war. So
they're gonna take their land gains. They're gonna start building military bases in Ukraine on all their land gains, and they're gonna wait for the next soft on crime Democrat to take office, and then they're gonna be like, "Oh, war's back on."
Right. Fair and practical progress for 2 Aussie bucks says Twitter message sent to Adam. Decent B woo compromise. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I brought it up.
Oh, did he send you a message?
Yeah, I didn't know what the tweet was though. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay.
We got a
Kyle Petty for $10 says Sitch flying hook, like, and sinker for the blurring of the lines and incrementalism towards removing the barriers between men and women is not what I expect in 2024. A-team now. Well, I'm not going to even bother respond to that because you can go back and listen to the entire stream where we talked about all these things. And I guess you're just late to the party. So
yeah, look, we talked about them in detail. Sitch did a pretty good job. It was great.
Thank you.
We had a great time.
Dashman $5 says, "Sup, boys? Genuine question. What allegiance does the U.S. and the world owe to Ukraine? Sock Dems and some lefties pro-escalation, but others say it's World War III. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, people are, if someone is literally like in the position that they would prefer World War III to like, letting Ukraine go, that's unhinged to me. That's totally batshit crazy. So that's what ideological possession looks like.
The problem is like an ideological one. You don't want to embolden every Timbot dictator into getting nuclear weapons. You don't want to,
of course,
basically say any nuclear power can do whatever they want, invade other countries indiscriminately. Like those are the problems, and it's really hard to. I mean, if you don't care about the situation, that philosophical argument is pretty heady and hard to make.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not tangible. It's like something that may happen in the future, but may not. Anyway, Brianna Wu says a reasonable compromise on trans women in bathrooms. In North Carolina, a doctor must sign off on legal gender changes. Their license would obviously be at risk for not taking the clinical criteria seriously. Clinical distress, HRT, living as a woman. Make it a crime to use the ladies without that. This would help trans women and biological women. The fetishist and gender trenders would be gone, and the nature of natal males using it would plummet by a factor of 20 times to 100 times. And the trans women serious about transition would be legally protected. So she's basically saying we can do like a vaccine passport
right,
for the bathrooms for trans women, which Brianna Wu is trans. So she's got some credibility in this. She's like, I don't mind getting my trans passport out to use the women's
She's taking
restroom.
the true scum approach.
Look, and
Which I
like a lot,
support. I agree with it. I like that. I think that's a good compromise.
I've seen a lot of people saying like they didn't even know Brianna Wu was trans, that she's doing all these interviews and stuff like that. I'm seeing a lot of comments on our channel from people saying, I had no idea Brianna Wu was trans.
Right.
So, I mean, good for you, Brianna. If you're passing, I think that's the thing that I can get behind. Like a lot of trans people, they don't want to be thought of as trans. They just want to, transition into the opposite sex and just be done with it. Like for people to perceive of them as cis, which I got no problem with. So this would be a good compromise. I'm not sure Emma would go along with it because then she can't be the trans savior anymore. God, I keep cutting you off.
But okay, so you would go along with it, but it wouldn't really it wouldn't really fix the mental anguish scenario necessarily. What are you saying that this would be like a good common ground, I guess?
Like this could make progress in the thing that we disagreed on with moving women, because I think a lot of those cringe interactions that women have, I think in their minds, they don't know. They're like, this could be some predator that is just pretending to be trans to be in the woman's bathroom, right? But if you implemented something like this, they would have some assurance that, okay, this wasn't some potential molester just fucking taking advantage of the system. So then they might adjust their sensibilities over time. That might change things.
Okay.
I mean, do you disagree? It seems
I
like
agree.
it might.
Fair
Yeah.
enough. Yeah.
The problem with just, letting everything slide is that women are not, they're in situations and they don't really know what the situation is. And that is the terrifying part. This is good too, because so many people on the left are just completely Pollyanna about this. Like, what do you mean? No, there's no perverts in the world. They don't exist. That's not happening. Anyway.
That is true. There are no perverts in the world, except for the ones that vote for Donald Trump, right? Those are only perverts.
So thank you for pointing that out to us.
But to answer what allegiance does the U.S. owe? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question, but gotta play it by ear. Thal for $10 says counterpoints. Problem with Adam is simple. Counterpoints feels entitled to everything, even Adam's opinion. You're not entitled to anything ever. Very elitist and very much like a little Destiny.
Yeah, he did some response video when we had like our tomfoolery stream, and I watched the video and I'm like, holy shit, like he doesn't even get the argument. And there were people in his comments, aka Batosi, I think was in his comments, like basically explaining the argument to him. It was pretty funny. And I even promised AKA that I would try to be more amicable towards counterpoints. Because AKA was just, that guy is the king of charity, like charitability. So he's kind of like something to strive to. I don't know if I could achieve it. But it's just kind of funny because, and I even went in there and was trying to explain the argument to him, and he was just not having it. And this is kind of the disagreement that I have with, it's at some point you just have to disengage. You have to be like, this person does not give a fuck about the argument that I'm making. Like they could care less. They're not, all they're doing is straw manning. I don't know if they're willfully misrepresenting the argument or they're just too dumb to fucking understand it. So, and, that was kind of my exchange in his comment section. So, but yes, I agree with Thal's super chat that counterpoints is kind of feels himself morally superior or intellectually superior to a lot of people. And therefore he's elitist.
Kyle Pay for $10 says, way behind doing mind reading. Gonna guess Sitch is gonna bring up unisex bathrooms. Everyone I've seen is single use, which makes sense. Never multiple people in them. Oh, I guess you failed on that one because I don't believe we ever brought up unisex bathrooms at any point in the conversation.
I did
A
about
good
Santa
attempt.
Cruz, but
Yes, there you go. Adam brought up the unisex bathroom. Real Holstein for $10 says, I lost my faith in our institutions when I saw how the media treated Trump after 2016 and how our institutions helped the left undermine the West. 2020 was a fair election, though legitimate. Well, I
that's
appreciate
good.
that, though.
Yeah.
That is very noteworthy that you're able to separate those two things, which I don't think most people are able to do.
Look
Kyle
at
Pay for
this.
$2 says, A-Team reigns supreme. Look at that.
No, you got to do it right. Look at how he spelled it. That's amazing.
Oh, okay. A-Team reigns su-poo-poo supreme. Poo-poo supreme.
Oh my God. You're so horrible.
Super poo-poo.
Super-poo-poo-poo-ream. You know how it's done. Come on.
Okay. I think it says poo-poo.
Do it
right
out of
there.
respect. Look, I'm the one that came up.
Su-poo-poo-ream.
I am the one that came up with the kiss, 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 kiss.
You do that to mock it, and then people liked it. What are you talking about?
I did not. I
Yes,
did
you
it to make
did.
it cool.
You
That's
know you
bullshit.
did it.
I
You
totally
were like,
did it to
oh,
make it cool.
you were trying to mock it. You're trying to be like I was doing like the cat call. And then people liked it, so I rolled
Not
with it.
true.
Okay.
Not
Get out of
true.
here.
Not
Get out of
true.
here with that. M8566 for $5 says, hey, Adam, can you please start an official dress fund for us to donate to? If each of us pitches in $2, we can put a dress on Sitch. No.
That's
No,
gonna
no,
take
no.
forever. Doesn't he want like $100 grand? $2 at a
grand.
time? That's gonna
100
take you
grand.
like 50 years.
No dress fund.
You guys need to start spending like $100 a month.
Right. Fondue for $5 says, as someone who cleaned public bathrooms for a few years, I can at least confirm they have blood sacrifices.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yes. The real Holstein for $5 says, what's the objective difference between a trans woman and a man claiming to be a trans woman?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
One has the card, right?
yeah, well, presumably one has gender dysphoria and is going through. That's what I mean. I'm fine with Brown and Wu's ruling or idea how to do this. One would have a actual diagnosis from a doctor and be undergoing a transition process, and one would be a dirty faker who's not doing.
Can you
any of those things.
imagine? Can you imagine the women in the bathroom? Just like they said, we are the cops. They're like, card, please.
Right.
Every
That would
time
be
you,
kind of interesting.
it has the same connotation as getting carded because obviously, women like to be carded because they're like, oh look, if someone thought I was under 21, right? Carded
Right.
for alcohol.
Right.
But this would be the opposite because like if you're getting carded, it's like, oh shit, I don't pass. I'm fucking being carded in the bathroom here.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Kyle Pay for $5 says, the only difference between a trans woman and a man is self-identification and how they dress sometimes, which is not how we separate bathrooms. It's so simple. Well, I mean, I guess tell that to, Buck Angel. Say Buck Angel and all the bald trans men who look way more like men than ever a woman. You go tell them, hey, you got to go in the woman's bathroom because there's no difference between you and a woman. Can you see, this is kind of the problem. Can you imagine how absurd this argument is? Can you imagine saying that there's no difference between a trans man and a woman? Would anyone ever say something that brain-numbingly retarded?
It is the woman's restroom that is kind of the sacred
No.
space,
I understand because there's not really a threat issue or perceived threat issue with trans men attacking men.
Right.
I understand that. But in terms of this specific argument that Kyle and other people are making, they're trying to say there's no categorical difference between trans women and a man. It's like, okay, try to use that same argument, that same line of argument, and say there's no difference between a trans man and a woman. And it's obviously on its face retarded. So,
But look, I would say no men are going to care about trans men
irrelevant to
in the
point I'm
men's
making.
bathroom.
I know.
No,
Completely
I
irrelevant to
understand.
point.
You're talking about the category.
Right.
But this is why I brought up it's really about the women's bathroom because
I understand.
The totally passing trans woman could easily go into the men's bathroom, and the men are not going to card her. They're not going to they're going to be like, oh, that's weird, and just
I don't
fucking
think
go
that's
on with
true.
their day.
I don't think that's true. I think people would. I mean, they're not going to be like, oh my God, am I physically threatened? But they're going to be really. I think
Yeah,
a
they
lot of
don't-
guys would be fucking like weirded out. Like, why is there a woman in the men's bathroom? I would be freaked out. If I walked into the men's bathroom, there's just a woman in there. I'm like, well, what's happening here?
Yeah, but they
You know,
aren't going to feel physically threatened, though. That's the
What do you
thing.
mean? Okay, if I walked into the bathroom, there's just a woman standing there. I wouldn't go in there. I'd be like, is this a setup? This person going to accuse me of like sexual assault? Like, like, I would be like concerned. I'd be just weirded out. I'd be like, why is there a woman just in the bathroom?
Really?
Yes, I would think that someone was going to try to frame me for sexual assault if I just walked in the bathroom, just a woman in there for no fucking reason.
Yeah, I think if Buck Angel or Blair White were in the male bathroom, just no one would give a fuck.
Well, I would be like, hey, that's Blair White.
Well, I'm using her just as an example because obviously she passes as a
I
woman. So
disagree, but
you don't think Blair White passes as a woman?
My point is the fact that you know and that everyone intuitively knows that the issue is the women's bathroom, then we can dispense with this stupid argument about the whole category distinction because it doesn't work when you talk about trans men and women. And so obviously people need to move beyond that point to try to figure out what is the actual argumentation, what is the actual thing that they're reacting to, as opposed to just sort of reacting to, base level retard logic.
Well, it's threat assessment, but you would argue that that's illogical.
I never said that.
Well, some people will argue that it's
Right.
illogical.
Well, then that's fine to make the threat assessment argument.
The whole
Don't make
point
the
in
retard
going to
categorization argument.
Anytime somebody wants to go to the sexual assaults in bathroom statistics, they are making the argument that you're irrational to fear trans women in bathrooms. That's the argument that they're making. They're saying it's irrational because this never happens.
David Puff, don't scream. No one's making that argument when literally that's what multiple people have made that argument in super chats.
Which it's great. I love it.
Fondue for Joy says, guys, just use observable instead of objective. See, that's kind of the difference. There's two different arguments here. Because the Adam was making the observable argument. Some of the people making the super chats are not making the observable argument. They're making an objective argument.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're not the same position.
People just should call it the men's trans bathroom.
Right. Vanessa says that Buck Angel is retweeting posts agreeing with Nancy Mace. That's weird. So wait, is Buck Angel? So what is Buck Angel's position? Is Buck Angel saying that they should use the women's bathroom? Or are they just they're saying that the women's bathroom is like unique and different?
Buck Angel knows he's welcome in the men's bathroom.
Well, everyone knows that. Because
Yeah,
Buck
of
Angel
course.
looks like a man. Yes.
Yes, yeah.
But Buck Angel is not welcome in the women's bathroom. That's why I'm saying it's confused.
Of course he's not.
Nancy Mace would not want Buck Angel in the women's bathroom either.
Right. It's where the person seems like a threat. And I know that you make an interesting and excellent argument about a woman, a very passing woman in the men's bathroom is a threat of a potential sexual, like bogus sexual assault claim. Like you're turning it into a threat, which is good because that's what people are worried about. They're worried about a threat.
That's what I'd be worried about.
Yeah. So you're saying, look, it is a threat. But most people don't perceive of it that way. They just perceive, oh, look, a woman in the men's room. The ladies' room must have been super full, and some woman got the temerity to come into the men's bathroom to save some time.
Yeah. Well,
good job.
It depends on the context. Like if I was at like a sport event or something, a sporting outing or something where you see like there's like this 10-mile long line for the women's bathroom and there's a woman in the men's room. That's what I would think. I'd be like, oh, then I wouldn't care. But if I'm just like in a mall, there's no line and there's a woman in there, like what the fuck's happening? This is super sus. But I sent you a picture.
Is it a button? Please tell me.
It's not a naked picture or anything.
Okay.
disturbing.
Like, no.
So, how do you think Nancy Mace would want this person to go in the women's bathroom with them?
Oh my God, I can't believe it. I pride myself on making you sigh on the show, but me myself not sighing. But you actually got a sigh out of me.
I got him. I got the fucker. I got him.
You actually
You
got.
big got.
You actually got a sigh
got
out of
it.
me. Well, the reason for the sigh is because you keep turning to non-issues. This is not an issue. This is not an issue.
Wait. Stop.
It's not.
Wait. Okay. It's not the issue you're making. I was reacting to Vanessa saying Buck Angel supporting Nancy Mace, and I was curious as to what Buck Angel's argument was and how that would apply to the situation.
Buck
Because
Angel is
Buck
not
Angel-
trying to get into the women's restroom.
Yeah, but but as we talked about, if the rule, which is the rule I believe is the rule that Mike Johnson put out, says that you have to use the bathroom of your sex, that means that Buck Angel, who looks like the picture I just sent you, would have to go to the woman's bathroom in Congress if they were in the Congress building, taking a tour.
Is that Mike Johnson's rule? Because he needs to work on that. The rule,
I believe that is the rule, yes.
the rule that people want is no biological males in the women's restroom. That's the rule that people want.
Right.
Buck Angel has nothing to do with that rule because he's a biological woman. He's a biological female. Let me be correct here. In the men's bathroom, which fucking nobody cares about.
Then people
Nobody gives a
they
fuck.
should make that, they need to specify that argument as opposed to just saying you have to go to the bathroom of your sex, because obviously that doesn't work.
Well, the argument everyone is talking about is female only spaces. That's women want to protect sex segregated spaces for women. They're not protecting sex segregated spaces for men because they don't give a fuck about men's spaces. Most of them don't give a fuck about men. And men don't give a fuck about like sex segregate. Well, I guess they do to some extent. If it's, if it's their Magic the Gathering game, they don't necessarily want to open it up to a bunch of woke people who are going to start changing
So I found
things.
Buck Angel's Instagram post, and I don't understand what they're saying.
What Buck Angel is saying?
Oh, never mind. I understand. They were quoting someone else. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, what the fuck are they talking about? But okay, never mind. I understand. Well, I don't know. There's a video, but I don't really want to watch it now.
Yeah, I'm tired. You're tired. Well, we're almost done, I think.
Real Hell's Name for $5 says, but when I asked about objective differences, I meant measurable, provable differences. Well, that's why you get the little doctor's note.
The
That's your
doctors
measurable,
know, yeah.
provable differences. Yeah.
If you believe in doctors and stuff,
Right.
which I'm skeptical, but
Here's a solution. Men and women go to the respective restrooms, and if you pass, no one should know anyways. Listen, I agree with that. Real Hell's Name for $2 says, all reptiles only have one hole. There you go.
oh my God.
That's the real solution, Adam.
The world is cruel. I've
Lives in
also
Des Wall specifically for $5 says government enforced human cloacas are what the gender abolitionists want for you and your children. Probably. I'm not looking it up. There you go. Michael Struckman for $5 says, Adam, I'm completely giving up on getting David Jaff on the show. It's in God's hands now.
I was gonna say, I thought Michael was trying to get David on our show. So, but I do thank you for the effort.
There you go.
I mean, it might happen. Sometimes these things, when you least expect it. I mean, I thought I had kind of given up on Sam Cedar, and then something happened, and it became an opportunity. So, actually, I think it was Anna Kasparian came on our show, and then all of a sudden, it made Sam Cedar take note. Oh, look, Anna likes these guys. Maybe I can go fucking beat them up or something.
Mm.
But I think Sitch did a pretty good job of utterly destroying Sam Cedar. So
Yes, though I have to admit, I turned out to be 100% wrong about that guy.
Who?
The,
Sam Cedar?
No, the guy we were arguing about that. Was it Kentucky or
Really?
Tennessee?
He did?
I forget. That guy turned out to be like a huge piece of shit. So I was like,
Did he
oh,
really? Oh, man,
yeah.
that sucks. Oh, that sucks.
Very unfortunate. Thought for $10 says, Adam, wait till Sitch has a daughter and you'll hear his tune change. Perceived fear is as real as a real threat when it comes to your kids, no matter their age. Well, I mean, that's a fair point. So I think what I'll do very obviously the solution is, I just get my daughter a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll be strapped at all times.
Yeah, you just tell her, look, honey, if you see any strange men in the bathroom.
If anyone tries to touch you, the no spot, you just blow
No,
them
they don't
away.
have to touch you, just if they look at you funny.
Oh, no. Listen, you gotta be a little
Yeah.
careful here. Okay. I don't want my kid to go to jail for murder.
She's a minor. Like they want to.
I don't want to go to jail for murder for giving my kid a gun.
Oh, that's the thing you got to worry about now,
There you
isn't
go.
it? Look at this.
There you go. Lethal Stand for $2 says 60% of trans women are attracted to women. Google. That makes sense. I thought it was like 50%, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was 60.
That doesn't change things.
No.
Got a bunch of trans women in there lusting after
Should buff gay men not be allowed in the men's room because they could, overpower most other men and rape them?
You don't really see a lot I don't know if the ladies' room is similar to the men's room, but in the men's room, people are really, no one's out there.
You see more in the
flaunting it.
men's room than you do in the women's room. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but yeah. Well, I'm assuming yeah.
It's not like
You don't see, but look, you see more in the men's room, but you still don't see a lot. Like,
well, you're not gonna. Okay, let's be okay.
People aren't walking around naked.
Let me put it.
People don't pull their pants down around their ankles when they walk up to the urinal.
You're not gonna see like 99.99999 out of 100 times. You're not gonna see dick in the men's room unless you're looking for it, right?
Yeah.
But the possibility, like if you want to, you could find it there. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
But
yeah.
most men, they're like keeping their eye like line very like clearly at eye level intentionally, right?
Right.
That's the etiquette in the men's room. You keep your eyes up. Most men don't want to see dick, so it's fine. But if you wanted to, I guess you could, right? In the women's room,
Well, you're
everyone's
playing
a little
with fire. I mean,
Right.
if I'm standing there peeing and the guy is like staring at my Johnson, I'm like thinking, what
yes,
the fuck, dude?
obviously, right. But in the women's room, everyone's in the stall. You don't see anything unless you're trying to fucking scooch under the door, or you're in one of those weird places where it's like, I don't know, some of those countries where they have like the women's toilets on the floor and everyone's supposed to squat and use it, and that's like fucking barbarism.
Well, I just imagine they're all like carrying on a conversation though while they're in the stall, like they're talking about some show on Netflix or
Right.
Yeah. That doesn't happen in the men's
I don't know. I don't like talking to people while I'm peeing. Don't talk to me while I'm pissing. All right.
That doesn't happen in the men's room, but in the women's room, they're like, "Oh my God, did you see the last episode of some Korean drama?"
There you go. Gotta talk over the pee sound hitting the
Mhm.
water.
Anyway, I think this 60% of trans women being attracted to women does change things.
Okay.
I think they should put that on the doctor's note, whether they're attracted to men or women.
Okay.
That should be on their permit.
Fondue for $5 says plot twist. Biological men just identify as trans men.
As
Trans women that
women.
identify as transient, no passing required. But then he says trans men. Autocorrect. Biological men just identify as trans men that identify as transient.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. What if there's there you go. That's the real thing you gotta be worried about. The pervert man is gonna pretend that they're a trans man who's forced to use a women's bathroom because those dang right-wing Republican laws. That's the real perverts are gonna sneak in there.
They're going to
There
be
you
like,
go.
I'm a woman.
Listen,
I
I'm a
really
trans
am.
man, but I have to use it.
Oh, yeah. That would be an interesting conundrum, right?
A very dead horse for $10 says, how do we feel about a scanning robot? Let's call him General Talia. It checks everyone before they go into the bathroom. It could say things like sweet hog or no smeat here. Fair. What do you say? I mean, sure. I'm on board. Let's do it. The dick vag scanning robot. Thomas Lillibridge, $5 says, did you hear about the new sex change procedure? It's an addictomy by Dr. Kutyurkov. I think it's supposed to be cock off, but
Cut your cock off.
cut your cock, but it says Kokov. It's addictomy.
Cut your cock off.
By Dr. Cut Your Cock Off, yes.
Cut
I
your
had not
cock
heard
off.
about that one.
Doctor, cut your cock off. I know that guy. He's Russian. I've heard of him before.
Ace for $5 says, during the stream, Adam, you excused Trump's lies by January 6th by saying that he only did it because of Russiagate.
Yeah. Actually, I didn't excuse him. I wondered if he would have done January 6th if Russiagate hadn't have happened. And my thinking was that his basic feeling of the Russiagate scenario was people were trying to sabotage him and take advantage of him. And that general paranoia would carry over into the election. He's like, look, if they're going to do all of these shenanigans around Russiagate, they're probably doing a lot of shenanigans around the election. So if Russiagate had not have happened and the Democrats would have treated him fairly as, you know, the president and interacted with him with the respect of the office, if he wouldn't have gone so paranoid about the 2020 election. But I think Sitch said he was already talking about the election being rigged in 2016. So he's kind of setting himself up for the same sort of January 6th thing in 2016. I don't remember a lot of that in 2016. I don't remember a lot of him talking about the election being rigged. And I think I think Trump thought he was going to lose in 2016. So I guess I would have to go back and look specifically at that. So the Russiagate stuff created a sort of paranoia that I'm not sure would have existed had it not happened. So, and I'm not using it as an excuse for January 6th. I'm just saying it is what it is. Luke, for $5. Is it possible to order the Sitch art separate from the comic? I've already ordered a book, but wouldn't mind picking up a Sitch original as well. It is. If you want to refund, well, I guess you want to order separate. There is no way to just order the Sitch art, but you could refund the order that you placed. Even if you can't do it because it's past the time, you can send me a message on Indiegogo and ask for a refund, and I'll give you a refund, and then you can reorder. You can reorder the comic book and the Sitch art, or you can.
That's what you'd have to do if you want to. Yeah, that's what they'd want.
Well, you can order any comic book and add a Sitch art onto the comic book, so you don't necessarily have to.
You can't add the Sitch art if you've already ordered. Is that the problem?
No, you can't. You can't change your order once you've ordered, but you can refund it and just order again, which is fine.
Okay.
Go ahead
That's
and do
what you have
that.
to do,
Yeah.
Beta Morality for $5 says communism is culturally acceptable. People were merged with Che Guevara's face on it. For God's sakes, being named a communist versus fascist is not nearly the same. Yeah, it's 9 out of 10 versus 10 out of 10. Yes. You're right. It's not the same. It's slightly better. Oxy for $5 says, catching up the stream and Adam is based. I will fight Sitch on anything he wants.
We should have
like Adam is the one that wants you to fight me.
Look, Ostracy's great. We should have him on more often because he's a fun guest. So, and look at what's this gold. Look, he's been a member for like a fucking 2 years.
That is true.
So.
That is true.
We need orbiters, Sitch. Ostracy can be the first Sitch and Adam orbiter. It'd be great.
Alex Wright for $5 says, I've got to hand it to Trump nominating Representative Lori Chavez de Rimmer as Secretary of Labor is a fantastic choice. Credit where credit is due.
Mm-hmm.
That was the person that Jank was happy about, right?
Yeah. And if Jank's happy about it, she's got to be cool, right?
I don't know anything about any of these people, so
we will know though, because we're gonna learn.
We're gonna learn on the job.
It's gonna be great. Yeah, we do a lot of on the job learning around here.
Well, I don't like spending all this time like learning about all these people, and then they don't even get confirmed. It's like, oh, okay. What a
Yeah.
waste.
Did you do any research into Matt Gaetz and shit? Oh, please tell me you didn't.
No, of course not.
Yeah, because
I just remember from like the first part of like, I mean, when because Matt Gaetz story has been around for like 4 years.
do some research now because you can dig up some of the cameos that he's done and we can watch them.
There you go. Lives in Des Walls City for $2 says to clarify predator in the women's room like AGP or AVP. That's a good question. You want the
Aliens
women
versus Predator?
Yeah, there you go. You got the reference.
I did, yeah.
Wow.
I love that movie's amazing. No, I'm kidding. Please.
There,
Please
that was
don't.
Good callback.
That was a joke.
That was a good callback. Orca for 15 months says A-Team Reigns sue PPPP Prem. Yeah, right, Sitch?
God. Oh
okay,
my
I read it. Look, there it is. PPP.
Oh my
The
God.
sue PPP. A-Team is sue PPP. Prem.
Look, he can't help himself. He just can't help himself. He's so jealous.
That was
It's
pretty
just
funny.
Jealousy.
That was a good one. You have to admit that was funny.
No, it was, yeah. No. Soup PP.
Trying to out onomatopoeia me? I don't think so.
Oh yeah.
Fondue for $5 says, Adam, I don't want men's rooms open to women. Have you seen those lines?
Did you really just skip JMax $100 super chat? Was that like on purpose?
No, it's not on my screen.
Oh really?
I don't even see it.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Oh, I can see it. I can see it in the top chat in the top right, but it's not on the viewer activity. That's very bizarre. JMac, our circuit father, thanks so much for the $100. Says, oh, I forgot to tell you guys, my wife's been reading Jonathan Haidt's newest book. She had no idea who he was. So as she was raving about it, I was like, oh, I know him. I'm going to read it with her. And after, she's going to read The Righteous Mind with May.
Nice. That's the best. Yeah.
That's super awesome. Look at that.
Yes. His new book is probably very interesting to you guys since you have young kids. About the social media addiction with young kids and whatnot. So,
right.
Which has got to be a nightmare as far as like keeping your kids away from social media.
Right. Long story short, for 2 hours says Buck Angel was in an MTV video in the 90s that got banned.
Oh, really?
Okay.
What was he doing in the video?
I don't know. Real Jose for 2 hours says, I can't wait for you to read all the Streamlabs. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, no.
Not a good sign.
I did see some big ones, so.
Grendel Vat for $5 says, what I'm looking forward to most about the comic is the insane gymnastics Adam has to go through to meet the shipping date of December 2021.
Well, first I got to build my time machine, so.
Right.
But someone pointed that out, and I did log in and updated everything to like January 2025, so.
Oh, okay. Very sneaky.
And I should have books this week or next week that are tangible books I can hold in my hands. I won't have all the books to ship out for another 6 weeks because they're shipping them, but they're sending some ahead via airmail. But I can't, like, shipping all of the books via airmail is like $10,000. It's like crazy.
Okay. Dr. Diller for $4 says, rape babies and transgender rapists are both statistical anomalies, but the idea of it is enough to warrant some kind of action or safety mechanism. The trans issue is as relevant as lefties say, use the gender neutral. Personally, I propose a compromise, make the trans women fight normal women for the right to use the toilet. Women will elect a local champion to fight the trans challenger. Nobody's happy with this but me, but that's life. There you go. I like
Think that'll work? Sounds good.
I think that would work.
Acceptable.
Dr. Do It for $2 says, I learned from rape culture talking points that most rapes go unreported. Wouldn't that also include most trans sexual assaults in the bathrooms? Well, I mean, I guess if we buy into the feminist talking point, I'm skeptical of it. That would be the feminist talking point. So they would never, that would be the argument to use against Emma or I guess Luke. If they started bringing that up, you'd say, well, wait a minute. Don't you believe that all these sexual assaults go unreported because of the patriarchy?
The cringe interactions definitely go unreported. That's 100%.
Well, that's because it's not a crime.
For
It's just
sure.
cringe. Yes.
Yeah. But it's a lot of cringe interaction should be a crime. Definitely.
Holtz for $5 says, it's been so interesting listening to all my in real life trans friends talk about how they're realizing the precariousness of their position in the Democratic Party and what easy scapegoats they would be for Harris's loss. That's
Oh, yeah, that's sad.
Soto for $2 says, genuine question for Adam. If the concern is protecting sex segregated spaces, then are you okay with Nancy Mace barging into the male only space of the Citadel to make it a co-ed college? Why is it only acceptable for them?
Yeah, that's the one. That is the one situation where obviously if it's like a men's only college, men are not going to be happy about that. But I don't think the men's restroom is like a sacred place. So
I don't know. I didn't know this. Nancy Mace was the first female cadet to graduate from the Citadel.
what is the Citadel?
I think it was a military school or something.
Oh, really? Wow. So she's like G.I. Jane?
So she was the first female to graduate from the Citadel, South Carolina. It says female cadet, so as I was saying, it's kind of military school. That is kind of interesting. I didn't know that. What a hypocrite. What a hypocrite. Wow. Can you believe that?
Now we know how she got sexually assaulted, right?
Oh, that's terrible. Holson for $5 says, almost as if the constant tone policing, berating people on fringe issues due to your own narcissism, as well as shit talking, betraying the only civilization that wouldn't arrest you has consequences. Yeah, I feel like people have been trying to. Well, I feel like smart people have been trying to warn that for a while now. It's interesting that Brianna Wu's now in that kind of position. So. Arithmetic for $2 says, Sitch, where's the data that says keeping men out of women's bathroom in general keeps women safer? The whole point of women's only space is to make them feel better. You may not think that's important, but most people do. Yeah, I mean, that's fine if you don't have the conflict, which, when you just have men and women going to their own bathrooms, there's not a conflict there. It's only a conflict when you put the trans stuff into the equation, and then you have to come up with some sort of way to adjudicate the conflict.
Yeah.
Gay Ben, look at this. Gay Ben for $2 says, I second an earlier super chat that showed support for the bathroom bill. I will support the bill only if my handsome beloved Adam is the one to lovingly pull down my pants to inspect me for being a biological male, no homo.
Oh my God. Gay Ben. What happened? I thought you were not Gay Ben.
No, that's Gay Ben. Not Gay Ben is not Gay Ben. That's Gay Ben.
Was that Gay Ben?
That was Gay Ben.
Oh, it was? Okay. Well, that makes sense.
There's
Look, I'm not going to pull down anybody's pants and inspect their
Adam, you're the only one that's suitable for
Well,
this job.
look,
apparently.
I do
you
thank
have to
you.
save America.
Look, if this is like a solicitation for a date, I thank you for the offer, but I respectfully decline.
Holsteinator for $5 says, even if Trump was to implement everything the left wants, they would hate him. They're incapable of forgiveness and use their mercy and compassion against us. The path of union must be forged with the bones of traitors. Jesus
Oh my
Christ.
God.
Well,
please no.
It actually wouldn't play out that way, Holsteinator, because if theoretically, in your hypothetical, Trump implemented everything the left wanted, you would have a complete shift, because then everyone on the right would start to hate Trump, and then people on the left would like him. So you have this weird shift over where they're like, oh, based. He's like, I don't even know what the narrative would be, but it would be very interesting. But I think you see a complete flip-flop in positions. So, and people would accept that as long as they still have the enemy on the right. Holsteinator for Holtinator. I don't know if it was the same person. This is a very similar name. Holtinator for $2 says, I've had such a fun time asking all my elderly, insane leftist family members when they're going to lay down their lives to say us from Urs Hitler. All they can do is sit there and squirm. Best part is we're all Jewish. There you go.
Oh, wow. That is funny.
Holsteinator for $2 says, be gay and do crimes. I saw those stickers being sold all over the place at craft fairs with children. Democrats aren't law abiding. Well, to be fair, I would have thought that most of the people creating the "Be Gay, Do Crime" stickers are not well, they're probably voting Democrat, but they're socialists. They're usually socialist anarchists that I saw that were pushing that, and they'd usually go, "Ugh, those Democrats, those liberals, they're just no better than fascists. Look how edgy and cool I am."
Yeah, it's sad. Very sad.
Dr. Diller for $2. Oh, this must have been before we talked about it. Have you guys read the Giga Cringe Destiny South DMs? You have the most beautiful mind, Steven. I listened to
what was that?
He said Destiny Lawrence Southern DMs. I didn't read them. I listened to President Sunday read them, unfortunately. And his monotone tone of voice made it even more cringe and horrible to experience. So yes, it was very bad. Ultra mega cringe.
The real Holtonator for $2 says yes, that was me. So it's the same person.
Okay,
Yeah.
nice. Does it on Streamlabs? Does it make you like rewrite your name every time or something? Or
I don't know. They misspelled his own name.
well, because they're
It can't do that. That can't be possible.
Holtonator for $2 says Social Security should be cut so that the unsuccessful elderly can be encouraged to shuffle off this mortal coil, and the price of housing can go down. There you go. Look at that.
Oof. Come on. We need our elderly brethren.
Fruges for $20. Thank you so much, Fruges. Says, longtime fan and supporter here. I know Adam can be critical of Trump and the right, but the last few months has been very frustrating listening to Adam's unbalanced criticism and unwarranted charity and excuse making.
Oh, wow. Someone's coming for me. But thank you for the super lab, the stream lab.
Super lab.
No, it's nice because we obviously like make more money when it's on Streamlabs. So that's a nice $20 Streamlab. Yeah.
Thank
you. Look, I'll try to be more. I'll try to be more bad faith with Donald Trump. I'll try to accuse him of shit that he's not doing.
Thank you, Adam.
Just like every other Democrat does.
Thank you.
I'm going to do my best to embody Stephen Bonnell the Third destiny.
Okay. Well, considering what we were talking about, maybe you should hold off on that.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Never mind. I don't want to suck a lot of dick. It's just not worth it.
It's awful. Ultimator for $2 says, in an earlier Streamlabs, I said the road to the union must be forged with the bones of traitors. I wish to apologize. The roads are paved, not forged. Therefore, the road union must be paved. Oh, Jesus. All I need is
Oh, my God.
Soldos for $2 says, so I'm listening to a stream by Dave Smith and the Mises Caucus leadership of the Libertarian Party, and it's just Dave Smith desperately trying to explain why there's no contradiction between calling Trump a genocider and voting for Trump. That sounds kind of hilarious.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Because he was. Yeah, look. It is funny. I did watch the stream where he was talking about endorsing Trump, and all the genocide stuff is kind of a contradiction, right? Why didn't he just leave? Why didn't he just not vote? Not vote for president? Like all of, why didn't he just vote for the libertarian candidate? I'm sure they had one, right?
Super woke.
Oh, you're right. Oh my God, you're right.
You couldn't do that. So.
Oh,
he should have just not voted, I guess.
That's so troubling.
I mean, I don't know. He's got the America Bad right audience, right wing audience. So.
Oh yeah, so he wants to.
I think he has to vote. Arithmus for $2 says Destiny has been credibly accused of sucking Nick Fuentes' dick. Really? Well, there you go. I don't know what the deets on that are, and I don't think I want to know. Sell for $2 says more on Alan Lichtman. In an interview, he said if Kamala wins, it signifies, with a smirk on his face, that old guys like me are on the decline. The interviewer said some would say MAGA is trying to prevent that, and he agreed. Wow. Yeah, I mean, someone brought it up, I think, and we looked into it. Like Alan Lichtman has wrote some pretty woke books. So
yeah, all of his stuff was super Democrat simp.
Dr. Diller for $2 says Rachel Maddow has gone off the deep end. She was going nuts speculating on how Trump was cheating. Wouldn't surprise me if people believe this came true. Wow, look at that. Rachel Maddow going full blue anon. But not surprising, I guess.
What are they going to do on January 6th? Kamala's going to be counting those votes.
God, I'm so mad out. So crazy.
Can you imagine if Kamala does a January 6th? Oh my God.
That would be hilarious. But they already closed the
What if
polls
Joe
late, so
Biden
you
gets
can't.
up there? What if Joe Biden is so cognitively declined that she tricks him into giving a speech about how Trump is the next Hitler and we have to do
Ooh.
something about it?
Interesting. Interesting. Dr. Did for 2 hours says, I hate to tell you this, ladies, but men do not usually walk into the bathroom, scooch to the closest urinal, and then loudly exclaim, nice cock, bro. That only happens in California, which is why Adam is likely confused.
Nice cock.
Mm-hmm. Solo for $2 says, okay, I finished the David Smith stupidity. He says Trump is a genocider, but he's the only hope for liberty. I'll stand up for him when he does bad I'll stand up for him when he does bad stuff. Also, he thinks RFK Jr. is a libertarian cabinet pick. Please kill me. Hilarious. Hilarious, Solo Doge. Oh, look at this. Academic agent for $2. He's back. Thought he was gone. Says, I noticed you haven't called me lately, Sitch. I've heard you got another that's caught your eye. Don't forget what we had. All the good times we shared. Was all my one-sided race play for naught? Please call me back.
Look, he's jealous of Sammy G.
There you go.
He wants your cock, Sitch.
Yes.
He wants to do to you what Destiny did to Nick Fuentes.
Fade Morale for 2 hours says, try wearing a Nazi symbol. It's 310 versus 1010. So again, my argument is that if you... Okay. Fade Morality. Are you telling me if you honestly believe that communists are going to take over the country, open all the borders, and turn the country into a communist hellscape, that you're not going to use violence to stop that? That's what is that the argument? Because that's the argument we're talking about. We're not talking about the public perception of the symbols. We're talking about when people make the claims, is it fair to, is it going to call the violence A, and then is it fair when people don't do the violence to say, oh, well, you don't actually believe any of this stuff. I guess Elon Musk is a fucking liar. I guess all the pro-life people are a liar. That was what the point of the argument was.
The argument is kind of complicated, so.
Bondu for $5 says, oh, on a side note, congratulations, Sitch. You managed to outlast Arcane being good. It's not bad now, but not as great after season 1. Oh, see, whenever someone wants me to watch something, I can just wait long enough and eventually it will become bad. Okay. That's
yeah.
the rule.
All roads lead to wokeness these days.
Oh, look at this. Real Hall Snyder for $2 and then $6 says, if you're, yeah, it was me. If you're not logged in, you have to retype your name. Oh.
Wow.
Well, thank you. You didn't have to send another $6 to tell us that, but thank you. I appreciate it. The Real Hall Snyder for $2 says, I saw an eviscerated deer today. Oh, like by like a wild animal or like a hunter or a person or something. Like you were just doing it.
Are you not seeing JMax?
Yeah, I was about to read it.
Oh, okay.
JMac for $50 says, I just got to the Barons in the new WoW Classic Anniversary Edition. Barons chat is still degenerate and cringe as ever, but words like grooning and mewing are being tossed around. It's a sobering experience to see things change and stay the same. Oh my God, you're right.
What does
Holy
that mean?
shit.
What does gooning and mewing mean?
Mewing is like jaw exercises that, I guess, is it Zoomers or is it like the whatever's after Zoomers? Think they do these like jaw exercises to give yourself like a more Chadley chin if you don't have like a good.
What kind of jaw exercises
I
are you
don't
doing?
fucking know.
Like opening and closing your mouth?
Is it like a mewing sound? Is that why it's called mewing? I don't know anything about this. I'm too old.
Wow.
I think gooning is just masturbating. So, yeah, but that's got to be a surreal experience to go to the Barons chat. And it's like, oh, it's the same. It's like everyone just yelling at each other, but they're all using like these fucking horrible Zoomer terms that you're like, oh God, I'm old.
What is the Barons chat? Is that like some WoW server?
No, Barons is like, so Barons is a zone. Okay. In World of Warcraft, it's like gigantic.
Right.
Like it would take you like I don't know how long. It'd probably take you almost an hour to like run from one side of like the game to the other side of the game, or longer. It's very
An hour. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because there's a lot of like ways to travel around without walking.
Yeah, you got to get your ugly dragon. I remember.
Yeah, your ugly dragon, and yeah. So one of the really big zones back in the early days that everyone fucking hated was called the Barrens, and it was fucking enormous, and it took forever to get anywhere. So I guess it kind of like had this reputation of people just when they're bored because they're like running to locations, and it had like a lot of like lower level people, so like newer people, they'd all just like fill the chat with like stupid shit.
Are you?
And so
How do you run and fill the chat?
there's a button you can just press, and you can just auto run in a direction. And you just
okay,
you
I
could
got
like
you.
steer, and then I guess type. That's what you do. You just steer with one hand.
So
and
you're
type with the other.
basically auto running and just chatting with people as you're
Well, it'd be in between
crossing the
doing
plains.
stuff. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
And you're
Yeah, and
talking about gooning. How
Right.
like you're on Pornhub gooning away as you're playing this game, right?
And also, it was like it was like the original Barrens was a horrible zone because not only was it giant, but it was also super boring to look at. It was all like desert chasm, like deserty looking. It was like a very boring desert looking like environment.
I like the desert.
It's just boring. It's a boring environment compared to like there's like a lot of cool
Get
zones
some
and
nice
WoW.
cactus in there, maybe
Yeah.
a lizard, maybe an armadillo. Doesn't
Well, I
have
mean,
to be boring.
Oh, okay. But anyway, so that's sort of how that's how Baron's chat sort of evolved and became like a meme of like Baron's chat is like where you go for all the stupid shit. I don't even know what is the new WoW Classic Anniversary Edition. There's another like what is that? I don't even know what that means.
wonder.
Relive the adventure with WoW Classic 20th Anniversary Edition.
I wonder when they're gonna.
What?
Go ahead.
If you miss out on joining WoW Classic Nostalgic launch in 2019, relive the experience of the game that sparked it all. That's a little silly.
Sounds fun.
They had like, okay, wait a minute. I mean, it's a little silly. So they have like the original game came out like a billion years ago. And then in 2019, they're like, okay, let's bring back the original because people like wanted that experience, which that makes sense. They're like, okay, did you miss the thing from did you miss the relaunch from 5 years ago? Well, now we're going to relaunch it again. I know it's a little silly to me, but okay. Listen. I think I get it. I mean, calling it nostalgia is correct. I played WoW Classic when it was out live, vanilla. I played Burning Crusade. I played Wrath of the Lich King. I think WoW Vanilla Classic was easily the worst of the three. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There's
a lot of quality of life changes in Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King that were just like so much well appreciated. Did not exist in vanilla.
What does a quality of life change mean? You like transition halfway through the game?
Yes. It means that like you're a night elf female with your big penis ears that you love so much, Adam.
No, I hate those. Destiny
and then suddenly
loves those.
you transition into like a dwarf, a burly dwarf man with a big beard, like Buck Angel.
Oh wow.
No, a quality of life change is like, okay, imagine you're a mage, Adam.
Right.
And your main spell is a fireball spell.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Fireball.
Yeah, you shoot a little fireball.
I like that.
So
out of my pointy ears.
Right. So it used to be this really stupid system where like every time you level up, if you wanted to get a new fireball spell, you'd get it like, I don't know, every 6 or 8 levels or something. You would have to run all the way back to town. Well, actually, no, you have to go all the way back to a main city usually. I know, actually, okay. Using a mage is a bad example because they could teleport. So let's throw that away. They were fine. That was actually one of the reasons you want to be a mage. Let's use.
So you just teleport back to the town. You're like, bam, I'm done.
Right. So for mage, actually, that was a bad example. Okay. Let's say, okay, you're a warlock. That's a better example.
Okay.
You're a warlock. Your main spell is that you shoot a demon bolt or dark bolt. I forgot what the fuck it was called. You shoot a little dark bolt. Okay. After 8 levels, you need to go back all the way to a main fucking city and go to find the fucking warlock trainer and spend money, your little in-game currency, that just to learn the new ranked version of the spell. If you don't do that, your current spell will be like doing like dog shit damage. And that could add like 20 to 30 minutes just going all the way back, depending where you are in the world, just to fucking go all the way back to a main fucking town and then go all the way back to wherever the fuck you're doing your quest. Could add like 20, 30 minutes of just travel time bullshit.
Of boring, like shit I've already seen. Not
Yes, of just you're just going to fucking buy something, right? And so it was like it was awful. And so I don't remember when it was in Burning Crusade or Wrath. Eventually they got rid of that shit. So you would just like your spell ranks. You still have to go back to the cities to buy new spells, but your spells you existed would like rank up automatically when you leveled up. So you don't have to do this stupid shit.
That is a good transition. I like that.
Right.
That's a great transition.
It was a yeah. Okay, Bob Van Gogh for $25. Thanks so much. As I went to DC this weekend to beg the Chinese embassy for a visa, they did a run, looping around the Washington Monument. The tourists looking at it were probably thinking, "This liberal stuff, is this the stuff I fill my god hole with?" All the while, me trying to keep a good pace was like, excuse me, pardon me.
Hmm.
I'm gonna be real, Val. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
It sounds like he's talking about jogging around the National Monument and a bunch of liberals basically praying to it.
No, the tourists were looking around saying this liberals. Okay, I get that. Why'd you go to why'd you want a visa from the Chinese embassy? Are you going to China? Oh, that's right. Didn't you say you were going to China?
Yeah, he did.
Malcolm McKee for 2 Canadians says my previous super chat was skipped. Was it? Are you sure?
Well, we'll fix that.
Go back and find it, Adam.
I will.
Malcolm
I'm doing it
McKee.
right now. I'm on it.
Okay.
I'm gonna F search it.
You F search it. Fondue for Joy says, but if I say it's bad, that will make you watch it. Ooh, Fondue, you fucker. You know me too well. That's correct.
It's already on the list.
Right.
He was making notes.
Malcolm McKee for $2 says, 2 Canadians says the Barrens is the African Serengeti, empty plains. Yeah, that's true. It's not really desert. It's like plains. It's like boring, empty plains. So I don't know if you like that more or less than the desert, Adam.
We read the your previous super chat. This clip is from the Agenda 47 video series Trump did where Sank stole his idea barring bureaucrats from industry work post employment and took credit. We read that. We did read it. Yeah.
Okay, good. J-Mac for $20, thanks so much, says it's basically Africa, Adam. Super dense with mobs as well. There's also the first contested zone you could get ganked. That is true. Also, the new edition has added quality of life stuff like dual classing, Sitch. Oh, well, that's good. That was another horrible thing. Yeah, dual classing. Oh my God, that was one of the most welcome changes in the fucking world.
Do they listen to people? Do a lot of people complain on message boards and that's how they know to fix this shit?
Eventually, yeah.
Right. How did they just not intuitively know? Wouldn't it be lame if we like introduce this area of the game where people have to take 30 minutes to do some menial task?
World of Warcraft, you have to pay every month. So
oh my God. So they're incentivized to make
they're
you do stupid
incentivized
shit.
to make you slow down and grind and spend a bunch of bullshit time.
Oh my God.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, they got the subscription model. How evil.
They do. Yeah. So that's probably why it took a while to change some of the stuff. And also, that's true because the Barons, a lot of people, if you're playing on a PvP server, which meant the other faction could come and kill you in certain zones. The Barrens was like one of the first zones, even though it was a low zone, that you could get killed. And since it's a giant zone, and another horrible quality of life change was that back in the day, like when you die in WoW, you spawn as a ghost, the graveyard, and you have to walk all the way back to wherever you died and then get back to your body. And so since the Barrens was so giant, that could it could just be horrible to go all the way back to where your body was because such a long walk. Just to when you respawn, turns out the person was hiding, waiting for you, and they just fucking kill you again because they're a piece of shit. So,
but don't they have to wait there for like 30 minutes for you to get back to the body?
They could, but it's somehow worse. Even though they're spending the exact same amount of time as you are, it still just feels worse.
They're probably just, they've timed it out. They're going to go eat a sandwich. They're just
Right,
going to camp out there.
Yeah. Well, what they're probably doing is they'll kill you, and then they're going to try to run around and look for someone else to kill. Like they're going to try to make a circuit of like people to kill.
Oh, all the people venturing back for their bodies?
Yes. Yeah.
Hmm.
So, listen, that's how you know if you're like a good person or an evil person. You play World of Warcraft to see how people behave.
Oh, awful.
Oh my God. Why did you do this? WTF 1A1A for $20. Oh my
yeah, you can't
fucking
read
God.
that.
Can I even read this? Skibbity Skibbity Hawk Tua, Hawk Skibbity King, who gives out Blumpkins, edging, gooning, leaning to munt, dripping cheese all over my lunch. Skibbity Skibbity Hawk Tua, Hawk Skibbity Boom, Skibbity Doom, edging, gooning, in Ohio Square, stinky backshot air. Adam should know off the VTuber brain rot version. Thought he'd like it.
That's crazy. I'm
That's
surprised
terrible.
you did so good.
Listen, what do I say? I'm young at heart. J-Mac for $20. Thanks so much. J-Mac says, even though I love Classic, I do agree with you, Sitch. Wrath of the Lich King is when WoW peaked. Best expansion, not even close. True. Very true. Wrath of the Lich King was where it was at. 100%.
I got to play this WoW game. Everyone's always talking about it. People seem to really be into it.
Alternate for $2. No, I don't think. Oh, that's right. We got to play. We still got to do that. We got to do the hardcore mode. WoW, where when you
No,
die,
I have
you
to
don't
sign up. Do
respawn.
I have to sign up for like a yearly subscription, or can I just sign up for the free trial and we can just play a couple times?
We could just do it for the free. I believe there's like they give you like 14-day free trial.
Oh, really? Look at that.
Yeah.
How much is WoW a month? How much are they getting out of people?
I couldn't tell you. It's been a long time since I've paid for WoW.
Paid for WoW.
WoW
For
subscription
WOW.
cost. Let's see. It is $13 a month.
Oh, that's not bad.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh no,
A
so
lot of
it's-
entertainment for $13 a month.
I mean, if you play the game, you're spending all your hours on it. It's definitely
Right.
worth it. But
Oh my God.
it's not what it's not worth is spending all your money. I mean, it's spending all your time playing WoW. That's the real thing.
Right.
So
Yeah. They should pay you by the hour.
right now, you can find like hacked kind of bullshit versions of not bullshit. You can't find like hacked servers that have like the version of the game where you can play for free technically. So,
Well, that might be cool.
but we would just do the hardcore mode legitimately. Pulse for 2 hours says, Sitch, if someone tried to implement fascism, everyone in the nation would take up arms. If it was communism, only the right and a few liberals would. Adam calling it 4 was silly, but it's a 7 or an 8. Go wear an HH shirt or find out. Listen, if you're gonna say it's a 7 or 8, that's fine. I'm saying it's a 9, but if you want to say it's 7, 8, that's fine.
I'm moving my position down to a 3. Just for your insulting super chat.
Look at that. Terrible.
That's how I roll right there. You were lucky I gave it a 4.
Listen, Des, well, specifically for 2 hours says, can I get in on the Sitch and Adam trading card alpha testing? Yes, 100%.
What does that mean?
If we talk about, the theoretical trading card game.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Hell yeah.
Soldos for 2 hours says, sent Sitch funny development in Australia.
Uh-oh.
Stop
Here
sending me
comes
stuff.
Solidoge.
No.
I just found out for the first time Solidoge is gay, so watch out. It might be a dick pic.
What is this? It's Shad. Shad tweeted out, are you friggin' kidding me? This is utterly insane and shows how monumentally retarded the current Australian government is. The Australian under 16 social media ban will ban kids from accessing YouTube, but not Pornhub. This proves it's not about protecting kids at all, but was about controlling the narrative they want to be able to indoctrinate kids through state-approved educational programs in schools to prevent them from learning the truth online. They're evil. So there's some kind of bill that prevents kids from using YouTube, but not Pornhub? How does that seems insane. Is that true? That's ridiculous if that's the case.
Kids shouldn't be on social media anyway. I don't know the age ranges for the bill, though.
Right. They also shouldn't be. Well, yeah, but I don't think I don't think YouTube should be categorized as social media.
Yeah, there's a lot of educational stuff on YouTube too, but there's a lot of shit on YouTube I wouldn't want my kids to see. So
No, that's true, but there's a difference. Like social media, the problem with social media isn't like, oh, they're getting bad content. It's like that creates the ever-present, ever-online, anxious problem that like Jonathan Haidt's talking about. You know, the YouTube doesn't cause that because people don't use it as a social media platform. Really, they use it to just watch videos of shit.
right.
So
I mean, it is. Jonathan Haidt talks about this in the book about YouTube is kind of a social media platform, but different. Yeah,
right,
because it's something is different about it.
because it's used primarily to view video content, not to interact and communicate with other people.
Yeah,
To me, that's what social media is. So.
yeah. It's been a while since I read that book, so.
JMac for a circuit file for $50. Thanks so much, JMac! Says, I had a super wholesome experience in Burning Crusade with an ally priest. I saved her and Turok from getting swarmed by mobs. We did the / battle. Later, the same priest mind controlled me. And I thought she was going to walk me off a cliff. She buffed me with fortitude instead. Wow, look at that. Beautiful. Look, that's how you brings together society. Together society, Jay. I always help people. I was always generally pretty helping of people, even if they were cross-factional. So, and usually people would help me back in return. Okay.
It is a good feeling being helpful and getting along with people. It's much better than being confrontational and conflict ridden.
True. See, what I would do on my rogue is I would go to Goldshire Forest, where the allied lobies would have to actually flag themselves to attack me. Then I felt justified, right? I tried to bait them into attacking me first. That gave me the moral satisfaction of feeling like it was okay to kill them. See, that was the trick. Okay. But if out there in the wild, I would never attack people.
Right. Yeah, you shouldn't. You shouldn't attack strangers.
Should not.
Yeah.
WTF1A1A for $5 says, what would it cost to subject you guys to live brain rot? I could think of a few Adam may understand, even if the words are odd.
Is that what that super chat was?
That was, yes.
Some kind of brain rot thing?
That was brain rot.
I'm not sure.
Contrast for 5. Aussie Buck says, as if not appreciative, Baron's chat. How can one forget Chuck Norris jokes or locating Mancriff's wife? You need to become one with the chat to become Zen. That's true. There was a time period where it was just nonstop Chuck Norris jokes.
In the WoW chat?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Really? Chuck
Yes.
Norris jokes?
It's the whole game, Adam.
Holy fucking shit.
It was in that time period. So
That's wild.
yes.
I just can't. It's like Chuck Norris jokes would get old quick. I just can't really imagine coming back to a chat the next day and being like, "Oh, let's talk about Chuck
They're
Norris."
still
again.
going. They'd be like 24/7 Chuck Norris jokes. Wasn't great.
This was pre-bots too, so it couldn't even been
It
AI.
was a person, yeah.
Ugh.
But it would be
Hope that
different people. It's not like it'd be one person just doing the whole, forever.
I hope that person is grown up now.
Right. Fondue for $5 says, not for me. PvP changed how I thought about playing in the world. I was burned too many times letting Alliance live. Cat ganks till they leave. Holy shit.
What does that even mean?
Cat ganks? So that means he was either a druid and he was in cat form and he would like go invisible and just keep killing them until they left. Or he was a hunter and he had a little cat pet that could go invisible and was also doing that because he's a piece of shit and he played a hunter. I'm assuming he meant he was a druid. So I don't know. Listen, I mean, yeah, obviously I definitely got ganked my fair share by like horrible pieces of shit. But I would say actually, I think with my policy of not ganking people, I'd say about the majority, maybe 75% of my interactions with other faction people were either neutral or positive. So I don't know. Maybe it was just me.
What do you gain from ganking people? Do they have like weapons and stuff that you can take?
I mean, if you're around the same level, you get some minor amount of experience, but it was never for that. It was just to do it. It was just like a fuck you. Like there was no actual game benefit for doing it.
Well, that's even worse. That's the worst.
I mean, yeah, like in vanilla, you get a small amount of honor points, but it didn't really mean it wasn't like it wasn't a thing.
You
Yeah,
get
it was just
honor for killing strangers.
Yes, you would
Wow.
get honor points if you kill
That's
anyone
fucked up.
cross-factionally. But
This
it
WoW
was,
world is fucked up, man.
It is. It was really just to do it. You didn't really gain much from actually doing it. So
Haha, you gotta go for the hour and a half hike back to your body.
that was about it. Yes, it was to make them do the half an hour hike back. Now the most rewarding thing in the world was when you're doing your little quest, you're not bothering nobody, and some piece of shit comes, kills you in the middle of your quest. You come back, you find their ass, you fucking kill them, and then you just ruin their day. You make sure you sit there for like 40 minutes just camping their fucking body. Like, oh, you're gonna kill me? You're gonna gank me? No, bitch. This is a world of pain. And then you get to the point where you see like their body's just there for like 20 minutes, and you're like, oh, they logged off in disgust. And you're like, that's when you knew you won.
Oh
like,
my
I made
God.
this person stop playing this game. Fuck you.
What if they're just waiting for you to leave and then they reanimate?
Well,
Can they pretend to be dead?
That's the game. So the way it works is like when you're a ghost and you run back to your body. Once you get within the vicinity of your body, you can actually start to see like
Movement.
people. Yeah.
Okay.
But then then you try to like scope out to see if you can see if the person's waiting for you or not. But then it's also, if you're the killer, you know that. So you try to like guesstimate the range of which their visualness is, or you try to hide in a bush, or if you're a class that can go invisible, you go invisible, in which case they're super fucked and they're probably not going to see you no matter what. And so you kind
And
of
then they run over and touch their body and then they're alive again. Is that how it works?
There's like I don't know what it was, probably like a 20-yard radius. Like when they're 20 yards of the body, you can resurrect.
Okay.
You had a little bit of wiggle room. So depending on what class you were, if you had movement abilities or a mount or whatever, you could
And then you just cut their throat.
You could like resurrect far enough away and escape, depending on the situation.
So, and then you just cut their throat and then their body is their soul is thrust away again and they got to run all the way back.
They got to run all the way back. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The worst thing actually to do was, so if another player kills you, the only penalty you incur is that you just have to run back to your body, which is annoying. But if you get killed by an NPC, like a little enemy mob, you take durability damage on all your armor and equipment. And then you have to spend in-game currency to fix everything. And so the real dick move is to like get someone low, but then to let like an NPC finish them off just so they incur the armor penalty.
Oh, I get it. So you slice their throat, but not all the way. And then some
Right.
NPC comes and
Right.
finishes a job and they lose a bunch of armor points.
Yes. This is part of why I like to play as a warlock, because not only were they very good at like not getting killed by other players, but they had an ability called Fear, which when you cast it, it makes the person run around randomly. They don't have control over it. And so the way it works in WoW is like every NPC enemy monster has like a radius. If you get close enough, they'll just start attacking you. So if you fear someone, there's a good chance you'll make them run randomly into like a billion fucking enemies, and then they'll just get killed by them, and you don't have to do anything.
Wow. For someone who doesn't gank anyone, you sure know about how to really ruin someone's day in this.
Because I said, if someone fucks with you, then you have license to ruin their day. Okay, that's how it works.
Would you say if someone messes with you, you give them back 10 times?
You do the Donald Trump tenfold. Yes.
No,
yes.
Look, that's what I was thinking. Look, you are Donald Trump, basically.
Yes. 100%.
How can you frown on Donald Trump for doing what you
Listen,
think
if
is
Donald Trump
moral and righteous?
Listen, if Donald Trump was minding his own business, killing velociraptors in Stranglethorn Jungle Vale, okay, for that stupid fucking quest, and some piece of shit, Joe Biden comes out of nowhere and stuns him with the hammer of justice and then just fucking unloads a full paladin lodestorm on his face and kills him, then Donald Trump would be justified in getting some revenge, okay?
Yeah, look, I don't
But
see
that
how.
didn't happen.
No, it's worse. I don't see how
Okay.
you can't see the parallels here. Okay.
Okay.
Donald Trump is on his quest to become a 2-term president, and fucking Joe Biden comes out, ganks him in the middle of nowhere. He's
Right.
got to run back to his body for 4 fucking years.
Mhm.
4 years. He's running back. Finally gets back, wins a second term, becomes a 2-term president. It's all fucking Joe Biden's fault.
There you go.
Gank the man in the middle of his 2-term presidency.
Right.
Yeah. Terrible.
Anyway, that's why I couldn't put up with it, but that's why when it was up to me, as soon as I could, I stopped playing on PvP servers because I was like, just get away from all the madness.
Oh, all the ganking?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Why is it called a PvP? Is that public?
Player versus player.
Oh, player versus player. Gotcha.
Fondue for $5 says, not for me, PvP. Oh, I read that one. Yeah. Metalworks 411.90 for $5 says, my nephew always says Sigma, Skibbity, Ohio, Woo, and Muse. I just call him little bro brain rot and laugh how mad he gets. LOL.
Oh my. This is
There you
like a
go.
thing?
Fine.
People say Sigma, Skibbity, Ohio, ooh, and
I'm
Muse?
unfamiliar with Ohio.
Hmm.
I don't know what that means.
Is this some sort of jargon? Does this mean anything?
Yeah.
I know Sigma means something.
Sigma,
What
Skibbity, like Skibbity toilet.
does Skibbity mean?
Like the Skibbity toilet.
What is that?
You never seen Skibbity toilet?
No.
It's like I kind of actually like it. I hate to admit it. I kind of actually like it. It's just a
Skibbity toilet?
It's
It's like a meme?
okay. So a guy made a video that was about, I don't know if you've ever seen like the really shitty Half-Life animations. A guy made a video using like the Half-Life animations about a toilet that sings a song, like a head pops out of the toilet and it sings a song.
Oh my God.
And it was like weird and creepy. And people were like, oh, I like this. And then it like kind of evolved into like when the toilet sings, it's like a zombie. Like the toilet sings the song and it like makes you become a toilet. The Skibby toilet that sings the song. And then it kind of evolved into like this massive generational warfare between Skibbity toilets fighting guys with like cameras for heads. And like every episode, there's like hundreds of, I haven't seen like all of them. There's like hundreds of episodes. And it just becomes like a massive, like it goes from like this like silly meme whenever it started to becoming this like massive action fucking short story series that's just about like video head people fighting toilet people with like more and more ridiculous weapons and stuff. I like it, and I'll tell you why. Like I like the concept of a person taking a silly meme and just making it like this incredibly ridiculous, like over the top thing that just keeps expanding until it's like created its own fucking lore. There's like entire Skibbity toilet universe lore now. And I appreciate that. I appreciate like the craftsmanship of being so over the top and ridiculous.
Skibbity toilet movie 2025.
They actually making a movie?
It looks like it. Netflix
pretty
has a
funny.
teaser trailer from 6 months ago.
Right.
Oh my God.
That's pretty amazing.
Skibbity toilet has become a movie. So did different people make these animations, or is this, so it's just basically a meme, like different people joining?
Well, no,
it and-
so well, yeah, like a bunch of people make like knockoffs, but there's one person who you're gonna be mad. This person is probably like the richest person on YouTube.
Mhm.
The amount of views the Skibbity toilet shit gets is like insane.
I'm looking at a short here that has 213 million views.
Yeah.
But I
So
don't,
the guy who does it is called The Fuck Boom. He's got 44 million subscribers, and like every video he puts out, it's like 40 million, 60 million, 50 million, 90 million. And he just like shits these, I think he produces like 1 or 2 a week. And they've actually dropped off in views substantially from what they used to be. So he
the
just
fuck boom.
he he's raking in the reviews.
44.5 million subscribers.
Yeah.
Okay.
This guy probably made like insane amounts of money on this.
He's doing a lot of shorts now.
Yep.
So it's just a meme that went wild.
Yep.
Huh, cool. Good for him.
Yeah.
Skibbity toilet. Wow.
I just don't like the song. It would have been much better if it wasn't the Skibbity song and it was the Scat Man song. You know, I'm the Scat Man. Skip bap bap doo bap boop. Because that's a better song. And also it's kind of like a pun because it's like scat means poop.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my only critique of the Skibbity meme.
Wow, this looks like Barack Obama's head coming out of the toilet. What's he mean by that?
He probably has a bunch of different faces.
99 million views.
Which one is the one with Barack Obama's head?
America, season 1, all episodes.
Oh, well okay, that makes sense then.
All
Look at
right.
this. I'm teaching Adam about Skibbity toilet.
I know. Look, I'm subscribing. I can't wait to watch some of these videos.
I haven't actually seen any of the America ones.
They look amazing. Look. This is a 24-minute episode of Skibbity Toilet.
Yeah, because he like makes all the shorts and then he like combines them all into like a giant thing.
Yeah. Skibbity Toilet 77 full episode.
The thing is, if you jump in at like random parts, you're gonna be real lost. You have
That's
to watch it
okay.
from the beginning.
Look, I like David Lynch
You have to
movies.
watch
I don't mind
Skibbity
being a
Toilet
little lost.
#1. All right.
How fucking far back is that?
You need to get like the full context of the Skibbity Toilet universe, Adam. Otherwise, you're gonna be like, why did that guy just mind control this other guy and then kill this other guy? I'm very confused.
Is that, if I go back to oldest, it goes to 7 years ago. Is that the Very Big Smokes order?
Well, I mean, it's probably the first video. That's probably not the first Skibbity Toilet video.
Okay. So Skibbity Toilet was when he hit
The
his
first
stride,
one
right?
says it was only like, I think it was like a year or two ago.
Oh,
So he was
really?
obviously making a bunch of content. Oh no, maybe it's a re-upload. I don't know. Anyway, what do you guys think? I think Adam's not gonna. Well, I don't know. On one hand, I think you wouldn't like Skibbity Toilet. On the other hand, you like mindless violence.
Mm-hmm. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm down with
You
that.
might actually like Skibbity Toilet. We're gonna make Adam a Skibbity Toilet fan, everybody.
I can't wait. I mean,
I actually-
all this content looks amazing to me, but
You actually probably might like it. You like really weird shit, and it's very weird and it's very violent.
Sitch, how can 59 million people be wrong about Skibbity Toilet 41? Come on. Get real.
Okay, I want to hear. Okay, on Wednesday, I want to hear Adam's like reaction to
My
watching
reaction.
an actual, it's a couple episodes of Skibbity Toilet.
I'm
what he
going
feels about them.
full. Look, I'm going to watch a lot of these episodes start to finish. I can feel it. These
Okay.
look amazing. I'm gonna become a Skibbity Toilet expert by the
I'll
next
get this.
show. Look, a lot of these are super short too. I could just
Yeah, they're
I
all
could just
super short.
look. I'm gonna put play all. I'm gonna hit play all.
God, I'll do it. Your brain might not be able to handle it.
Popular. Let's see which one's the most popular here. 171 million views. Skibbity Toilet 39 through 59. Now, why is it 39 through 59? That's when it really kicked in,
I don't know.
when it got to 39.
Maybe that's where it really kicked up a notch.
Not only it's 39 through 59 of season 13 through 19. Whatever
That's
the
a
fuck
lot of
that-
content. Okay.
Whatever the fuck that. Oh, it's only 19 minutes long. So look.
Yeah. So
Just
I
the
looked.
preview though looks amazing. Oh
Right.
my god, it's got like a lot of people with their heads popping out of the
Yeah, shooting lasers at each other.
Yeah. What's not to love?
I know.
Oh my god. Skibbity Toilet 54. He smacks the toilet guy and then flushes him down the toilet.
That's how they kill them. They have to like flush them.
Oh, okay.
Look at this. Listen, we've made Adam a Skibbity Toilet fan. Everybody, it's happened.
I think so. I do
Yeah,
think.
it's happening.
This is something cool. I can sense it. I feel this is real art.
Oh god. I looked up the movie thing. That trailer is not a real trailer, but there is talk of a fucking Michael Bay Skibidi Toilet movie. Which,
Oh my god.
I mean, if anyone was going to direct Skibidi Toilet, it would be Michael Bay, right?
Of
That makes
course, yes.
perfect
Look,
sense.
and Michael Bay movies generally suck anyway, so
Yes.
yeah. So this is perfect. All Michael Bay movies are mindless violence. So
Right. There you
it's
go.
a perfect branding.
It is.
Doesn't have to make sense.
I
Just
bet
enjoy
you-
the visuals.
I feel like you'd fuck it up. I can already. This is what it's going to be. It's going to be literally. Okay. Here it is. Skibidi Toilet Michael Bay movie is literally just going to be Transformers 1, where
Oh, please don't.
it is. No, 100%.
That's so sad.
I just heard Samantha say good in the room. It's gonna be the Decepticons are the Skibidi Toilets, and the TV men are some other fucking aliens from space, and they're gonna be the Optimus Prime, and they're gonna have to help the humans fight the fuck out of toilets. It's literally
No,
just gonna be the
please.
same plot as Transformers 1, but with Skibidi Toilet. I
Please.
bet you. Okay, I'm locking in on that prediction.
I don't see any humans in these Skibidi Toilet
There
things.
are-
Like, why
there are
would
no
they do that?
humans.
Yeah.
Well, they're
So wrong.
humans in the. I think in the really early episodes, if I recall, they're humans. And then after that point, it just becomes all the TV people versus the toilet people.
Mm-hmm. Ah. Wow. We're covering the wrong content here, man. This
Yeah, we
looks.
cover Skibidi Toilet, yeah.
Yeah, we need to do that. Okay, what's next on the list here?
Ritzy Reels for $5 says, on kids and social media, to paraphrase Bender, have you ever tried turning off the screen, sitting down with your children, and hitting them?
Oh yeah. Bender knows what's up. Bender's my favorite character from from Futurama.
Right.
Do you have a favorite Futurama character?
Probably Bender.
Oh really? Oh
Who else?
wow.
I mean,
I figured you were more like a Zoidberg type.
oh no. First of all, fucks, I never liked Zoidberg. Actually, you know what? Probably Zap. He's
Oh, Zap. What?
good.
You
I
going
love
with the sexual assault?
Zap Brannigan. Hey. He's such an
I
asshole.
can't-
I love this character. He's
I
so
can't
funny.
believe it. I used to work for a guy who was definitely Zap Brannigan.
Oh, really?
Like, yes, he embodied everything about Zap
That's
Brannigan.
pretty good. Well, also, I mean, I was a huge. I know it wasn't Phil Hartman, but he was doing like a Phil Hartman impression. So
Oh, hell yeah, he was.
it was a huge. I'm a big Phil Hartman fan. So
Right.
I think it was just Billy. I mean, it sounded like it was just Billy West doing Phil Hartman, but
Billy West was Fry.
Billy West is Fry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Billy West was originally supposed to be the voice of Zim
Oh.
before Richard Horvitz, but I believe he wanted too much money, so he went with Richard Horvitz, which
He got
ended up
rich from
being-
that Fry money.
He did. Well, no, I think no. Billy West. You want to know where he makes the big bucks?
Where?
He's the red M&M.
What?
Yep.
Oh, that can't. That's so painful.
That's that. And the who the yellow M&M is?
No. Who is
It's
it? Samuel L. Jackson?
J.K. Simmons.
Oh, wow. I don't know
See,
who that is.
like, J. Jonah Jameson from the Spider-Man movies.
Oh, okay.
The red one, yeah, 'cause the red one you could hear if you go, oh, that sounds like Billy West, but the yellow one does not sound like J.K. Simmons. Like, what? So, Vash Volva for, whoops. Richard says, will
Vosh is
Trump
vulva.
appease Russia? I don't think so. I think Russia might use this as an excuse to end the war, but I don't think Trump's going to be overly appeasing to them, but I guess we'll find out. Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says Chuck Norris forged the sword of 1,000 truths to use as a toothpick. Eventually, food knew better than to get stuck in his teeth. There you go.
Were you visiting the chat, the WoW chat? Is that where you got that?
That sounds like a wow chat, yeah.
Wow. Wow.
What WTF 1818 for $2 says, Adam, you saw the Biden version. And then Fernando says, I want to see the Skibbity live stream brain rot for the win. There
I
we
don't.
go.
Brain rot is just saying a bunch of ridiculous things together, right?
To make your brain rot.
Okay, that's the meme.
Yes. People in the chat were calling out because I said Samantha. I used the full name.
Is that
That's
what
how
you
you know
call
she's
her?
in trouble. Yes.
Oh yeah.
No, it's good because she's got like 3 names. So like depending on the mood, it can be Sam,
gave
Sammy,
her-
Samantha, right?
You gave her the parental
Yes.
finger wagging.
Yeah,
Samantha.
exactly.
How
Like,
dare
yeah,
you,
she-
Samantha? How
I
dare you
know.
say that?
Exactly.
I mean, it's weird. Like she's in the other room. Are you? Like, do you guys live together or something?
I don't know.
What's going on?
It's a good question.
Did she come over when you stream? Is that what's going on?
Something's going on. I don't know what.
Okay. Sam, please. We're trying to do a show here, okay?
There you
Keep
go.
quiet.
Being distracting.
What do you say? Control your woman. Oh no, is she listening to the stream?
She
Oh
is.
damn it. I got in trouble.
You're gonna get in trouble. Listen, Adam's the bad influence on me, okay?
Oh, that's terrible. How do
Malcolm
we know
McKee-
that Samantha's not the bad influence on you?
That's true. Malcolm McKee for 2 Canadians says, my apologies. You didn't miss my chat. Mea culpa. No worries.
We never miss. Well, no, we miss some
There you
chats
go.
from
But thank you,
time to
Malcolm.
time. But
No worries.
all right, look at this.
Anyways, thank you all for coming.
Oh, okay, yeah. I gotta turn my filter off first. So, but you can warm up about the isekai
Anyways,
protagonist.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you all for backing the
I
comic
think I
too.
should throw the dinner I made out. Look at that.
Oh my God, she's coming for blood now.
I know. Look at that. Look at her being a nice trad wife, making me dinner and everything.
So I think we got a few more backers. We're up to 82,565. Like I said, if you want to refund your thing and do a Sitch art, just hit me up on Indiegogo. So,
Hey, Dev's in the chat. He wants Sammy to mail my food to him. No.
Why?
Look at that. Metalworks 411.90 for $2 says, ever seen Team Fabulous 2, Sitch, back in the day? No. I have not seen Team Fabulous 2, actually, surprisingly. My favorite Team Fortress videos were the public service announcements. Those were very funny. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. We won't be on Tuesday, but we will be on Wednesday, and then we won't be on Thursday, because obviously Thursday is Thanksgiving. So we'll see you Wednesday, and then hopefully the following Sunday. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. You who made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true fuel seekers. You are the true isekai protagonists. You are the true WoW players who will play in a PvP server and only ever gank someone if they gank you first. That's right. You would never, ever, ever gank another faction unless they ganked you first. In fact, you would probably help them fulfill a quest. And we'll see you guys all on Wednesday.
Bye-bye!
Wonderful.
Go MAGA.